I'm gonna be free. Yes, I am. Oh. I'm gonna be free, child. I'm gonna be free. Say it, brother. And one morning, I won't be afraid to leave. And all those things that you told me, you know, I never could conceive. I'm gonna be free. Yes, I am. I'm gonna be free. Yes, I am. I'm gonna be free. Yes. Yeah, brother. Long time coming. Hey. You don't know how it made me feel, child. To be able to walk away from your smile as I can. And I'm gonna be all right after a while. I think the Lord done gave me a strength now. I'm gonna be free. Oh, I'm gonna be free. Yeah. Gonna be free. One day I'm gonna be free, honey. Yes, I will. And nothing can make me stay, not even your money. you're gonna think that I'm acting funny. Oh, girl. Oh, but I'm getting away from you. I'm gonna be free, child. So you listen. I'm gonna be free. Yes, I am. I don't need your loving no more. I'm gonna be free. Oh, yeah. Gone. Gone. Do you the love that we once had? Well, if I had the chance to love you again, I'd make your heart forget I was ever there. If we forget the past, I know this time will last forever or always. I'm not coming home anymore. Doesn't matter. If I had the chance to hold you again, I'd fill your heart with joy. Make you remember I'm the only one for you. Yes, let's grow the man inside. Make this the first day of he says he loves loves the way I am. It's gonna be starting here, starting now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Forever, always, for love. Do it for the ones you love. Yeah. Forever, always. Keep it right there, keep it right there. For always, for love. Forever, always. surprise. I can't help but see you running often through my mind. Helpless like a baby, since your disguise. I can't help but love you. It's getting better all the time. I can't help it. If I wanted to, I wouldn't help it. Even if I could, I can't help it. If I wanted to, I wouldn't help it. No, I can't help it. If I wanted to, I wouldn't help it. Even if I could, I can't help it. If I wanted to, I wouldn't help it. No. Like to run my fingers softly by your side. Nothing imposes you, bringing sparkles to your eyes. Like a trip to heaven, heaven's the prize. And I'm so glad I found you. Yeah, you're an angel in disguise. I can't help it. If I wanted to, I wouldn't help it. Even if I could, I can't help it. If I wanted to, I wouldn't help it. No, I can't help it. If I wanted to, I wouldn't help it. Even if I could, I can't help it. If I wanted to, I wouldn't help it. No. Have you ever looked in the face of age? Then your ears to what that man had to say? 'Cause every generation reflects the moon we see, often more than twice. Child is born to live within the master plan. Boy grows up, leaves his home to be a man. Vintage shares of wine. Hey. Every generation. I noticed my viewership count went down. Probably don't like nice jazz, do they? Or just being nosy. Oh man, it's been a while since I could do that. Excuse me, you gotta forgive me from the coughing. Your boy had a slight fever this weekend, but we still go strong. Feeling better, getting ready for the surgery Wednesday. Woo! What's up, everybody in the chat? Got Rashid, Royce J, Luis Cannon, aka Josh, LaShawn Jefferson, D. Scott, woo, Mr. Woo, 2 Trev, woo, Dr. Dunbar, woo. Dr. Dunbar said he's gonna hang out for a minute, the Arch, and then have a little Michigan football party over. Oh man, nice. Nice. Shout out to Dr. Dunbar. He's got a couple of channels. I think he got a sports channel, his comic, cartoon, and overall geek channel, and he also has a scientific platform where we do not only scientific but social science. So if you see Dr. Dunbar, please subscribe to him. What brought about this title, ladies and gentlemen? I was listening to one of my favorite YouTubers, Just Some Guy, and he was bringing up something that was very interesting when I listened to one of his latest videos, when he said that they were taking out certain books out of the Burbank school district. See, I'm one of those guys who don't understand this fake outrage. It's very suggestive. You want to take out books like To Kill a Mockingbird and The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, and I quote from Just Some Guy, subscribe, cool guy, has a very introspective mind. He even said it, that The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn was a deconstruction of slavery and racism and the South itself. To Kill a Mockingbird is a classic. I mean, to grow up as a kid in Baltimore during the 80s and 90s, it was tradition to look at the Great Blacks and Wax Museum. When you stepped into the front hall, you seen a Hannibal on a gigantic elephant all in wax. That's just mind-boggling. It's just such a powerful scene to see. Imagine if you were one of those Roman centurions and you come up and you see some motherfuckers like this on an elephant. This motherfucker was so fearsome and so great as a leader that he could tame an elephant to do his bidding. He actually had tanks before tanks was even a word. So you go through the Great Blacks and Wax Museum, and they show you very graphic images. Let me remind you, this is during grade school, might I add you. This is during grade school. Imagine seeing, what's up, Ingo? What's up, Aminaris Queen? Imagine seeing your ancestors or wax sculptures of your ancestors in tight quarters. There was nothing pretty about it. Being beaten, being maimed, being sexually assaulted, being been stricken of their humanity. Imagine seeing that as a kid. See, you know what's funny? 400 black students in the Burbank, California school district area, and they're worried about the word nigga being printed in books. And by the way, parental advisory, explicit content. We try to be as intellectually sound as possible, but this is an adult show. Unless your kid's ready to hear some adult shit, put your headphones on, or go into another room, or send your kids upstairs. Imagine seeing the greatness, and also our greatest defeats, but also our greatest triumphs in wax. Used to be in the Burbank school district. You might need to talk to the motherfuckers. So imagine you're looking at all the scientific minds that the black community produced. Like a Charles Drew, who ironically died from the same procedure and scientific discovery, separating blood in his plasma. He died from it because he went to a white hospital who refused to give him the same treatment that he discovered. See, I'm tired of this fake outrage, and it's my black mothers, by the way, who's got this fake outrage. Our kids shouldn't learn what they used to call us. The more you forget history, the more you're doomed to repeat it. Here it is, right? You got, as far as Dr. T.S.R. Johnson and his extensive research stated, 10% of boys who go to the 8th grade can only read on level. We're not worried about that, but we're worried about books that challenges the deconstruction of slavery, racism itself. We're outraged about something that makes you take a deeper look into your soul. But your boys, your men, are the most incarcerated, the most unemployed, the most harassed. Shall I go on? Why would you take out something as classic as Huckleberry Finn, Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, and To Kill a Mockingbird, when these techniques change the eyes of people and their beliefs? Well, they were written by white people who used the language and the words of just some guy. You're gonna listen to the people you respect the most, and guess who they respect? They respect the guy who wrote the shit. There's no difference than when the United States saw Selma, and it was not only just a national event, it was an international event that brought shame upon the United States. How can you tell us about our atrocities when you're still committing atrocities against your American people who are black? How can you be the policeman of the world and you commit the most atrocities and crimes? Even the Abrahamic religions state, judge not, lest thou be judged. I'm one of those people who believe children should learn hard history. Sorry. I'm one of those people who expect children to carry on the burden, because if we really want to be frank about shit, Jewish communities live by one phrase and one phrase only: never forget. Never forget. So you're telling me the motivating factor for Jews to be tight-knit is not to go through another Holocaust that lasted about what, 8 to 10 years? But we get this fake outrage of books that deconstruct racism itself to the core and challenges white supremacy at its own door, the educational system, and say, how can you teach us about Jesus when you don't follow any of his teachings? How can you be the land of the free and the home of the brave when you sit back as a coward and you don't help people get their freedom? But once again, these black Karens, as I like to call them, Shaniquas, are outraged for books that had language that described what black people were at the time of the writing, what they were referred to. And it was not promoting racism, it was actually a commentary of why racism should not exist. But once again, the problem with a lot of these Karens and Shaniquas is that when you have no enemy to fight, you'll create one just out of necessity. You don't give a damn that your kid, if he's a black boy, is going to be more accosted to the police by the police. You're not concerned that you have other children. Had a friend of mine tell me about her family. One of her family members has 6 children, 5 baby daddies, but gave her last name to the children. That's an issue. That's an issue. You're trying to hide the fact that basically you live a whore's life. You have no control over your reproductive system. But once again, we don't care about that. We care about fake outrage. We care about taking books where we know good and goddamn well black kids need to read, and read some goddamn more. I've actually had a teacher one time tell me, when I suggested, why don't you bring comic book novels for the kids to read? Well, those are for lower grade children. I gave her one of my comic novels that was in my book bag at the time, and she had to ask me what some of the words meant. She didn't even know the definition of some of these damn words. Most comics written these days are meant for first year college students, sometimes second. Like, trust me, if I gave you a book on Hellblazer, early Constantine, and current, or DC's version of Death, Sandman, even Lucifer, it will blow your mind and probably change even your religious thoughts. That's how introspective those books are. So we go back and we look at this fake outrage, like we're trying to hide our children and pray the slavery away. Number one, you're taking away that child's greatest motivation. You're taking away that child's greatest strength. Think about it. How much pride do you have as a black person to know that you can overcome anything? The more you take books out of the schools to educate your children, the more you take books out of libraries to educate your children, the more you try to rewrite history, you're going to have the oppressor saying they were the ones enslaved. You're going to have the oppressor saying you were indentured servants. You were coming here to look for a better life. The more you take away your history, the more you lose yourself. For some odd reason, this fake outrage extends into the realm of not only stupidity, but damn near amazement. You're not saving your child from hard struggles. Sorry, it's just not going to happen. You're not going to save your child from the difficulties of life. Not going to happen. The more you shelter your child, the weaker he'll become. He or she will become. You probably heard me say this plenty of times. You don't pray to the Creator for a lighter load to carry. You pray to the Creator for a stronger back for a difficult one. I've said this once and I'll say it again. Fever early, no 19 going on. No COVID. I've been checked twice. I'm tired of them scratching my damn brain cells, okay? Going up in my damn nose like that. I feel like violated. See, I'm tired of these black Karens and these white Karens breeding the boldness out of our children, especially the boys. You have the audacity to say, well, women are picking up the slack of men. You'll never be able to pick up the slack of men. As a matter of fact, we look at cooking as a feminine trait, but 77% of the chefs in the country are male. How about that? Instead of actually molding your son to be in male dominated spaces so he can actually learn how to compete against men, you tamp them down. Instead of actually strengthening your girls to see the beauty that they possess from their own God-given natural abilities, beauty, and hair, you have the audacity to walk in front of them with another person's hair and then tell them you're beautiful. See, children may not always follow what you say, but they will always emulate what you do. Here is it. You got black girls rock. And how many times have you seen the black woman on there not rocking natural beauty, not rocking natural hair, not talking about fitness, not talking about how to be the best wife to a man? You don't even have anything to support the boys because y'all don't believe in them. See, I'm tired of the community wallowing in obsolescence. I'm tired for too many of the men who think they're kings and lions. Well, you're really just a housebroken lion. You're a lion who uses a litter box. Okay? If you truly ruled your domain, if you truly were the man of the house, you would have the final say, but you tiptoe around your chick. Remember a friend of mine, she was telling me, well, women, they run the house. Women always ran the house. What's wrong with that? Men just had the last say. Just like men needed their rest and needed their food to go out there and do the hard work again. Even when I was over girlfriends' houses who had children, she would tell them, stop making noise, stop making noise. All I had to come out of bed, if I'm at her house, spending time with her, and I'm in the bed resting, I just had to say it one damn time. The shit was quiet for the rest of the night. We need to stop being phony as a people. We need to stop realizing, one, our problems and everybody else's problems in this country are not one and the same. How can I prove it? I have a buddy of mine from Iraq, and he's so pro-Biden. I said, of course you're going to be pro-Biden. Your people wasn't locked up. Your people wasn't affected wholeheartedly by the 94 crime bill. You're the first generation American-born Mexican descent in your family. I have way more lineage than most white people in this country. So you goddamn right. You pay what you owe. Well, why should we pay reparations to black people? You pay reparations to everyone else. On a fundamental scale, you need to jumpstart the economy, for one. Number two, you need them so you can actually get some black people playing on an even playing field. Shall I go on? But yet, we sit around here on some kumbaya shit. We can't let the babies hear the word nigga. You've been to a private school, they say worse things than a child of God. Think about it. It's bad enough you're the only group of people on the planet that worship a God not in your image. Shit. At least a damn Asian church. At least they got their Jesus looking like Jackie Chan. Think about it. I like to bring up what Art News Style TV says. It's amazing with black people. You rather go see Thor in the movies than study about Shango. For those of you who don't know who Shango was, he was Thor before Thor. He didn't have a double-headed hammer, he had a double-headed axe. Instead of trying to keep your kids away from the books, they need to read. This is the problem we're having now. Your grandparents, some of these kids' grandparents coming up are younger than me. How the hell are you 35 and you're a grandparent? I remember I could tell something was wrong in the pictures when I looked at all this Jim Crow and civil rights era, when I actually asked my grandparents. Yep, this is what we had to do. Think about it. My grandfather had to shoot a Klansman at 12, 14 years old. The story grandma and granddaddy didn't tell you why they had so many kids, because one, they live on the farm, and two, they need trigger pullers. Where we got a bunch of 12-year-old kids who can't even run a house, can't even do one push-up, but 50 years ago, you had kids who could athletically and intellectually run circles around the ones now because you baby them. Well, he tried his best. Well, your best ain't good enough. Exactly, Dr. Dunbar. How the hell am I gonna, what's up, Poetic Kells? Woo. How the hell am I gonna gather your knowledge when you still clubbing? I'm 38 and you're 35 as a grandparent. And you got these motherfuckers, male and female, talking about Grandparent where? Nigga, you were just fucking early, you fucking degenerate. And then your mother was what? 50? And she's a great grandmother. The hell? We don't even pass down tangible skills. We don't even pass down things that will benefit the generation next. At least in Naruto, every kid had to go to the ninja academy and be half decent. Think about it. You have let me for all of you guys and girls who are not anime heads, it was uncommon not for a 12 or 13-year-old to give their life up for their nation. Think about that in Naruto. Think about that. Some of us think it's horrific, but this is the world outside of America. Remember when they talked about child soldiers? Yeah. Ask me how I know. I seen the shit. Live and in living color. You know, the Professor Cerulean Gray once posted a video of a 3-star Marine general saying it's a national security risk because the average male can't even pass the physical requirements to get in the military. When was the last time you told your son or daughter, get down and give me 20 push-ups? Go walk outside. Most of these fucking awkward shaped, overweight, pencil neck geeks of sons and daughters we got is the fucking fact that we do not put enough strain on them to go out and challenge the world. Think about that. They'll be living with you forever, not even trying to move out, not even trying to explore the world. Well, it's hard. And see, I'm going to tell you what actually killed it. I love online gaming. I'll play Madden, I'll play Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, whatever. But it killed social interactions that you need to get through in life, and you need to master them. What's the old saying? Social media made us less social. And because you have a combination of black and white parents, fathers who don't know how to take a stand, trying to hide the big bad world from their children, they're wondering why their son is 35, 40 and hasn't moved out the house yet, but has 3 kids. They wonder why their daughter has 3 kids and always moves back with mama or daddy, because they feel sorry for them because they knew they did a poor job raising them. It's all this fake outrage. This is the reason why it's going to be the end of you. It's going to be the fucking end of you because you don't have anybody to pick up the mantle. Ask me how I know. Look at black politics. There's a goddamn shame somebody as old as Maxine Waters still got an office instead of enjoying her later years. Look at Elijah Cummings, and I forget the other guy who just passed. Even in these goddamn seats of power for so long. How many have you groomed to take over your spot? I've always said a lot of black people may need to start looking at anime and say, look, you have John Lewis. You need to start, see, the Hokage is usually groomed. See, the Hokage is usually groomed to take over. Who in the black community do we groom to take over and lead? I'll wait. You'll ever notice that if something happens, as soon as a little bit difficulty, hey, Ma, Dad, can you help me? Yes, I remember Lethal Weapon, man. Think about it. My mom went to the store to get me some stuff for my fever because I was literally that weak. You know why? Because when she was sick, I took care of her. When she was injured and had surgery, I took care of her, carried her in the house, propped her up. Plus, your mom kind of likes doing that stuff. Once a mom, always a mom. If she was a true mom to begin with, by the way. You still get these families who don't interact with each other. What's up, Tampa Supreme? Ooh, Harambe. Ooh. MLR. What's up? Ooh. So you get a lot of these people out there who have the selective rage, and they're raging about shit that's none of our concern. Well, Trump, I remember a girl told me, well, Trump blocked passengers from Muslim countries from coming over here. Ah, do you know why? They were plotting terrorist attacks from those countries. Well, that's so racist. But if he allowed them people to come over and they committed a terrorist attack, you'll say, why didn't he block them? It's fake outrage. Shit that's above your pay grade. You're worried about opening lands to other people who will take your jobs. I say there were no terrorists. First thing they'll do, exactly, proactive, common sense. You got that right, good doctor. But at the same time, let's look at it this way. Let's say there were no terrorists trying to come over. How many of them were going to take over your jobs or set businesses in your community, which your city council and mayors will give you hell to try to start? I'll wait. Fake outrage. Do you cry about when Pookie gets shot in the middle of the street? Do you care about that? No. But if it's by a cop, even if the guy had a weapon on him, it's not fair. When we do preventive maintenance of making sure your child does not be accosted by the police, at least not unfairly. You're right. Fail to see the bigger picture in this society. You took the words right out of my mouth. Instead, we want to do damage control after the situation already began. That's like trying to take damage control of Hiroshima after the bomb dropped. You can't even farm on them lands, and that's been like 80 years ago. That's like the damage of 3 Mile Island from the nuclear reactor just destroying everything in its sight. We get this fake outrage over a book that actually helped change society in the way they think versus hiding your kids from the naked truth. And you wonder why you don't have any high achievers like you used to. You wonder why you don't have any men of substantial error like you used to. You know why? Look who's raising them. Look who's fucking raising them. Well, you gotta understand. It's scary out there for that boy. That boy is supposed to be taking care of your ass now. That boy is supposed to be the man of the house. You're supposed to be preparing him for a hard life. Well, his father wasn't in his life like that. Did you pick a good father for that boy? Did you pick a good father for that boy, or you just mess with the first nigga that made your pussy wet? One thing I could give men credit for, at least they'll tell you, why'd you fuck that chick? Well, she had good pussy. At least they're honest about that shit. You expect the nigga that got your pussy and your clit tingling to be the greatest father because you never spent any time vetting him. It was if I could get good dick and a couple of nipple rubs and then we out. But you never know what curses were in store for you. But then you'll try to say it's the man's fault. Can we legally take you to court and have you and make you have an abortion? The short answer, no. And how many fathers actually want their kids? Do you give them hell giving them the kids? Nah, yeah, you do. So when we look at, you can tell if a man's going to take care of his child, and you know how to vet a person. Why don't you? Men create the society, but the culture but the women teach the culture, and the culture lasts within her. Where you see the women go, that's where the glory, the image, and the culture will land. But that's not fair. You're talking about black women, and we have no control over that. Bullshit. You got 33 different contraceptives, even up to adoption, abortion, and Plan B. If men had the same resources, I tell men it's your fucking fault. If men can take you to court and just as easily take that kid from you, or financially liberate himself of that child, excuse me, folks, I would put it on his back. Woo, thank you, Dr. Dunbar, for the cash app. Hey, don't feel bad to donate. Hey, if you like what you're hearing, please donate. If it's $1, $2, $3, $4, $20. If you like what you hear, support your interests. Because on this next part, I'm gonna actually tell you why the black community's fucked up on the black men's side, because we don't support shit of our own interests. We let the women beat us to it. I've always said that. And I never like it when a lot of women try to say, "Hey, well, it's us together that needs to make it." You know what? I'm going to tell you the same shit that I told many a female friend of mine. Look, there are some things in this planet that you yourself are going to have to hold. You're going to have to hold those L's just like we do. There are some things black men will not challenge you on, and you're going to have to hold them L's. See, when it's something great, it's only you. But when it's something that's terrible or detrimental to the society, oh, we got to share the L. No, no, no. There are certain things that black men got to hold on their own. I say, you know what, black man, you fucked up. You got to carry that L. You too scared to be the leader? You too scared to take care of kids? You hold that L right there by yourself. When it comes to black men, well, you know, the thought, no, 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 motherfucking no. You got to carry your L just like we do. At least we carry our L's proudly and try to build from it. Black men, I'm going to say this once and I'm going to say it again. Just like what I said to Ramil, just like what I said to Bernard. The problem with a lot of black men, y'all ain't supporting your interests. I say it once and I'll say it again. Guys like BGS, Cerulean, Angry Man, Obsidian, guys like that should not be under 100 subs. 100 subs should be their baseline. The people who are teaching you should be well afforded. Because this is the reason why you have the development of the coon. The development of the coon is because you did not cultivate your best minds. We are blessed to have a Nicole Ali, excuse me, a Dr. Dunbar, a Dr. T, a BGS, an Angry Man Obsidian, and others. We are blessed to have good minds over here that could easily get 100,000 subs, if not more, if she would have, if he and she would have went over there to talk to the Caucasian persuasion. This is the reason why I'm gonna say this. Stop making your black intelligentsia feel like they made the wrong move supporting their people. I don't want to hear anybody having to ask for donations if they're giving you good knowledge and good advice. Do you know how much a lecture from a guy like a Dr. Dunbar and Nicole Ali would cost you? A guy like BGS? Do you know I'm like the only cop in the black manosphere that tells you what it is and how it's going. You cannot be cheap, black. I know you've been socialized to be a cheap motherfucker. But the only way you're going to get power is that you're going to have to support your interests, buddy. You're going to have to lobby. You're going to have men like a Dr. Dunbar or, a Robert F. Smith speak up for you. You're going to have to learn the phrase that pays. You're going to have to start bankrolling lawyers and put them on retainer. What do they say? An injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. When you're getting railroaded through the child support system, you should have a team of lawyers that all the brothers put the money into the pot and be like, yo, I need you. And them lawyers be like, I'm coming for you, buddy. It was a little cartoon, Dennis the Menace. Dennis and his best friend, I forget what his name is. They were being chased by some bullies in this movie theater. And they were watching this movie called, I guess, Red Ranger or Red Robin. And he had this call, Red Ranger, Red Emergency. As soon as the bullies caught him and they grabbed him, they picked him up, Red Ranger, Red Emergency. All you heard in the background, I'm coming for you, little buddy. That's what the hell a black man should hear. When a black man's on hard times, I need help. I'm coming for you, my brother. When a black man's unemployed, I got you, my brother. I don't want to hear this shit. Well, I don't know what I could do. I'm coming for you. We'll sort the shit out, but I'm coming to kick some ass. We're coming to get you employed. We're coming to give you housing. We're coming to make you look good. But y'all don't even support the people who speak up for you. You know why? Because a lot of you brothers out there are too interested in what the pussy thinks. Sorry. Y'all too interested in that. Y'all too interested in what the world thinks about you. Well, if we unify, won't that make us look intimidating? You're damn right.
You think one of them Korean associations go in front of the city council and the mayor's office, the mayor doesn't get shook? Imagine a police department such as Baltimore's, where you got 75 to 85 black police officers running it. Any injustice, you mistreat the people, we'll show you what we can do. You can't get police. I'll say this: you can't get community policing without having the community become the police. Should I say it for the niggas in the back who didn't hear me? What's up, Willa? You can't get police. Excuse me. Fighting this cold, but we still march on. Damn it! You can't get community policing without getting police from the community. You cannot. Think of how many jobs go to Puerto Rico, go to Pennsylvania, go to Virginia, with policing alone in Baltimore. Look how many brothers who had a nonviolent crime that could be expunged, that doesn't want to do anything criminal anymore, but wants to return their debt of service back to their community. Who's better to be a cop than a guy who said, you know what? I did this in my life when I was young. I turned my life around and so can you. Who's better than to tell that story? Or as you church going people say, testimony. Ooh, Craig Harper. He says, I don't look down, I reach down, pull up, salute to the fam. Woo! Willis said, too many brothers are simps for the Matrix. Exactly. When you support your own and you become a network, I should not have to. There should not be a major black city in America. I touch my feet down after a plane and I should not know anybody. I should be like, yo, I'm in LA. Who's sponsoring me? I got you, officer. Hopefully soon to be Sarge. I'm in Atlanta. I got you, Sarge. I'm in Detroit. I got you, Sarge. Chicago. Got you. Houston. Got you. Dallas. Got you. New Orleans. Got you. Dade County, Miami. Got you. Charlotte. Yeah, got you. Richmond. Got you. DC. Got you. Your network is supposed to be so damn strong that nothing on this planet should disturb your peace. Woo, I hope so. Oh, I'm hoping so. Hope my boys kick some ass today. From now on, I'm going to tell you, hate it, like it, or love it, you are your brother's keeper. You don't have the option to be like, I'm not like those niggas over there. Your network should be sick. Look at the sisters. I hate to admit it. No, actually, I don't. The sisters got a better network than you brothers. Let her need child support. Let her need some benefits from social service. Let her need a qualification job or go to school or how to get some damn grant money. Their system is faster than a fucking internet. But because a lot of you Negroes drank from the doctrine of rugged individualism, you think you could do it on your own. How many times have I said to you all, you're only as strong as the army that supports you? I don't know why to this day we still got Greek fraternities and Greek sororities for black people when we should be African or at least black American. Shit, my fraternity, Busta Kappa Kappa, is a strong one. I've told you before. Little Danny, police officer, 5'3", 5'4", can shoot the wings off a fly and the fly still live. But guess what? Some guy tries to overpower. All she got to do is keep the fight going, and he's having about 2 districts stomp his ass out. See, the old saying was, "I don't have to beat you. I just got to keep the fight going until the backup arrives, and that's when the fun begins." Even in the military, when you pin down and you taking fire, oh God, whoo! What a beautiful sight when that fucking Apache shows up. James Kill, woo! What a beautiful sight. Think about it. Black men, where's your army? You should have retainer of lawyers, retainer of doctors. Ain't no goddamn way how hard a black doctor gets through medical school. We don't take them and say, look, we're gonna pay your ass because we ain't gonna die of no colon cancer. We ain't gonna die of no fucking bullshit. Especially since black people have basically the fucking immortal gene anyway. I forget the name of the lady whose genes they still have to this day, where basically they don't age or degrade. I'm pretty sure Dr. Dunbar, Nicole knows. See, black people, and I will say this, black men in particular, have lived too long under a rock, not realizing this. You're not afraid to be inefficient or terrible at something. You're really afraid to be powerful beyond comprehension and belief. You are Clark Kent in the real world. You hide yourself from your true power. Your power is not just your physicality. Your power is not just in your looks or your muscles. Your power is not even just your mind, as great as it can be. Your power is in your soul and your ability to connect, not only to an audience, not only to other people, but to the whole world. Think about it. Your music has been the #1 music for over what 100 years. If it wasn't blues, if it wasn't jazz, it was blues. If it wasn't blues, it was like what? Rock. If it wasn't rock, it was disco. If it wasn't disco, it was pop or R&B. Your music alone has connected people who've never been around black people a day in your life. Our speeches, our speeches and our intellectual properties have reached people who live near no black people whatsoever. But you want to tell me that it's hard out here to get united. Have you started? Have you tried? Let's make sure we get the likes up, people. Woo! Country music too. You're right, Dave. Dave Teo. Woo! Let's get them likes up. Feel inclined to donate. Donate. There. You know what's funny? There's not a goddamn thing we touch and greatness doesn't beget it. But once again, even in our fake outrage, we beget great outrage. Oh my God, To Kill a Mockingbird is too gratuitous. How the fuck you gonna talk about To Kill a Mockingbird is gratuitous, but you on TikTok doing the WAP dance and song with your daughters? Oh, it's too gratuitous, but you love it when your sons play Gucci and Jeezy and try to live out them lyrics. I mean, I'm gonna shut my mouth. Y'all want me to shut my mouth? I'm just saying, let me shut my mouth. Let me shut my mouth. I don't want to hear no more of this shit. I'm gone. Yeah, how the fuck can we be so outraged over something that has won over the dominant society than something compared to that pretty much helped out and was the accomplice to our destruction? See, I'm not as old as BGS. He's old enough to be my father. My father's 2 years younger than, 2 years older than him, actually. But I remember the crack era as a kid. I'm not gonna say I know it extensively as a guy like BGS or my father, but you notice some things that were out of place because kids are not as dumb as you think. When you started seeing, you got to realize this. My generation was the last generation not to see people, parents living together, were married. When I went to certain schools, it was weird to find out that parents didn't live together or were not married. It's weird. So we were the most married motherfuckers in the country. Now we proud of being single and independent. And what has gotten us? It got us stagnation. I'm not the intellectual mind of a Dr. Dunbar, but correct me if I'm wrong, stagnation brings disease and filth, doesn't it? Check a little creek or a little lake and see how clean the water is because it's free flowing. But see that little puddle and it gathers all that dirt and grime and it starts looking greenish or blackish or brownish. See, we create stagnation for our people. We created an easy way out. We don't hold anybody to the fire. We don't come as a community anymore and say, look, grab that little motherfucker by the neck. Oh, you got this chick pregnant? You grab that chick by the neck. Oh, you got pregnant? Y'all married. Work it out. My parents used to argue. My grandfather used to come and settle the arguments. One, there are two people in my father's, excuse me, two people in my father's eyes he always respected from my mother's side of the family. That was my godfather slash great uncle Joe and my grandfather, my mother's father. Two people he respected. And he said, hey, put it to you this way. I'm as manly as they get, but when Roy talks, you listen. Short for Roosevelt, by the way. See, we stopped having a rank and file system. We stopped having that where certain people walked in the room, certain men of prestige, age, or honor, you stood up and you greeted them. It's a goddamn shame that some of us who've been around white people and white people find out you came home from the war in the airport. You know what they did? They stood up and saluted me. Shook my hand, looked me right in the eye and said, good job, soldier. See, this is what happens when you breed the warrior out of your black boys. Because the one thing a warrior respects is honor and power and rank and privilege. loyalty, discipline. I think I said honor, but I'll say it again. Honor. There's a goddamn shame we got brothers graduating college and we get more parties and more salutes to a nigga coming out of jail. Fake outrage, fake party, fake celebrations. Goddamn shame. The rite of passage for a black man nowadays is if he went to jail or not. Goddamn shame. I know mothers whose sons weren't even fucking 20 years old, and they had to decide of paying a retainer for a goddamn lawyer or if their lights go out. And that mother faithfully put money on the books while that child talked to them like shit. I could tell there ain't no fucking, because I'll tell you one thing. Monroe Faulkner, my father's daddy, he had a saying for any of the Faulkner boys that got locked up. My father to this day tell you, excuse me, is this Mr. Faulkner? Yes. We have your son, such and such Faulkner. Oh, what did he do? Such and such? Is he locked up? Yes. Do me a favor, deliver this message. Yeah? Fuck him. Fuck him. See, I come from a very loving but cold ass family on both sides. See, my family is as much as the gynocracy may have infiltrated it, they still believe in that male fucking leadership. That's why my grandmother, my great uncle said, it's your time to lead the family. And guess what I'm going to do to all my little cousins? I'm going to ask, what are y'all trying to be when you grow up? And their parents, I'm going to ask, how much money do you have to invest in them? Do you have stocks? Do you have Bitcoin? Do you have anything going towards their education? Do you have a savings plan? Because guess what? You're groomed to be leaders. See, I'm going to tell you the ugly truth that I've learned through many of my studies and journeys through life. Black people pray for leaders. Everybody else grooms their leaders. Should I say it again for the niggas in the back? Black people pray for leaders. Everybody else grooms their leaders. For all you church-going people who says, that's not true. Prayer works. Yes, it does. Prayer with action. Prayer without it is nothingness and dead. When you pray and you anoint the child and you train the child and you raise them up properly, great things in abundance come with it. What do you mean, Officer Faulkner? I'll give you a good example. King David was anointed to be the next king of Israel. United Israel, which is Israel and Judah. Think about it. Was he trained in many different ways? Was he trained in combat? Yes. I mean, he fucking killed a bear and a lion over sheep. Like, I don't know if I want to fight a motherfucker who killed a bear and lion. Was he trained in evasion? Yes. He even told Saul when he cut off a piece of his cape. He said, if I wanted you dead, you'd have been dead moments ago, when he showed him a piece of his cut cloth. Was he taught how to be an ambassador and negotiator? Only his heart could calm down the savage king's anger. So you're telling me he wasn't groomed for the position? Now, has King David done some messed up stuff? Yes. Well, not all perfect, but at least he was groomed for the job. How many of us are grooming our children to take over? Let me see. Well, it said the 1990s, at least the late 1990s, was pretty cool for black folks like me, at least in Atlanta. Nightclubs were popping, car washes all over the place, OTEP politics still meant something. I still think the 1990s, in a certain sense, likely the best it could ever been for black folks in the U.S. Everyone, everyone was either directly making that .com money or benefited from it. Unfortunately, those Gen X women lost their daggone minds. It's a combination of things. Not only did the women believe this independent bullshit, because I'll tell you quick, should my woman know how to shoot a gun, change a tire, spackle a wall, put together something? Yes. She doesn't need to if I'm there, unless she's helping. Should a man know how to cook? Yes. Should he know how to clean? Yes. But the woman should do it as well, unless he's helping. So you get this independence woman shit, which no woman is ever independent. She's either submitting to the government or her man. It's either or. Excuse me. Those are good coughs. That means the mucus is clearing up. Uh, you had a bunch of black men who either became jobless or mismanaged within the system, i.e., no fathers, no male leadership, no male role models, that became lost in the sauce and committed a bunch of atrocities against their own people. See, that 94 crime bill, that drug epidemic, it's funny. Your president, for those of you who voted for him, wrote the damn thing. But now they're trying to legalize opiates to help white people in the Midwest. See how your Holocaust is not the same as everybody else's? See how everybody can make money off of your Holocaust? You were the ones who are treated like criminals, the worst scum of the earth. But guess what? They get to be taken in and given help and a second chance. In the words of a wise old lady I once met, ain't that a bitch? Then on top of that, people don't like to talk about what the hell happened during that time because I was around what, 94, I was 12. And for some odd reason, the creators, the ancestors, whoever, blessed me with the ability of foresight. I may not have been the smartest kid around, but my comprehension of things was immaculate. I remember when a lot of things were closing up. I remember when you had running gun battles down the street on Patterson Park, where my mother actually grabbed me and my friends by the shirt and pulled us in the house during that running gun battle. See, I remember a lot of this shit when, a guy down on his luck could steal a candy bar and he'd get 5 years. Let's say he didn't steal anything and he was accused. And that was his third strike. He's doing 20 years in jail. Come to find out he was innocent. And they only want to give you like $50,000 when you took over $1 million of earnings from him. Wow. But yet you got so many mothers who college. How you gonna pay for it? I don't know. He gonna make it. Everybody speaks of college. Not everybody knows how to pay for it, correct? But yet, during that 94 crime bill, which directly affected black homes and black men particularly, look what they did with welfare reform. They gave a lot of these chicks who couldn't even work their fucking cell phones at the time. They gave them benefits, housing, working, college, transportation, food stamps, WIC. How many times have you heard the saying? If a woman says to a judge, I can't take care of my kids, she'll get all those benefits. If a man says it, he'll go to jail. And then what happened was a lot of these sisters back then, they thought they were better than you. I made it. I went to my earning school, even though she got a 4-year degree in basket weaving. You need to get up on your feet. I can't get the benefits you get, sweetheart. It doesn't matter. You need to be a stronger man. Think about that shit, man. Your manhood and your humanity is always in question. Jefferson said, even solo, I'd rather deal with that shame childless. Got a full ride Navy, Air Force, and Army. Just no good woman. Still live as good as a life as I will. I always say that I'm not an intelligent man, just a hard worker. Fun fact, Janet Yellen, former federal chair, was the author of welfare reform under Clinton. Shout out to BGS for that one. Hell yeah. See, a lot of people don't remember that shit because you remember, you prop the men up. You prop the men up to be something. Excuse me, you prop the women up to be something, but you take away all the glory from the men. Ain't that a bitch? You don't even justify any of the shit that you've done. But yet you took away black men who were fighting the good fights, who were demonstrating, poise under courage and poise under stress. You took away their ability to be men. Well, that's not true. Oh, you think? Anybody want to come up here? I'm about to open up the shit. I'm going to take a small break, give me some fluids in my system, play a little bit of smooth music for you all, so we get some people hopping up on the screen, baby. Woo!
A foggy day in London town had me low, had me down. I viewed the morning with such alarm. British Museum had lost its charm. How long, I wonder, could this thing last? But the age of miracles hadn't passed, for suddenly I saw you there, and through foggy London town the sun was shining everywhere. A foggy day in London town had me low, had me down. I viewed the morning with such alarm. The old British Museum had lost its charm. How long, I wondered, could this thing last? But the age of miracles having passed, but suddenly I saw you there, and in a foggy London town, the sun was shining everywhere. I got something I want to. I've got something I want you to know. I'm in love with you, darling. He's so good to me, and I feel that you need. Oh, it's so plain to see when I'm shaking and myself dead. Your tenderness sets me free, and I get to feel it. Oh, get to feel it. Oh, get to feel it. Oh, get to feel it. I get to feel it for you, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Get it up, get it up, get it up, get it up. You just do everything like nobody else, and I need you beside me. Yeah. I wanna give you myself. If I hurt you and you feel bad, your loving ways makes me sad. I feel get to feel it. We have each other. In so many ways. We have each other.
You were listening to the beautiful sounds of Michael Bublé, Foggy Town in London, good old-fashioned jazz, and Maze featuring Frankie Beverly, Feel That You're Feeling. I don't know about you, but I love that song. That song gives me such energy and substance, especially when he hits that note. God, man. Bet you on his prom, he could crack windows open if he wanted. The link's in the chat for anybody who wants to join. But I guess people just like hearing me just talk my shit, I guess. But I do have to ask this one thing. I want to hear from you all about solutions that can fix this, that could fix a lot of this fake outrage, this fake delusional state that we're in. Because I'm afraid that when we don't pay attention to things that actually matter, we lose a part of our own identity. Because I've noticed this one thing in the last few years, if not 10 to 20, we've been fighting hard for the Hispanics, but the Hispanics hasn't said a damn thing about our plight. We've been fighting hard for the LGBT community, but they haven't said a damn thing about our plight. Not one of them are going to talk about reparations. Not one of them are going to talk about the height of being unemployed for black men. We got to stop being the stepping stones for everybody else and their benefits. That's one. Like I said before, some of my suggestions is that black men need to form fraternities and surround themselves by and actually prop up our best and brightest instead of shaming them for being smart. Here's a little tip for a lot of younger black guys. Hang around people that are typically smarter than you, because eventually you'll become their equal. Because everybody's going to learn something from someone. Even if it's street smarts, even if it's common sense. Everybody's of value. Have the retainers. Support your black business owners and black businesses. Please get some goddamn good service. Please. Break your neck for good service. We should all try to adhere to this. Black women, don't try to be a great commander. Be a great second in command. Support your men. If you have any doubts, there's a way to say it. But if you see him doing something positive and all you got to do is criticism, keep it to yourself. For your black children, black men, and black women, invest in your children like you would do a business, like you would do the stock market. How many of you write flashcards for your kids? Spelling words, definition words. Your kid should not be in high school asking, what's the word galvanize mean? Or the first time he even sees it, it's on the SATs. Or the word compulsory. We gotta start being people of higher knowledge and information. I don't give a fuck what Cardi B and whoever she's with doing. Tell me something about the dude who invented, who's over there at Tesla, so I can invest in it, so we can get rich off of something that they stole from us. Deshaun asked, whose colors gonna fight for we got the place for both? Only a two-sided coin. Well, this is your country, believe it or not. Excuse me, folks. See, the reason why so many wannabe racists will tell you go home and shit like that is because if they look at the history books, one, a lot of them got black in their family, and two, a lot of them don't have too much stake to this United States as we do. Why do you think they try to keep you out the military? It's your military. You were the first to kill and die for it. Those are your benefits. You wonder why your grandfathers and great grandfathers bought so much property. It was all that GI Bill and all the benefits they acquired from fighting in wars. You got to beat people at their own game. One thing people respect is a man who's willing to fight. Well, this is the white man's country. So what? It's your country too. Not any other country is welcoming you with open arms. And if they do, that's because they want something out of you, like your American dollar. They want your knowledge and resources. Once they get it, they'll kick you the fuck back out. Now where are you? We have to provide better and stronger families. How do you feel about your country, MLR? And how does, better yet, how does my country feel about me? Your country's always going to feel a way about you. For one, you don't age like they do. For two, you're stronger, faster, and smarter than them on a natural basis. They need you. We're the only people fit enough to join their military, to join their police departments, their fire departments. We're the only ones skilled to be their architects, skilled to be their chefs. They need you. See, this is the point where I'm teaching you something about being amoral. You don't give a fuck how many people feel about you. If there's a need, you fill it. I don't give a fuck how people feel about me. I don't give a fuck if they don't like me. But guess what? You're going to need me and you're going to pay me as such. And that's what people, black men in particular, need to worry about. Stop worrying about how people feel about you. Get the job and get the job done well. And be so skilled at the job that they can't release you. Make yourself the most marketable motherfucker you can be. If it's a skill that they need, you bring it. Think about it. You think this country, you think everybody in this country is gonna like me just because of my black skin alone? Nope. But like I told you, them white guys could have been racist, but they respect my time and service. The same way I can say how my country feels about me. It's the same way I can say, how does my society feel about me? Do they appreciate what the hell I do? No. But do I do it for their approval? No. No. I know when I said that, some of my viewership went down, but the hell with it. See, once as men, as black men, we get our feelings in check, nothing else matters. It's going to be the plan. It's going to be like, do we carry on this mission? I keep telling y'all, the reason why they want you out of this country, because they know you are owed those benefits. The reason why they want to change the school books, because it's the day they give you reparations, watch all the white people start claiming they're black. Watch all the white people trying to marry with black families. Think about it. These guys ain't stupid. These women ain't stupid. You get one ADOS parent, male or female, they have children. Those children and that parent can benefit from reparations. And guess who ultimately is going to get that money? And then, notoriously, how many times have you heard those parents divorcing? And now he has double the amount of reparations, and he can charge you for alimony. He or she can charge you for alimony because you came into a big sum of money. See how it goes down the bricks? See how that long plan works? Oh, they'll show you how much they love you. Oh, we getting reparations? Oh man, I fought for this for you. Never let somebody talk you out of your money, talk you out your benefits. Shit. I tell you what, if I had it my way, every black male 18 to 25 be in the goddamn military now. There'd be so many niggas on a base that motherfucker start to sink. I want the stereotype to be every time I see a black man, he's in a goddamn military uniform. I want every country to see if they see a black man, they think he coming there to kick some ass. Let's make some positive stereotypes. Every time we see a black man, he got a briefcase in his hand. He might be a doctor or a lawyer or an architect, an engineer. Let's make them up. See, that's the stuff we need to work on. Same thing with the ladies. With the ladies, I would suggest, what's up, Anthony? Woo, Sir Anthony. Of the Knights of the Round Table. See, for the ladies, I would have y'all go to charm school, man. Some of y'all ladies been hanging around dudes so long, y'all get better fives and slap box better than some of the dudes. You need to learn how to be elegant. There should not be a lady on earth who looks awkward in a dress or in a pair of heels. I'm sorry. Can't put on makeup. Remember, I saw this one female, man. She put on makeup. I was like, damn, who did your makeup? Bonham or Bailey? Which one? There should be no reason you can't cook, you can't clean, you can't shoot a gun. There's no reason why you shouldn't do shit like that. You should know how to actually speak in public gatherings. You should know, like I told my homegirl Danny, a woman's job is to protect the image and the glory of her man. How the world views, how you view your men is how the world will view you. The world views your man through your woman's eyes. Remember that shit. I keep telling brothers this shit because once you support your man going to these higher positions, your man has traditionally came back and grabbed you. But what about the guys who date white women? That is so rare. So rare. You're talking about the top 5%, and not even that. And majority of the people in the NBA and NFL, they're married to they're married to black women. So we need to actually start researching before we speak of stupid shit. Treat our children like they're the commodities that they are. Your children should be more precious than diamonds and gold. Your child's success should be placed on the stock market. I'll bet you if your child success rate or grades showed up and how much money will be invested in your savings on your paycheck, I bet you pay attention then. Y'all really like hearing my mouth today, don't y'all? I want to hear from some of y'all. Well, Miss Crack, Crack. Sound like a damn good rap name, Kimberly Clark. Well, she's an up and comer. She's an up and comer. What I actually voted for her because I wanted to see somebody new. I wanted to give her a chance. For all you people who say, "Oh, you don't like black women," I voted for several black women this election. Well, not several, a few. I voted for her because one, I wanted to see somebody different, and two, I wanted to see a Republican representative. You have to be willing to vote for the change that you wish to see. I think that she probably her past didn't come to haunt her as much. I think that it's because she was so new that it's gonna be hard to beat Kwasi and Fume in the Baltimore area. My guest of honor today, folks, the Roger Report. Woo! What's up, Raj?
How you doing, Austin Parker? How's it
How
going
you
today?
doing?
I'm
Styling and
great. I'm great.
profiling, fighting over this cold.
All right. Well, good luck with it. Don't die on us. We need you, brother. We need you.
I know.
uh,
Man. I've survived war zones. I survived shootouts. I'd be damned if a germ could take me out. Fuck that shit. I be like, how this nigga
uh,
been so hard when he get taken out by this shit?
I hear you there. I done said the same thing about COVID. I said I'm not dying over no flu. That's just
Oh
me.
no.
Uh,
Oh no.
even though I know it's a little bit different, but I just want to say I just tuned in a few minutes ago, and I like the idea that you had there. Uh, that's an excellent new standard that we should really adopt as far as
Mm-hmm.
the guys going into the military.
Mm-hmm.
After high school. Now, I would say the only exception would be like if you really have a way to like if you legitimately about to get a scholarship to college, take your scholarship, whether it be sports or academic. But
Yeah.
outside of that, yeah, it would make sense to go to that we have brothers start going to the military right off the bat. Because I would say if I could relive life again, one thing that I would do differently, because I didn't go to the military, but
Mm-hmm.
if I could relive life again, I would go. And if we learn to use the military as a proper tool, because we've never really seen from a mass scale using the military as a tool, we just see it as okay, it's an option, something you can do. But
Mm-hmm.
you know, now that you're older, looking back, the military pay for everything. So
Mm-hmm.
if you could just go there, what I'm saying, not waste your money, get you some properties, or get your business idea going, or whatever. You got funds to do all kinds of stuff while you're in the military because they pay for everything you know. So that is something that we should be telling young brothers to definitely take advantage of.
Oh yeah,
And
that's the
and then if oh, go ahead,
I
go
was
ahead.
I was gonna say the Gray Faulkner initiatives in the chat. I've actually pinned it up for people. That's one that the professor Cerulean Gray and myself have pinned together, and it was a 2 year thing in the making, and it goes in depth with a lot of this stuff. But finish what you're
Yeah,
saying,
well,
Roger.
no, I think that would be an awesome idea because if we could learn to use those that military experience while using the military income properly, and I just my personal opinion, you could serve a lot more financial discipline while in the military because you don't even have as much opportunities to blow your money. I'm not saying that you don't get it,
Yeah.
but it'll be cut down a little bit. You know,
Oh yeah.
so I think standards like that need to be taken care of.
Oh yeah.
You know,
If you gotta
so I support
like
that wholeheartedly.
like like MRL, excuse me, MLR, damn dyslexia. MLR said, if you get a scholarship, you can consider going to the military academy to become an officer, which is facts, or ROTC. I've always said or OCS. See, a lot of times I say going to my perfect plan, not my not so perfect plan. I would tell people to go in the reserves or National Guard first at 17, 18, then apply to college and apply to ROTC, where you'll get on scholarship and you'll be taken out the reserves and you'll be put on the ROTC's contract and scholarship. because you had prior service, excuse me, you'll get paid as an E5, which is a sergeant in the Army, as an E5 while going to school. So think about that. Not only are they paying for your books and your room and board, they're also paying you as an E5, as a sergeant. And then when you graduate, you'll be commissioned as an officer. So you're gonna be respected even more so because you already come with experience. And they'll put you up
Absolutely.
in
Absolutely.
a battalion where you're learning from like mid-range officers and high-ranking NCOs.
And see, and for me, that's a valid plan. And with the and I'm just looking at being realistically thinking, why do most folks who go into the military? When it comes to black folks, yeah, it's a few of us that we just come from a military family, and it's just something we want to do. You know, some of us is being like dad. Some of us
Mm-hmm.
do feel that much about the country. But it seems with the military men I've talked to, the vast majority is about money at the end of the day.
It's about
So
money, and I'm not saying you don't work. Money should be your motivating factor. Yeah, you're not gonna work for free. Shit, we already did that for how many centuries? Shit, fuck all that.
yeah, I don't
You know,
promote that. I don't promote that at all.
I bet you the phrase, "fuck that" was invented on a slave field.
I'm sure it was.
I
I'm
bet you,
sure it was.
like, oh hell no. There must have been somebody rose during those Seminole Wars or during what's the guy um not the guy that Nate Parker played Nat Turner. Nat Turner must have read the book and was like, oh hell no. He said we ain't got two cheeks to turn, man. He said even Jesus, he read the parts of the Bible that was talking about military science and warfare. He was like, Jesus said turn the other cheek, not be a damn fool.
Man, I'm so anti that. I remember it was a supervisor asked me to drop something small at a person's home. It was attached to the job. I literally was we had this like emergency mandatory meeting. So
Mm-hmm.
I just went up there for the meeting and that was it. I'm gonna go there. Oh crap.
Yeah. Oh, you still there? Roger, you still there? I don't know. He cut off. I'll tell you one thing. We make sure Roger comes back. Um, hopefully Roger comes back. Yeah, his mic probably went dead or something. I'm gonna just tell it. It's a Gary Faulkner initiative right there again. Anybody else want to join and have a conversation on this lovely Sunday where you hear me barking like three dogs? There's the link. But the most important thing about this is that from a strategy, imagine they have a black man and black woman in the military making all this money, making all these benefits, man. Two black police officers, two black firefighters, two black. Oh man, you know, do you know that so many of us give up a lot of goddamn benefits to other people just for not even cohabitating? Go ahead, Roger. I think you were saying something in the middle.
Yeah, I got knocked off. Somebody called my phone. I got knocked off. But I was saying that I'm at the job location. They got to get something to a person home who literally live on the same block as me. I kid you not, or maybe like the next block over. But you know what I'm saying? It wasn't no big deal. And like I said, I wasn't working. I just came there because we had the emergency mandatory meeting. I'm on vacation, so I ain't think about no job at the time. So he said, well, since you he's like, man, what you about to leave now? I was like, well, I got to go to the house. I'm gonna pick up some stuff. I'm about to do X, Y, and Z, so I can go out and do such and such. He's like, well, man, since you're going home, why don't you just take this and drop this off? I say, bruh, drops off something for the job. He like, yeah, man, you going right there. I said, bro, that my father's side and my mama's side did slavery. We done did all the free labor we gonna do. That's over with for us. You know?
You know, in the words of shout out to C Boogie, a fellow Baltimorean, the audacity of these niggas, the nerve of these niggas. Like, oh no, oh no.
Yeah, I can't even frame my mindset around doing free labor at this point. You know, free labor is for friends and family. That's how I view that. But
You want
outside of
this?
that, no dice.
You, you want to motivate? You want to motivate over 40 million black people? Tell them we're gonna pay you in comp time. Oh hell no! Oh my goodness! Oh my
Yeah,
goodness!
but I think that you know what I'm saying, that military idea is just, it's just an excellent idea, because my main goal for kids nowadays, when kids ask me about what to do for college, my thing is I'm always trying to tell them, figure out a way to get somebody else to pay for it for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you got to pay for it yourself, you may want to take a different option.
Yeah.
You know, go to a trade school, or but do something where you don't end up with the debt that folks carry. You know, which is one
Mm-hmm.
of the reasons. Which that's one of the things I say, that what I'm saying, that I try to teach women, that that's why guys don't mess with you sometimes. Sometimes it's just you got college debt.
Yeah, you got a
You
lot
know,
of debt.
so
Look,
I
I'm gonna get
definitely.
married. I'm gonna get married. Not $120,000 of debt you won't.
Yeah, nah, yeah, and I don't see, and a lot of them, for whatever reason, well, at least when it comes to the women, they just don't pay the debt off for whatever reason. I don't know what that's about, but I've definitely talked to some women who well, the one that really sticks out in my head, it was a woman.
Still there? Come on, come on. You be talking some real shit. Come on.
Can you get me? You got
Oh,
me?
we got you
Can you
back.
hear
We
me?
resurrected.
Okay.
We resurrected.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, no, I was talking to a young lady one time. You know what I'm saying? Met her, talked to her. You know, it was a conversation before we go on the date. You know, and I asked a lot of serious questions because I don't want to play with my time like that. And as she was talking to me, she was explaining that she had went to college, but she lives at home with her parents now. She's college is over and done with. She had 2 degrees. She said, I forget what they were in, but it was 2 degrees. Her parents basically did everything for her. The only bill she had was some car note. Okay, so and the way her parents were, they did stuff for their kids until their kids had kids, and then they would just do stuff for their grandkids. That's just the way her parents happened to operate.
Mm-hmm.
So, everything sounding cool. I'm thinking, okay, cool. She's still living at home. That ain't no big deal to me. But she ain't got no bills really going on. She just got a little car note. Everything sounds smooth and beautiful. And she got 2 degrees. You know what I'm saying? So this should sound great. Then she tells me she got like 140,000 worth of college debt. And I'm like, what? How much? Like, it was like 140. And I'm like, what? I'm trying to figure out why you ain't paid this off. You know what I'm saying? But once she told me, like, that was our last conversation. And not that I got upset with her, but I was just like, look, this is not a direction I'm trying to go in.
Mm-mm.
And she's trying to figure out why. And I'm like, look, you just told me you've been living with your parents for a few years now. And you got 2 degrees. You know what I'm saying? You got like $140,000 worth of debt. What, I'm supposed to marry you so I can pay that for you? Are you nuts? Like, that's crazy. You know? And
Reminds
she
me of
was
that.
saying this stuff about. Oh,
Reminds
go
me of
ahead,
that
go ahead.
Barry. Reminds me of that Barry White song. She got debt and degrees, yeah. Debt and degrees. Go ahead.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I'm not against a woman going to college if she's going to do it to benefit the family. It's just that a lot of our women, they don't do it to benefit the family. They just do it to benefit themselves. And then, as I found out, a lot of them don't seem to take paying off the debt very seriously. So I've X'd out a lot of women just because of college debt. I'm not stepping in that territory. You know, I don't really even care what the reason is. But if you got a lot of college debt because you haven't taken it seriously, then yeah, I don't want no parts of that. I don't care how great you look, what your personality is, or any of that. You know what I'm
I
saying?
broke
So
I broke it up with girls, right? And this tells you how lowbrow thinking a lot of women are. Not every, but too many. A lot of women do not see the value in things, they always see the price of it. Or as I like to say it, There's too many women out there who will just look at the price on something instead of the value within it. I was dating a girl. She was like $120,000 in debt to college. If she would have got married, she'd have been eligible to wipe all that debt away. Think about that. All that debt would have been wiped away because of my veteran benefits, and still would have had money for both our children.
Sound like she should have married you. That's what it sounds like.
But she had that what? Debt and degrees, yeah. Ooh, 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 debt and degrees, yeah. You're putting them bills next to me.
See, my issue is I don't have you know what I'm saying? I didn't go to the military, so I don't have no outside program to pay off your college debt. I know if I marry you, I'm going to pay that debt off. And even women would try to say, well, realistically, you're not going to necessarily have to pay that off because, you know, we're going to be married and, you know, we do everything as a team. And I say, well, realistically, if you ain't paid it in all this time, me marrying you is not going to motivate you to pay it. You got less of a reason to pay it at this point. So ain't no point in me touching that.
Especially if you didn't pay it off living with your parents. Hell no. See,
Yeah.
that's another thing I tell them where it's not fair for men and women. See, y'all can live with your parents till you're damn near 40 or 50. Hell, some of y'all can live till you bury them. See, men can't do that. We're expected to go out there and journey and, you know, settle the land and build a house. We're supposed to have one good Bowie knife and be able to build a goddamn cabin out of it.
You got to make your own knife.
Yeah, you got to make your own knife. You got to go get the flint. Like, god damn. I mean, shit. Can you at least give me some tempered steel? Damn. I mean, and that's the point where I look at it. I said the expectations, especially when it comes to a lot of this fake and suggestive outrage, it leads us to a path that we need not to follow. Like I said before, from Dr. T, he stated so eloquently, it's a damn shame that only 10% of your 8th grade boys read on level.
That is hugely ridiculous. And honestly, since I don't have kids, I would have never guessed something like that was true. If somebody would have put a gun in my head, made me make a guess, I'd have never thought it was something like that. That's just ridiculous.
At some point, that should have been a war crime. That should have been a crime against humanity. But because we as black folks don't respect the game, don't respect the hustle, we really don't want to invest in our children. See, you look at the Asian and Jewish community, they're invested so much and so heavily that they're expected to be great. You're going to own some type of business. You're going to be a lawyer, doctor. You're going to be a mechanic. You're going to own something. The only time your ass don't work is on the Sabbath, nigga. That's how they look at you. That's the only time they look at you. You're expected to pay back to your society. See, we like to call ourselves the black community, but you can only be a community if you own the community. How many black people even own a liquor store, for God's sakes? If it ain't a barbershop, maybe a clothing store, what do you own?
Well, as a group, we don't own enough of anything. Part of the reason I'm still working as hard as I am now is because when I started looking at different stuff about the black community, our lack of ownership was you want to say it was just so clear when I started looking at stuff. I said, okay, that's one of the main reasons we at the bottom. We don't own anything, you know.
I would say,
and even when
go ahead. So I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't know you were finished.
No, I was gonna say even when it comes to barbershops and things like that, we don't even own enough of them, you know, because we're not even really a real dent to our society as far as ownership goes. We're just not.
Yeah, we should at least own the building. I'm like, on some real shit. You telling me that I would have a lot of respect for a lot of black women out there who buy the weave and all the hair. If y'all actually could buy the shit wholesale and sell it to other black women, I know a few women who do it, and I have respect for them for cornering the market. Don't let the Asians beat you at it. But overall, if you're gonna wear it, at least sell it. At least get some money off of it. Same thing I say about brothers when it comes to Nike. If you're gonna wear it, you better get some stocks in it. Like shit, I went to take my ex-girlfriend and her best friend to the airport, and they went on Spirit. I said, "Thank you for supporting my stock portfolio." Like you gotta start being invested. Like we're gonna believe it or not, I'm not the smartest motherfucker, but I'm gonna teach some of y'all motherfuckers about stocks. Buy low, sell high. And by the way, if you want some free advice, airlines, marijuana, anything that is COVID testing or COVID, any type of COVID testing or the vaccine, you're welcome. Can I get 3 people to donate, please? Damn, giving y'all that good knowledge. And also movie theaters. You'll thank me later, especially next year. Now, can we get 3 people to donate and make sure the likes are up? Yeah, Roger. You have a lot of people who don't even understand the resources that we let go in the Black community just by not even coexisting. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Well, I got some. I was gonna say I don't know a whole lot about investments. I'm trying to learn more about it now. So I have some cousins that have started up a funeral home. So that's why I'm kind of putting some money into right now because they have track record. The people that's running the show, they have experience in different jobs, management levels, and things like that. So it's not like a bunch of yahoos doing it. And one went to school to learn how to be a mortician and things to get whatever degree you got to get to be that. So I get something that's real serious. So that's what I'm putting money into now.
Mortuary sciences, baby. I tell you, you'll use that job till you need one. That's for damn sure. You'll have a job till the day you need one.
Yeah.
And a lot of times I tell sisters this. See, my homeboy, he thinks, "Oh, you don't like Black women getting degrees." I'm happy for Black women to get degrees. The only thing I would say, oh yeah, better get some Bitcoin. I got money in Bitcoin as well. Put a little bit at a time, 25, 10, $5, $50, whatever you can afford. Put a little bit in crypto because that shit is shooting up. I mean, like what I was saying, I'm happy for Black women getting degrees. Excuse me. But just don't get degrees in useless fucking subjects like communications. Something that is going to be obsolete in about 5 years. By the time you pay it off, it's obsolete or you can't get a job in it. MLR said, the key to success is acquiring a skill that is marketable for use in support of yourself. Facts. Ooh, James Kale, what's up?
Oh man, I'm good, man. Salute to you. Thank you for going live, man. Thank you so much, man. Salute to the chat. Salute to the gentleman that's on the platform, man.
Oh yeah, almost didn't because I was healing up. Your boy was in bad shape last night. I was like, I might as well do one
sorry to hear that.
Yeah, just before my surgery too. So I'm trying to I'm pumping myself up. It was so bad. My mother's like, mother came to check on me. She's like, "You're never sick. Oh, you must be sick." So it's
yeah,
good
mother census always goes off. You know what I'm talking about? But get yourself some lemongrass, get yourself some alkaline water, man, and get some cherries in your life, man. All you gotta really do is clean out the mucus that's in you, especially when you watch a Dr. Sebi video or something. You know what I'm saying? And
I've been eating nothing but bananas and grapes all day. I probably lost 5 pounds, man.
Yeah. Cause when you go to that bath, you already know you go to flame it up.
Oh yeah, it's like every time I go to the bathroom, it's like tear the club up.
Tear the club up. What he said, don't come back in here 45,
35 minutes. And even it was so bad, my father and son called me. They like, you all right? Like, hey, Dad, you all right? All right. All right. I'm going to tell my mother to drop me off tomorrow in the afternoon to take care of you. So
That's what's
I'm
up, man.
I'm
That's
used I'm so
beautiful, man.
I'm so used to taking care of everybody else. So everybody
Right,
everybody circles the wagons when I'm sick. They be like,
right.
so
Is it hard for you
All right.
to accept that love since you always took care of everybody, like since like your whole life you damn near took everybody in the whole world? Shit.
well, it's appreciative because people still fucks with you, and
Right.
even Superman needs help. Goddamn, I mean, hey, he might be mighty,
Yo,
but he still need a Justice League.
that's a fact. I looked up He-Man today, man, on the on Rolling Stones, and any information that they put out that's negative, it's like they got to retract them statements. So I looked up He-Man, man, and they actually has a black action figure.
Yeah, they have a
You know what
black
I'm
version of it.
A black version. Like I never knew this because y'all
If you
talking about these things. Then this
That's news to
quarantine,
me right
man.
now.
Yeah,
they have
man.
a black version. If you look at He-Man, like the shit I'm showing you right now, what do you notice that's drastically different besides his clothes? I want you to pay really attention to the character. What do you see that becomes different?
His skin,
You talking about his hair?
Yeah, his skin. His
his
skin
skin,
becomes what?
Yeah.
brown, melanin.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it does darken. Yeah, it darkens once he transforms.
What he says by the power of Grayskull, little African
Right.
spirituality for you folks. He's invoking
What?
the powers. He's invoking the powers of his ancestor from 1,000 years ago, King Grayskull.
Ain't that something?
Yep.
Yeah, man. I brought that up because I just want to tell you because you know me a minute, man. You know me a minute,
Yeah.
man. So I just want to share my evolution with you, man. And then you was talking about the vibrations, hip hop. You was talking about sound connections. Like you hit so many different topics when you open up your panel. And when you start talking, it's like you elaborate on so many epic things of our history and how sound travels and how different genres of music connect the whole wide world without these little small towns that knows everybody but never seen a black person in their life.
Hmm.
And that was renowned, man. Like people need to like when you open your mouth, people need to grab a paper and a pen, man.
Appreciate
Cause
it.
you a teacher, like I told Angry Man last night. I'm like, teach me, man. You are a teacher, man. Because he was like, do y'all want me to continue to talk? I'm like, hell yeah, I want you to talk. Cause I go to Barnes and Nobles and get all these books, and
uh,
I put it on my platform too. I'm like, yo, I'm in Barnes and Nobles looking up books. You may say something or catch me. BGS, Art Ickmore, he may say something that catch my attention, and I'm going to Barnes and Nobles ASAP.
I've always believed in this concept. Each one teach one. I learned from a lot of you guys, and hopefully y'all learn from me. I've
Always.
always said information cannot be destroyed; it can only be
Mhm.
transmuted, just like energy. And when you realize the greatness of Black people through music alone, because you got to remember, people didn't communicate through words; they communicated their history through song. Then they
Right.
brought it down to story. Because guess what? The rhythmic, the rhythmic thing is your soul. Like Ray Robinson even said, he says your heart's on a rhythm, your brain's on a rhythm.
Right.
Once the rhythm stops, you're dead, and that's how his
Yep.
his method of boxing was
Oh,
that
okay, okay.
he was always boxing on a rhythm. If you ever watch old films of Ray Robinson, it sounds like he's listening to a song.
Oh, wow.
It sounds like it looks like he's dancing. There's a scene when he's
Right,
running
right.
and
Like he dancing backwards.
he's like dancing backwards, but you're wondering why he's so rhythmic. I mean, that's why he was before his time. That's why Ali copied his style.
Oh, okay, okay.
Let me see, Charles. You might want to rub your chest and your neck down with some Vicks vapor rub to speed up the removal of the mucus.
Yeah,
Facts.
I didn't
Better
told the
yet,
general.
I'm gonna find some beautiful lady to do it for me. But go ahead.
Man, yeah, I had to tell the general. I had to tell him. I'm like, yo, you could talk to Charles, man. He's in Baltimore, and like he's been there for how many years on the forest and know everything because he was talking about that nice spots, but only like little porch or whatever. And I'm like, yo, he showed a whole neighborhood with a mansions and nice grass and 3-car garage and
Yeah,
duck
like
ponds. You know what I'm saying?
even my boy Josh and my girl Danny, who worked in the Northern District, tell me. I mean, the Northern District itself has $1 million homes. I mean,
Wow.
you have the Guilford community, and you also have part of the community over there by the Pimlico off of Northern Parkway, which are
Right,
heavily priced homes. See, even though we have such beautiful architecture,
right.
we also kind of almost invented redlining because you have
Mm,
because a house can say the same architect because it's a block or 2 blocks away. The way they drew those lines up, one house could be worth $79,000. The other house is valued at $330,000. Same architecture, same amount of rooms.
wow. That's deep right there, man.
Yeah, because you look at it. A lot of times we go and we have to ask the reason why is this occurring. Remember this: the greatest wealth builder is inheritance. If you don't have anything to give your children, you doom them to poverty. Should I say that for the niggas in the back? If you don't have anything to give your children, a wealth building tools, you doom them to poverty. Think about it.
That's
I look
that's a fact.
I look at so many of these NBA and NFL stars. If
Right.
they didn't make it, what was mom gonna do?
Nothing. Collect the check, check in the mailbox.
Think about it. You, you doom your children to poverty,
Mm-hmm.
and you put your sons in his mind frame. I gotta buy mom a car. Gotta buy mom a house. That's
Right.
unneeded stress. That's undue stress to put on a child. I don't want
Right.
my son to buy me shit. I want when he buries my ass, this is all yours. Your kingdom is right here. That's what
And
I
you're
want to do.
and that's real because I be watching the sports and I remember y'all mentioned like look at the white when they have commentary or when they win the Super Bowl, all they say is I'm taking my dad to Disney World, you know what I'm saying? Or I'm taking the family
Exactly.
to Disney World. They not talking about buying them a car or buying them a house because they already acquired these things throughout the
Yeah.
years. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So that was very touching in the beginning stages of the Coliseum, man, when it was great, man. That was better than Harvard. That was like
Whew.
ancestry talk right there. That was big
Man,
boy talk.
I tell you,
And if you
I,
didn't know no information, man, yo, you can
you,
don't go over there, man.
don't, if you couldn't hold your own and you weren't knowledgeable, I didn't say
Yeah.
information. Knowledgeable, meaning that you could put the information you get in real
Mm-hmm.
time, you
Mm-hmm.
will get embarrassed very easily.
Yes,
And
very fast.
anybody, not just BGS, but anybody on the panel, Cerulean, Angry Man, even
Yup.
Obsidian. I remember when Cynthia G came over there and she tried to talk her shit, and I said, "Hey, what's the opposite of a beta male comb?" She never came back.
Yo, these terms need to be in the freaking Webster dictionary. Yeah, like y'all need to make your own dictionary. Bump all of that other stuff. Y'all need to create like these terms and terminologies and things of that nature. It's like I use this in my everyday life. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like
I'll even break this
y'all
down for you.
made a whole nother language. I just want to give y'all kudos. I want to give all of y'all props. It's like y'all created your own dialect, your own terms. Like y'all changed the mass scale of this sector, and now there's news channels that's actually losing y'all talking points. You
Yeah,
know
I
what I'm saying?
appreciate it.
Even though they may be in the clouds. No, man, man. I've been chilling with y'all since 2015. So if I
Yeah,
ain't grow by then, man, it's a problem.
yeah. I'll tell you one thing, and I noticed this from news channels. They were listening to a lot of the Black Manosphere's talking points. Is when they start using words like gynocracy, beta male,
Mm,
and they were like,
mm,
and you got to realize this. See, a lot of people use the word beta in the wrong context. See, beta is one who follows. For
right,
example, if you would have came out the academy and they put you with me to ride with me, you would be beta to me. I'm your alpha because I'm teaching you the ropes.
right,
You're following me. But if I go to your specialty, I become beta. See,
facts.
You allow, see what we allow women to differentiate terms that does not even concern them.
Mm-hmm.
See, alpha, beta. Guess what? How many commanders are there in a company? One.
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 Yep. One.
Regardless of what you think of that person, he's still your commander, and he's still given due respect. And
Absolutely.
and see, when you have, like I've always quoted this, I said a lot of women in the black community will benefit greatly if they learn how to play a great second in command. If you're a great executive officer, you
Mm-hmm.
will benefit tenfold.
Right.
So when you have a lot of these women want to be in command, see, the fear of a lot of black women, they don't want to take a back seat to their man.
Facts. But they'll go to a company, they'll work at Walmart or they'll work in a bank or whatever place, but they still taking the command from that person though. But then they come back
But
home and want to take back that control in their household, which is not theirs, which that a man provide the household and the car and all the appliance that she having at home.
what they're the white men of black people. At least in their
Mm,
own mind. In their own mind, they feel like they're supposed to be in charge. No one should be telling them what to do unless they're white. That's just
right.
how most of them see it. And guys need to. I think it was far too many men who accept their term. My personal belief at this point, seeing what I have seen, when definitions change over time, it's because men start accepting the definitions women give. They'll take a
Mm,
word, give it a new meaning, and then men will start to accept it, and then you got confusion going on. And that's why I like to point out like when I was a child, violence meant violence. It means physical harm to someone. That's what it meant. Now everybody trying to make it mean all types of stuff. They trying to make it mean something emotional, something just the way you viewed something. Well, you looked at me violently. Look could
right.
never be violent. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't accept women's standards. They don't. You know what I'm saying? If you can't come up with a standard that you stick to, you don't need to be in charge. Period.
Fact.
So if the
Fact.
so if the mass of women can't stick to a definition of a term, you don't need to even be in control of anything. Now, is that me saying women can't control nothing? Absolutely not. What I'm saying is your words have to mean something. Period. If your words mean nothing to you, they definitely can't mean anything to me.
Right.
It's
And
it's
then
a
by
spe-
her words, she oh,
Go ahead,
excuse
go
me.
ahead, go ahead.
Nah, man, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'll wait.
No, I want you to finish. I want you to finish.
Oh, yeah, man. I was talking about like this about the words and like you have to put your words into action. You know what I'm saying? And you have to stand on solid ground as you displaying on these words. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm so thankful for these spaces, and especially where I just want to say shout out, you know, to the Grinch, man, because he did put out a good book, man, and all of this stuff is in Congress right now. That these women's was in our homes and there are not our women's, man, and it's in Congress and libraries and stuff of that nature, man, and they was messing with us and actually messing with the other side and giving them information. So we was telling them what we gonna do, our plans of escape, and they was actually going to the counterpart and telling them like, yo, man, they about to leave at such and such time and they about to go do this, man. So that's why they always had their dogs and they always knew how to track them and do whatever else to them, man. And like that's renowned too. Like I never looked at it like that. You know what I'm saying? Until I got into this space. Like my whole view on life changed, man. Even my mother know I voted for Trump, and I stand on that. And when she trying to degrade me or shame me or you know what I mean, using shameful language towards me, I stand up for myself to this day and tell her like, yo,
See,
you're
see,
not
I don't
you're not gonna do that.
see. I don't give a damn who people vote for. At least vote for that person with your own convictions.
Like,
And see, too many men are afraid to vote with their own personal interests. You're gonna tell me Trump's racist, but you're voting for the guy who fought against busing black kids to schools that were formerly segregated. You were mentored by Dixiecrats who still represented segregation.
right.
You championed the '94 crime bill. Hell, you wrote the motherfucker.
Wow, where for
I said,
real.
I said, you're going by Trump, and I don't. No president's ever going to be perfect. You just work with what the fuck you can. That's the mentality you should have.
Exactly.
I mean, at least Trump did something Obama didn't do. He pardoned more black men than he did. Obama wouldn't even look at you.
Uh, that's a fact. That's a
But
fact because
but
Trump even pardoned Jack Johnson. Like I never knew that. Like and then he did the reform bill, let prisoners go and all of that stuff. So they look past that and they still be like, oh, but he's toxic though. You know what I'm saying? This world was built on toxic masculinity. You know what I'm saying?
But my thing is, that's a term we should not be using. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. Something can be toxic no matter what form it takes. You know what I'm saying? Masculinity is masculinity. It's as simple as that. And that's why the women, that's part of the reason why women are able to get the low victories they do get. And my thing is when it comes to Trump and Biden, the two big stories when it comes to Trump and Biden, Trump wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
let some black people in his homes. That's really what it was. They get on him for when he wouldn't let well, allegedly he wouldn't let all these different black people move into properties that he owned. Now, Biden, his major thing is he had a home for a lot of black people, especially black men. They're called prisons. So when you make an argument to me about them being racist, okay, you telling me one guy won't let people in a house and another guy got a house for all the black men that want to go there. You know what I'm saying? Except it's a prison and you can't leave. Where does racism really fall in that situation? The most racist person is the person trying to lock you up in a prison, not the person who won't let you move into a building he owns. So even when it comes to the racism argument, it's a very stupid argument because that's what those two dudes are known for. So if you can see Trump is racist, there's nowhere in the world you can't see Biden is racist too. It,
But
it literally makes no sense.
it goes back to the story, the subjective. Excuse me, the suggestive outrage. Whereas though, if I'm going to work with a devil, I'd rather work with a devil I do know. And if I could get more out of one than the other, like, think about it. It took me a while to be like, wait a minute, y'all complain about all the black men are locked up. Why are you voting for Biden and Kamala? I said, oh, because the 94 crime bill did not directly affect you like it did black men.
Facts.
They support it. It ain't even just that they support it. They support. I said this the other night, and I'm gonna deal with this on my show in the next few days. But ever since I was in school, when anytime a black woman told me, or even a girl, because it started happening when I was even in high school, if they said that they were going to school to be a lawyer, I always asked, well, what type of law are you going into? They would always say criminal justice, and I would say, well, are you trying to be a prosecutor or a defender? 100% of the time, they said a prosecutor. What men have to
Mm,
understand is black women support the '94 crime bill. That's what they want. They want niggas locked up. Yeah, we act like it's just the white folks. They want niggas locked up too. That's why so
true
many of them go
indeed.
into prosecution when they do go into being a lawyer or want to be a judge. They don't want to. You don't see black women talking about defending anybody. They want
Yep.
to lock niggas up just like everybody else do. So why would
Yep.
they vote against their interest? Their interest is the crime bill.
That's a fact, man. And Dr. Claude Anderson talked about that too, man. Like, yo, you have to, we have to untrain ourselves. We have to erase our brain to everything that we was taught in our life. Like, you have to detach yourself from that information that you was taught. And and it's so hard and so confusing where guys just can't humble themselves or whatever you have to do and look yourself in the mirror and do self evaluation on yourself. Like, are you making a transition in life? How are you bettering yourself in life? You know what I'm saying? Work on your self well being. You know, stop chasing these women's man and read something and ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask the question, bro. If you don't know something, man.
But
Exactly.
I don't even I don't mind the men chasing the women, but my thing is it's only about 15 to 20% of them that are actually good people, anywhere between good and great. But just realize that the majority of black women just aren't good people. And if we leave those people alone, we'll be in
Mm-hmm.
much better shape as me.
Facts.
I've always said men need to find their purpose and go on their journey. Once you go on your journey, like I told people, when I was looking when I was looking for myself, when I was looking for God, they gave me religion. When I found out I was God, they gave me spirituality.
Mm.
Do I need to say that again for the niggas in the back?
Yeah, yeah.
When I was looking for God, they gave me religion. When I found out I was one with God and a God, guess what? They gave me spirituality. They gave me peace. So here's my shit. You you cannot look at women and say that women are the main enemy without looking at the enemy within oneself. And what I mean by that is, are you still going on your journey? Are you still going on your course? Or are you allowing everybody and anybody to make hiccups for you? At some point, like I told a friend of mine early this morning, there are some L's black women got to hold by themselves, just like there's some L's that black men have to hold by themselves. Yes, the culture is taught by women. So y'all got to hold that L. The lack of building, yeah, we got to hold the L. But at the same time, don't ever talk about black men ain't doing this, black men ain't taking care of home. Guess what? Who you having babies by? Are you having babies by the best and brightest? Or you having babies by niggas who make your pussy tingle? Do you think these
Well,
guys are good fathers? So I'm just questioning that. Go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say because the thing is, their pussy tingle because they're in a compromised position. Women like compromised men. It's not about what they look like. You know what I'm saying? Yes, everybody can see a person as attractive, but when you start looking at who they get with, that goes beyond attract because you have to actually go through a process to be with a person. And if you look at who they have sex with and who they have their babies by, now my thing is they having sex with just about everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's men on all sides of the fences that's having sex with black women. Now, when you look at who are they having children by, the majority of them are having children by men that aren't very productive at all, if productive at all. So my thing is they're not concerned with what black men build. That's zero concern to them. And we just got to accept that's just a reality. That's zero concern. Now, should black men build regardless of black women? The answer is yes. But you need to understand you're building regardless of them. You're never going to build anything for them because they don't want the people that are building because they want
Right.
people that they can control. So when they go after these other guys, it ain't cause they make their pussy tingle. It ain't cause he tall. It ain't cause he muscular. All that is a benefit no matter what kind of man you are. The reason they're going after the guy is because he's in a compromised position toward them in the first place. If you remove that part, you have nobody. When you look at sisters in the black community, if you remove them dealing with a compromised man, you hardly have anybody with anybody.
I'll say this
Most
much.
women want to do. Oh, go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
brother.
Finish your statement. I didn't think you would.
No, I was gonna say that if you look at men being compromised, whether they're pursuing dudes with bad criminal history, but especially felonies, they pursue men who make less money than them, and it seems to be a 15,000 a year seems to be a good number to look at because even if she makes 100,000 and he make 85, she just wants to be in that superior position because he sees that as control. There'll be something about the dude where she feels that he's in a compromised position to her. He can be the greatest man on earth, but he can already be married and have a wife, which makes him compromised to her. You see what I'm saying? It's always some level of, well, not always, but it's just about where the vast majority of the time the woman is pursuing a man that's in a compromised position to her.
Mm-hmm. I'll say this. A friend of mine at work once said this. He says there's a reason why a lot of these women don't get the higher tier guys because they would have to submit to that guy automatically. Why do you think so many women were butthurt about Marcus Houston marrying a 19? She's young. She's a girl. That's molestation. But nobody wants to talk about how these chicks had grown ass men as boyfriends when they were in the 10th grade. But I digress. But at least he made an honest woman out of her. So here's my shit, right? You want her to go get some life experiences, which means we're riding the cock carousel. And then her value would be damaged. because now you want to bring somebody down to your level. So if you're gonna go fuck somebody or do something, at least get married. At least try to make a stable family, but you don't want to because you're incentivized by the government to protect you from your own stupidity and fuckery. And I'm not talking about the women who actually wanted to get married or pursued them, or the guy married you when he just left. That's an asshole. But many a times we start to do the research, we know that ain't the shit. So we many a times look at this. I've said to my homegirl earlier today, like, look, I can't feel sorry for any woman in 2020 having a baby. There's no such thing as a baby you had no control over when the courts and the decision making is all in your hands. Sorry. Well, he ran off. Did you think he was going to be a good father, or did you sleep with this guy because he made your pussy tingle, or as Roger Report said, did you think that he was a compromised man to trigger rule over? The plot thickens. What do you think, fellas?
No, I gotta agree with you. We just live in a world where sex no longer equals babies. It can, but it's a choice at this point. And the woman has 100% of the choice. She picked the dick she jumped on. She picked the dick enough times because let's be real, having sex with a person one time, even if you shoot the club up, does not guarantee you're gonna have a baby. A lot of times you're not gonna have a baby, even if you do it one time. It can happen in one time, but more than likely it's not gonna happen in one time. So these women were with the man enough times for him to get her pregnant. Then she decided to keep the baby regardless of what was going on. I have zero sympathy for a woman who's telling me about some man that she had a baby with. And number one, if the story don't start off with this was my husband, I ain't got no sympathy for you. Point blank, period. And then when it comes to if it was your husband or not, then it's gonna be what kind of person is he? And if you start telling me outlandish stuff, which women try to say all the time, they try to say these outlandish things that don't make sense. Well, he was on drugs or he was an alcoholic or he was abused. Well, if you pick that type of person to be your husband, that's on you at the end of the day. You still don't get any sympathy from me.
That's a
Because,
fact.
yeah, my thing is abortion. Well, my stance is abortion is not a men's issue. It's a woman's issue. And I know they use it as birth control regardless of how men feel about it. So I ain't got no sympathy for them.
You got some chicks who go to the abortion clinic so much they got the four punch out stamps. The fifth one is proof.
Yo, that's a fact, yo. I just wanted to say too. I just wanted to build on Paul know what y'all was talking about, and then I'm gonna use a collective of guys who I highly respect. You know what I'm saying? Which is Shop Talk, and he said if a woman don't have a relationship with her father, a good one, don't mess with her. You know what I'm saying? That's to me is renowned. Like, what type of relationship do you have with your father? Do you respect your father? Do you see him as a figurehead? You know what I'm saying? Is he an alpha male? You know what I'm saying, within that home? You know what I mean? And that's that right there hit a trigger in my head so much. I was like, I never asked that question when I was coming up of age and vetted a woman in the right manner. You know what I'm saying? I never asked her that question, like, do you have a relationship with your father? And then my thing is with Angry Man too, when he said, who did you voted for? You know what I'm saying? Are you a Democrat or Republican when you're starting to build that relationship? You know what I'm saying? In the dating process too. And if she said some other stuff, Sleepy Joe, yo, run for the hills, man. Run for the hills, whatever you believe in, whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm at with myself. And it took me 3 years to get to this place where I am and ask these questions when I'm in the process of dating or vetting a woman. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm
Well,
gonna answer a question
shout
real
out
quick.
to shop.
I'm gonna answer a question real quick. When did when and why did condoms stop being an option? I'm gonna answer your shit real good. Even if you wear a condom, you're still up to 65 to 75% protection. Let's say you wear a condom breaks. Is that court system gonna have mercy on you? I did wear a condom. No. The only time babies come in this world if women will it. We need to stop that bullshit and be honest. Guess what? Even if she, guess what? She can be. Have you ever noticed one thing about it? You ever notice the biggest prostitutes or whores can not have babies? You ever notice that?
Right. I
Yes.
never looked at it like that.
We'll sleep with hundreds, if not thousands, of men and won't
Right.
get pregnant.
Right.
So being pregnant is a choice in 2020. I'm sorry, it is. When you have 33 different contraceptives, there's a reason why they didn't give men the pill. You know why? You wouldn't have a motherfucker walking here in 60 years. Okay?
Facts.
First and foremost, I said this in one of my earlier shows. Women are more susceptible to the environment. Nobody said men don't wear condoms. As a matter of fact, if you look at the statistics, black men wear more condoms than anybody else. It's just that guess what? If we're gonna go by potential, that condom has a less success rate than those contraceptives. Why haven't they gave men more contraceptives? Because they know you're still gonna be pulled on the hook.
Mm-hmm.
They want you
Yup.
to see people need to really get into this shit really quick.
Right.
The government incentivized women to have children. Why do you think they're quicker to go downtown for child support than get married?
Well,
Honestly.
I want to touch on this for a second because I'm finna pick up some young ladies, so I'm finna have to get out of here. But the thing is this: if a woman say put on a condom and you still have sex with her, is rape. So my thing is the condom thing is not even that big of a conversation because a woman can literally force a man to wear a condom. He can't have sex with her if she say put a condom on and he refuses to, or that qualifies as rape. So it's not even nothing to even. It's not even a big issue at this point. You know what I'm saying? So women can't even have behind the excuse of he didn't wear a condom. All you had to do was tell him to, and that's free to you. It costs you zero money to tell a man put on a condom. Zero.
Very much,
And
pretty much. And here's the criminal part, right? Let's say you did everything you did. You put on the greatest condom that could protect you from nuclear winter, and it breaks. Is that judge when you go to child support court gonna have mercy on your soul?
Hell nah.
I wore
absolutely not.
can I use the excuse? But I wore a condom.
I
Man.
put on two condoms, but it broke.
Man,
So
I went through the child support system, man. I had to get so many receipts. I'm lucky, at least my Haini mother told me to save every receipt, get your bank statements, you know what I mean? And she actually lied on me and I had to get like the hair follicle samples, blood tests, you know what I'm saying? Like these are the things that a woman will actually say these things and use these shaming language in these these crazy cock cock mind in their head and some illusion and lie to this freaking judge, and the judge will believe every word because he see her and see each other as a woman, and like we have to unite and we have to stick together. So luckily I had all my receipts, had everything, and I won. I actually won my case. You know what I'm saying? And these are the things that guys need to teach their sons, man, and teach our sons about the law. Teach our sons about how if he move in that state and he do marry that woman and she cheats on him and have a baby by somebody else, since he signed that birth certificate, that husband is law to pay for that child, medical, you know what I'm saying, child support, dental plans, and everything else, man. So certain states got certain laws, man, regulations where even if you do get a prenup, that's not binded in certain courts, man, in certain states. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
answer this. It's my boy Ball. But I brought it up because you were all discussing having babies, and it seemed like the condoms aren't the option anymore on both parties. Black men wear condoms more than anybody else, but still, you got to remember the world isn't so forgiving when it comes to men. As Vito Corleone said, women can be careless, children can be careless, men can't.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
If she comes up pregnant, guess what? Here's the fucked up part, right? The real fucked
Mm-hmm.
up part. There's plenty of men out there who willing to say, you know what? Don't even pay me fucking child support. Don't even pay me any mind. Just give me my child. And the courts will actually help this woman do court fucking ordered extortion against a man, black, white, green, in between,
Mm-hmm.
for a man who just want to raise their child properly.
Yeah, the
Th-
courts will fight you
Mhm.
harder if you want to be in your child's life.
And then on top of that, we know
Exactly.
that a lot of men out there wear condoms. Hell, you
Right.
wonder why teenage pregnancy is down? It's because them niggas are wearing condoms, or
Right.
or
Or
they're
not
waiting
even
later to
dealing
have
with their
sex,
asses. Or like
or
not
or,
even dealing with them. Like,
or
yo,
they
nah,
waiting
I'm
later to
good.
have, or they waiting later to have sex with them. If you
Hmm.
really
Right.
find out something, when you actually study and you speak to the young teenage men, it's the girls who are more aggressive sexually now.
What are they?
Yeah, yeah,
I see it every
girls.
day.
And it's something that, like I told my homegirl, ball. It's something I told my homegirl. There's some L's that black men need to hold by themselves and nobody
Right.
else.
Yep.
There's some L's that black women hold that nobody else needs to hold but themselves. That's one of the things. You cannot tell me in 2020, unless
Mm-hmm.
that dude was married to you and he ran out because he would be a son of a bitch, worthless, gutless coward.
Right.
But if I told a lot of women, and some of my female friends have admitted to me, see, I don't just talk to men, I talk to women. Why do you think I always invite women on the panels? In other words, a lot of women don't want to admit that the only reason she slept with the guy is either two reasons. One, she was highly attracted to the guy. She
Mm-hmm.
didn't care what type of character, what type of fatherly love or skills he would bring. Two,
Right.
she's trying to get something out the guy. That some of these females are. Remember, the first thing a lot of these young women are taught: as soon as you get pregnant, take them downtown. Not
Take it
get married and
downtown.
establish a family like you did, but
Right.
take them downtown.
Because all of that's going to come later. All of that's going to come later if you a woman of substance. You know what I'm saying? Your eloquence, how you walk, how you
Not,
carry yourself. You know what I'm saying? If you know how to cook, clean,
what you know? What
because they
it'll
think
come
that a
early.
man want all of these things. We really want. It's not
Well,
that it's not that
well,
hard.
But I'll answer this one. How do you fix it? Is one, you reestablish male and female roles. You
Facts.
can't, you see, this is my shit. People may hate me for this shit, but I'm going to say it.
Mm,
Men and women are not created equal. There's some things women do better than us. There's some things
mm-hmm.
we do better than them. Men and women are complementary. When both men and women understand that we make each other better, we actually push forward the narrative of marriage and family and community instead of just saying, I'm just going to get my education and I'm going to have babies and fuck the guy, or I'm just going to knock this chick up and I'm going to just leave because, she doesn't need me. No, when you make both parties responsible equally, because guess what? We damn sure know in the courts, they're not responsible equally. I said it earlier. If the average man say I can't take care of these kids, they will throw your ass in jail for child support in the
Facts.
rears, even though we don't have a debtor's court in the United States of America. But if a woman
Mm,
goes up to that goddamn judge and say I can't take care of my kids, they will open up the floodgates. They will open up the floodgates of support and programs. Like right now,
Uh-huh.
I asked the question: do we have a House of Ruth in Baltimore? Yes. Where's the male equivalent to that shit?
None. There is none.
Think about it. We're not
yeah.
Domestic violence for men is laughed at. But
Yes, it is.
how many men in the news lately have been ran over by cars, shot because they won't argue with their girlfriends, doors ripped off the hinges, fucking windshields broken, threatened by her cousins or her brothers or her other boyfriend. But yet,
Tons, man.
where have the men who suffer under this type of tyranny? Where can they go?
Nowhere.
Where's the psychological help for them? Because here's
Um.
the crazy part:
Right.
most black men really want to be with black women. They want to have families. They just
Right.
figured out that it's so goddamn difficult for the average black man because they feel as though if I look at my woman as my peace and my refuge, why the fuck does it have to be so goddamn hard?
That's what I tell myself every day, right? See me, thank to the Lord, or thank to my spirituality, which is which is Charles, which is BGS, Angry Man, and even Cerulean. You know what I mean? I got 23 years of not dating a black woman, man, and I get checked out, man. I got A1. I'm like, my blood pressure is, I'm in the negatives. You know what I'm saying? And like I don't even look my age, my skin clear, man. And I worry about me. You know what I mean? I worry about me and my family and all, man.
Man,
And
happiness is a blessing, bro. Happiness
man,
really is a blessing, bro. I'm dead ass, bro.
it's
On
a
God,
it's a fresher
it
breath.
is.
It's a fresher breath air because this is what
Hey Herb, you got to come
I
back
grew
in
up
and
in
come
a
back in.
household.
Go back out and
My
come back in, Herb. But I'm gonna tell
right,
you this one: there are good black men out there, good black women out there.
right, of
I just
course.
believe that a man needs to go on his journey and seek them
Yeah,
out.
right. Yep.
You need to
That's
vet
what I'm
them.
doing right now.
Go out and seek them out and vet them. See,
Right.
I mean, ball, if you able to come up, you can come up. There's the link in the channel. But it's not just some things you got to look at it. If you really wanted a family, guess what?
Hmm.
How many chicks could be like, look, because this happened back in the day. A lot of chicks used to say, you ain't getting none of this unless we get married.
Facts. I remember. Yep. You're right. You're right.
Think about it.
And you had to
See,
go through the father, and the father used to have to give you the blessing.
exactly.
That's
And
right.
then on top, but where's the father nowadays?
Right.
So you got to realize something. If women wanted to really adhere to these traditional values like they say they would, they would tell men, you ain't getting none of this pussy until we're married.
Right.
Until we say I do, you don't.
I
See,
think that'll stop a lot of violence too.
see,
Oh yeah.
women are the gatekeepers of sex. Men are the gatekeepers of
Right.
relationships. If we don't,
Mm.
And
if we
marriage. And marriage. Don't
and
forget that.
marriage, if we don't say I do or I want to be with you, they're single. See, right now, what you have is an abundance of whore culture, which
Facts.
which devalue and deappreciates a woman's, you know, her purpose in your life. Because if she giving up all this pussy for free with nothing
Hmm.
else, no support, no drive, no nothing, then why
Right.
would I want her to be a wife? See, you're not. In other words, it's like this: you're gonna give me a Mercedes Benz for $2,000, and then I'm looking at a Mercedes Benz across the street for $70,000. What is a what is a man gonna do if he just wants sex?
Take that $2,000 Mercedes Benz.
Yep. So it's not us who deappreciate and devalues the woman's purpose in our lives. On that point, it's the women. Like, look, if you really wanted that man to be the man, and then here's the hard part, right? The hard part is this. Oh shit, let me get her back up here. The hard part is this, right? There's a lot of women who come out here who want to live a whore's life but get marriage benefits. That does not work.
That does not work, especially when you're um. They did a. You remember when they was talking about Marcus Houston or whatever? They was bashing him, whatever. But when you go to their Facebook page and when you see the women that's bashing them, yo, it's crazy, bro. Like
Those are women who couldn't compete to get them. See, one
women
thing
got
about
hit the wall because when Sir Williams married the lady from Compton, we didn't get mad. Did we get in our fees and like, oh, he's a prince and I don't know why she's cute or she's pretty or whatever. I don't know why she married that white guy or whatever. I didn't hear no man complain, black man, whatever man.
look at Eve.
We did not complain. But soon as when Tyrese marry a different type of woman, here go the bashing. It's not
Uh
about
huh.
her. It's about him
Because
marrying
if it
her.
don't benefit they black ass, then it's a problem.
Yeah.
If it
What?
don't benefit the black
Facts.
female community, then they angry. They want to march,
They bashed the
all
heck
that
out of
dumb shit.
Tyrese, bro. That man was crying. He was already
Uh huh.
going through things in the child support system because he couldn't see his daughter at that time. You know what
Right.
I'm saying?
And
Through the
they
courts,
made fun
and
of
he
him
got
for it.
receipts. Right.
As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go even deeper. You ever heard of this person named Serena Williams?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Of course.
Yeah. See, Serena Williams was made a sex symbol by black men. She married the same type of guys who owns Reddit's. One of the guys who owns Reddit's. You know that
Right.
racist little website where
Mm-hmm.
all the white guys were calling her a gorilla and a monkey. It was
Right.
black men who made her feel beautiful and pretty. Okay?
Right.
Alexis Ohanian.
Huh?
Alexis Ohanian.
Oh yeah. So when you have all these black men, the first thing she does is marry a white guy. Hmm,
Mm-hmm.
interesting. But to answer the read your quote. So you would all like to see more women with morals. I agree. But if they don't have them, then are you guys doing the teach to bring them back to it? Okay, shows like this is a start, and then inviting women up to the panel to ask them and to talk, have a conversation with them as a start.
Fact.
Number one, you got to realize something. Not everybody's teachable. Some people, male, female, black, white, in between, can't be taught.
Yep.
And
Word.
and what happens is that the ones who want to be taught, this is the time for those men to set the bar.
That's yep.
You will not be married if you keep this action going. You will be a jump off.
Jump off
They're
with
gonna
broke
be more
pockets.
ringless. They're gonna be more ringless than Barkley.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Nobody's around.
I tell
I
women
like
that all the
the,
time. I said keep fucking around.
I
You'll be
like
more
Barkley
ringless
in
than
his
Barkley.
earlier years, man.
You'll,
Barkley was the truth,
you'll be
though,
sitting
man.
down. Look, you'll be sitting down talking about what could have been.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
man,
think about
old
it.
and crusty, and
What's going
nobody
Think
on,
want to
about
family?
it.
What's
scratch
going
that
on?
itch.
You literally have shows out there on the internet and in international TV syndicate. Oh, somebody got the background. But you literally have shows, international and syndicate TV, of angry black women, angry single women, period,
Right.
who are upset because they couldn't get the man. I mean, look at Vivica Fox. She's still mad at 50, and that was like, what, 15 years ago?
How old she
Vivica
is? Like
mad because
50
she
plus?
wasted
She's
her
50
beauty.
plus, right?
She's
Vivica
50,
wasted her
at
beauty,
least.
man.
And it's funny because guess what? That was her zenith. That was her
hmm
pinnacle. She
hmm
never had a man like 50 before and after him.
Facts.
But guess what? Did she want to play the role of wife or superior?
Superior.
I actually think she wanted to be a player forever. She thought she
No,
could outplay 50.
she wanted to, and see
And that's
that's
why
what
she
happens
lost.
when you
That's
get
why she's
played.
not married.
That's what you get
hmm
played. You
Yep.
know,
Look at Lisa
women.
Ray too. Lisa Ray
Yeah.
married a prime minister worth $1 billion, own another country, and I think
Well,
she left him or whatever, and she never ever gonna find a guy like
she never
that
gonna recoup.
before or
No,
after.
no.
A
But you know the
billionaire,
thing with
a prime minister.
But the thing with Vivica is, I don't even think Vivica has kids. At least Lisa Ray has what, one child, right? Vivica is like,
Yeah, she do.
to
Yeah,
me,
she got a
Vivica
daughter, I believe.
is the case study of what I think a lot of millennials and Gen Z women are going to go through. Where, and I said this to Charles before, is our parents at least had children, right? So even for the single moms, they had someone to love and they had someone to love them. What I think is going to happen to a lot of millennial and Gen Z women is they're not even going to have children. So Charles is going to be arresting a whole lot of crazy women in about the next 10 years, right? Because
Try
they're
now.
gonna right.
But
Right.
do
There's
they
nothing
love
holding
their
them
child?
together.
You feel me? But do
I
they
think
really
so.
love their
I
child?
think
Cause
so.
you
I
gotta
just don't think they
understand
know how to
about.
show it.
I'll say most do, but a little
hmm
some in the negative
Right.
construct, but most actually legitimately love their children. I said some don't love their children in the right way, in the right
Right.
perspective,
Right.
but at the
Because you
same
got to
time,
look at the testosterone levels. You know what I'm saying? Because you have to go to the Green Gorilla channel, man, and listen to Dr. Tia Son Johnson, man, when they break down like the testosterone levels of bad dieting, and like you got kids out here right now, man, that got like man boobs, man, and big hips right now. Like this generation right now, these millennials, their hips are wide, man, and they got man boobs and bad dieting and only eating corner store foods, man, and microwavable mindset right now.
Why are you
Hot
talking about my
pockets.
life
Yeah.
right now?
Hey, let me follow
Nah,
that up with this. KRS-One about 30 years ago put out, I think it was his second album, and there's a song on it called "By Any Means Necessary."
Right.
And in that song, he says, "If all I do is play the game, then I am just mediocre, for it takes away my sense and ability to gain." What a lot of people don't understand is this: by the state giving women carte blanche control when it comes to children, they do two things. They get in the economic pockets of men because women, as a general rule, don't earn money. Now, that's not to say that they don't work. When I say they don't earn money, that means they don't invest. They're consumers, so they spend, so they feed the economy, which feeds the pockets of bankers and everybody else who looks to leech off of their money.
Mm.
Build. So when you do that, what you do is you give them the ability to keep men under thumb and to keep those resources in the economy. Because when those resources start to dry up, then you start to affect the upper echelon who's in control of the banking system and everything that comes down the pipe. Now, just imagine if there was no such thing as government supported or government mandated child support or Section 8 or any government programs. Do you think half of these women that are single mothers would actually be single mothers if there was no financial benefit? This is the diabolical part. And I always tell people
No.
that women think abortion is an attack, particularly Caucasian women, an attack on female reproductive rights. They don't give a damn about reproductive rights. What they want is that money into the system. Because as long as that money is in the system, they benefit because money goes up. It never goes down. This is why the middle class keeps getting smaller and the wealth that is funneled up keeps growing and growing and growing. People got to understand how this is played on multiple levels. It's like the chess game that they play on Star Trek, I think Next Generation. This is
Right.
keys to this stuff, man. Y'all got to pay attention.
Facts.
Well, I don't know because I think I said this to Charles and BGS. The average woman doesn't really know what's going on, and you could tell. And so Charles gets on me about this, and so does Edward and stuff. But so I do listen to Chrissy occasionally, Paris Milan occasionally, Selkish Ray occasionally, and what you see is that they're not talking about no numbers, nothing, bro. When I say no numbers, I'm talking about unemployment. They're not talking about it. Incarceration. They're not talking about the marriage rate. They're not talking about. So that's why you get these insane ideas about swirling. You get these insane ideas about leveling up because they don't know only 10% of Americans make over 100. They don't know that only what 26% of poor people are married, 39% of middle class. They don't know that half of Americans make 33 or less. They don't know none of that stuff. So what's ending up happening is I don't, for me at least, I don't have a problem with them having their own space, right? What ends up happening is that we have our space where in some of that somebody's saying some numbers, right? And that's across the board. Rolo Tomasi is bringing up numbers. Jason Black is bringing up numbers. Kevin Samuels is bringing up numbers. BGS is bringing up numbers. Green Gorilla. And this is across a large spectrum of male talk. We'll just call it male talk. That's for white and black, right? But when you go to these level up channels, and it's not just black channels, right? It's even in these white female spaces. None of them are saying anything about the landscape that's causing this. So that's why you get some of these sisters thinking they're gonna be able to swirl. Them white boys don't got it the way a lot of these sisters think they got it. They're waiting for their grandma or their dad to die so they can get that inheritance money, right? And they're living off of the little bit of money that they have more than us, but really off of mom and dad paying rent, right? Or paying the car note,
Yep.
or paying for child support for them or whatever it is. The sisters don't know that. And honestly, I don't think they care. And that's why I think, like I said earlier, it's going to be really hard for people like my best friend and for people like Charles, for psychologists and therapists and everybody that kind of interacts with people when they're at their worst, is because I think you're going to see men go crazy off of loneliness too. Don't get it twisted. But women, this shit is going to kill them. And especially, I said in the next 10 years, because a lot of the people and me and Charles' age are still in our 30s, right? Millennials, the oldest millennials are turning 40, 41 next year. So that's when the dream is dead. The dream dies at 42, 43, 44. They're still holding out hope right now, though. When they start turning 41, 42, 43, the hope is done. That's when you're going to see them really go insane. So for all of us millennials and for you Gen Z, y'all still got the oldest Gen Z, I think, are like 23, 24. Y'all still got a couple decades left. But as y'all women start to turn that 23, I mean, excuse me, 43, 44, 45, y'all will see it too. They're gonna go crazy. We're starting to see a little bit right now. Like Charles said, he sees it, but trust me, brother, give it another 5, 6 years, man. Single with no kids, they're gonna be insane.
Oh yeah, you gotta realize this. And oh yeah, by the way, Baltimore Z, yeah, that's my boy. We go back some years. He's like family, so he's gonna ask the real good questions. He's always gonna challenge what you say. Without, if you can't challenge it, he'll eat you alive. And I love that about him. Number one, when you look at relationships, a lot of us are not taught to be husbands or wives.
Mm-hmm.
You have to reestablish and discipline both the women and the men when it comes to sexual activity. But how many people are willing to do that?
I,
Because
you know,
in the black community, are we taught to be very promiscuous?
yes, it's encouraged. I know when I was younger, I was wrongly criticized for being somebody who didn't get around, and and the way I grew up was I saw a lot of things that my older brothers did that led to some issues, not necessarily good or bad, just having kids at a younger age in which they were ill prepared to rear those kids. So
Mm-hmm.
I never really bought into the hype, and even now I buy into the hype even less. Like I tell people, I said, look, I've been there, done that. I don't need to validate myself between the legs of a woman. And I tell my young mentees that I say, look where you are. I said, you're an hour drive from a world class city in Toronto. I said, you're an hour flight from a world class city in New York City, being that you're in Niagara Falls, New York. I said, you have options that you don't even understand. I said, but in order to be able to access those options, you have to get this here right. So that means going to school. That means doing well. I'm not saying you have to be a Rhodes Scholar. You don't have to get straight A's. I'm saying go to school and be successful. Maintain at least a B average. And when you get out of high school, whether you go to college, whether you hop into the workforce, you go get a blue collar job or whatever the case is, you're set. If you don't have any kids, you are on the fast track to being into the middle class. And once you get there, you can go wherever you want to in this world. Wherever you want to. Get your passport, make sure your finances are set, don't have any kids, and stay out of the criminal justice system. If you do those three things, as a black man, you can do just about anything you want to in this world without anybody's permission. That's what we don't teach. That's what I'm not going to say we don't teach. That's what our younger men don't learn because they're under the thumb of their mothers who can afford to be irresponsible because the system bails them out. So until we can get our hands on them at an early age, like the mentor program I'm planning on running, I'm starting at 6 years old getting them in. Because the sooner you can get to them, the sooner you can minimize that damage and the way that they're taught and reared. And it's like was the point that was made earlier about boys developing breasts. I see it all the time, and I'm just like, we never looked like that as kids because we got out and we ran, we played, we jumped, and our mothers actually cooked. These mothers nowadays, they think not cooking is a badge of honor. It symbolizes freedom. No, it symbolizes premature death for your kids because you give them all this stuff that is filled with stuff that is not good for them. And you won't know what the ill effects are until they get to be in their mid 30s, especially younger females when they can't lose weight. And all of a sudden, their
Mm.
mobility rates shoot up, cholesterol shoots up, heart disease increases, all of that stuff. And then on top of that, you putting synthetic stuff in your hair, the glue, and then your cancer rate start to skyrocket. You're going to see a precipitous drop in the Native American black female populace in about 10 to 15 years when all that stuff hits, and it's going to hit like a train.
Mm. Well, so I remember having this conversation with my close friend, and we were talking about black radio, right? And how in the '90s, before Clinton signed that, I think it was the Telecom Act, where or the FC, one of the bills that he signed that kind of killed. Um, Before that, you can only own 3 radio stations, and after
Mm,
he signed that bill, so you could have a monopoly on radio stations, right? So, we were talking about black radio and how on Sundays, you would just have this explosion of just black people talking to black people over the radio and talking about our issues. And I'm bringing that up to say what has happened is like it's a college of just a bunch of horrible things happening at the same time. And it's hurting primarily poor and working class people, which is what black people are. So you have
yes.
that we're not talking to each other anymore right? Yeah, we're using Twitter. Black people use Twitter more than any other group, but we're in our silos now. So now you get to filter out and be in the circle of people that you want to be in, which is a good and bad thing. The bad thing is that now you get to just hear what you want to hear over and over and over and over again. So you don't get to get challenged. So you have the media, you have what, five or six houses of media on the television side. Similar thing on the radio side, right? Then you have social media where you could just listen to your favorite people over and over again. Then you have the fact that you might be going to school and hearing the same thing from your same circle of people, especially if you're in college. College spaces in many respects are not really pushing back against none of this stuff. White liberals want this type of shit. They want black people to think like this. They want black women to sound like this. So this goes back to what someone said earlier, where it's like the system is kind of pushing this shit. Then you have your diet, right? Your diet is shit for the most part. There are brothers and sisters that are getting into like veganism and that's cool, but then you still got the pesticides in the food and all that other crap. And the Monsanto seeds and whatever. So what's happening is that it's just a bunch of horrible things kind of going on at the same time. And very few of us are having the conversations where it's like, well, why do you think this? Or what happened in your life to make you experience this or whatever, right? And so that's why we're getting sisters that are overweight, brothers with breasts, right? Because their diets are horrible. You can't talk to their mom because their mom's probably working 12-hour, 14-hour work days. She might be a single mom, right? Their dad is trying to put them in some sports, but maybe mom doesn't want them in some sports. So you have all of this shit kind of happening at the same time. And the brothers, those of us that don't have children, we're kind of looking at this on the outside saying, do I really want to have children? Do I really want to put that, allow a woman to have me by the balls like that, right? For at least, it's not 18 years. I don't know why people keep on saying 18 years. No, it's more like 22 years. For like 22 years of my life, do I really want to have a woman have me by the balls like that? And for a lot of brothers, it's no.
26.
You know, well,
26
actually,
when Obama signed that shit into order.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
the insurance thing. So the
Yeah.
age of, I had a conversation like that with a girl I used to date. Because you know, a lot of women are not paying attention to the numbers. We already established that. So I had to tell her the age of launch for children is not 18, 19 like it was in the 90s or the 80s or the 70s. Your kid might be living with you until they 26, 27, 28, and it might not all be their fault. It might not be because they were lazy bums not trying, right? Because the price of life is so expensive now. If you kicking your kid out and they're not going straight to university and then out into the work world, or they're not going to the military like Charles did, then be prepared. And even if they went to university and got a good degree, you still don't got to guarantee that they're not coming back to live with you for 3, 4, 5 years, right? Because the age a lot, this is neoliberalism, bro. This is capitalism. Your kid is coming back home. I'm just letting you know, right? So all of these things are happening at the same time, and most people aren't talking about it. That's why I love being on Charles's channel and BGS channel, because at least brothers are trying to flesh it out and see what's going on. We're doing some complaining, but we're really trying to find the answers, right? Compared to
Right.
some of these other places where they're just spewing out whatever they're spewing, and you know, nobody's coming to no answers except y'all niggas need to build, which is the corniest shit I ever heard in my life.
Well, that's when you hear that phrase, that's women's talk for y'all not doing enough for us to want to come with you. And even if we come with you, we still coming with what we want to do anyway. So they want to lead from behind. They want to be able to sit on you as a horse and tell you no, go this way because I want to go this way. I don't care what you have done. I want to do this. And this is why there's a fundamental breakdown in the Native American black family, not to mention westernized cultures, because women think they have achieved a measure of equality when they fail to realize that the only reason they have the equality is because the conditions have been set by men to the point where they can go out and earn. I've asked this question before to women. I say, what would you do, or what would the world do if men decided to just not go to work for 1 week? Do nothing, sit at home and drink beer, play Madden, or do whatever it is y'all accusing all the men of doing. This world will come to a grinding halt. We will tell them, hey, y'all equal. Go out there and work that front end loader. Go out there and work that backhoe. Go out
Mm.
there and pick up that jackhammer.
Look,
Man,
I use a backhoe. I know how to use a backhoe. These women would flip
yeah,
a damn backhoe
but does the
over.
average woman do?
They
Does
would
the
flip
but
that
does
shit
the
over,
average?
man.
I know, I
Man,
don't.
I know how to use a hoe too. Oh, you talking about?
Yo, you stupid.
Oh, you talking about a farming tool. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
Yeah, but this is
Stupid
these are
But see,
ass.
my thing is, it's not about equality; it's about control. And I
Yeah.
urge men to not marry, especially during this Biden this Biden regime or whatever. I would not
Mm.
marry under Biden's presidency.
Under these
Seriously,
circumstances, yeah.
fuck
well,
yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily say that, but I'm in a different situation. See, I'll put it out there, and I put this out there before on my podcast.
Mhm.
I'm looking when I do wed, it will be a specific type of female. I
Mm.
don't care who cares about what who thinks because I'm not beholden to anybody's opinion.
Right.
So
Mm-hmm.
even now, I deal with a very specific type of female. Number one, she can't have any minor children. Number two,
Mm-hmm.
she can't even conceive. I don't give a damn what birth control she's using. If she menstruates, she's off the list. I don't care how attractive she is. I don't care what kind of money she got because she's a liability to me.
Mm.
That's how, my shit is cutthroat. You so
Oh, I respect
90% of
that. I respect that.
yeah, but a lot of men they can't do that. They can't wrap their head around the fact that I would
Yeah.
walk away from a female. Let's put it like this. Let's take the ideal man's mate.
Hmm.
If he could do anything to get in her panties, he would. Me, I'm like Farside. She keep passing me by, and I'm saying, have a good life.
Word up, yo. I'm the same way. There's no point in chasing. I'm almost 30 years old. I'm done with that chasing bullshit. But guess what? Females still come to me.
Yes, they will.
Still find their way into my life. So
Yes,
You
it's
know,
all
so
about
the
being
way we're
patient
talking right
and
now,
focusing on yourself.
the way we're talking right now, a lot of sisters think that it's a minority. And so the best way for me to explain it is like this. If it's only 5% of us, women don't give a fuck. If it's 1, 2, 3% of us, men in general, not just black men, but men in general that sound like this, they don't care. They don't even factor us in their life. The
Right.
reason women are hurting is because it's more like it's 15, 20, 25% of men that kind of are starting to adopt these ways of thinking. And I'm talking, when I say men, I'm talking about primarily 40 and younger. And that's what's hurting women is that a
yes,
lot of men are like, what is the problem? Like they're coming out here trying to date, and a lot of men are willing to maybe date for a couple months, have sex a little bit, get your little feels on, get your little emotions on with her, and then drop her, right? Because I think a lot, and nobody ever factored in what divorce did to young men, what it looked like when we got to see our moms trying to hide money from our dads, right? What it looked like when we got to hear our moms plotting on our dad with child support, right? Oh, I'm gonna go. Oh, he got a promotion at the job. Oh, okay, I'm going to see the judge tomorrow, right? We Nobody factors in. So all that trauma, all that PTSD, right? What did that do to your young boys? See, what you thought you were doing was raising your young boys to be the type of men that you should have married. But what you didn't realize is that your young boys saw all of that shit. And now, the second they get their heart broken, the first time in middle school, the first time in high school, the first time in college, they're done. They're done with women. It only takes one or two heartbreaks and they're done. And so, were you trying to tell this man to man up? He's like, no, I ain't gonna be like my dad and my granddad. I got to see y'all play my uncle, my dad, my older guy cousins, and that's the problem. So a lot of people aren't factoring this in. That's why women don't care. They don't care about your struggles. One of the best lines I ever heard is, women stand at the finish line waiting for the winner. They don't care what you had to do to get to the finish line. They
mm-hmm.
looking for first, second, and third place. They don't care who. Everybody after third place, kill yourself. And they only taking third place out of desperation.
I'm gonna
Right.
tell you. I'm gonna tell you the realest shit, right? A lot of women usually do this. The modern women, not all, but too damn many. They met their husbands, but they blew it. What I mean by that, you met your zenith, you met your pinnacle, you met the guy that you could not get any better than. Don't worry, folks. I'm taking some medicine and under 90 degrees of heat. Woo! Yeah, more ways than one.
Charles
Taking
got
all
that
kinds of
28 days
medicine.
later, which y'all don't know. Charles will.
Yeah. And what makes it funny is this. When you meet your husband, ladies, and I say this out of the kindness of my heart, don't blow it.
Hmm.
Don't blow it.
But Charles has a question. What about it? Because I think, and this is what you see exposed on Kevin Samuel's show, right? I think a lot of sisters are meeting their husband, like you said, but they think they're better than him. They meeting him like, let's say they're meeting him when he first enters a job. Let's say he works at Publix. He's just a cashier or he bags, right? But he might be assistant manager one day. Maybe he's not making a full on 100,000, but maybe he'll max out in his life at 60 grand or something like that. She thinks he's beneath her though. That's the thing. I think a lot of sisters are meeting their husband, who should
I'll
be their
answer that.
husband, but they
I'll
won't
answer
mess with
that.
him. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm
I'll
sorry.
answer that. Any woman that gives you any signal that you're beneath her, leave her the fuck alone.
Yep.
All she's gonna do is she's gonna drag you down into the hole.
Mhm.
Let her ass be lonely. I've never met a woman that never came back in some form of way. I had plenty of women tell me, I should have stayed with you. No, you made your choice, shorty.
Yes.
I
Mhm.
can't go for that. No, sing it
Yep.
with me. No, can't
Yep.
do. I'm sorry. And I tell people, a lot of people meet their zenith. A lot of people, and this is what I got to knock on the guys. A lot of you thirsty ass niggas need to say fucking no. No, I will not take this type of treatment. No, I will not take your disrespect. Put your dick over your shoulder, grab your nuts, grab your bags, and get the fuck out of that situation the fastest way you can. Now, what if I have kids by this woman? Do what you got to do to take care of your kids. But don't be in that fucking house with that woman because, one, that's an opening invitation for domestic violence. Either you get abused or she get abused or you get too comfortable and you abuse each other. Don't take disrespect from nobody, no woman, no child, no man. See, the problem what I got with black people is black men do not speak like this. They don't have pride. They don't have conviction to actually say what the fuck they mean and mean what the fuck they say. Be a man of some goddamn integrity and say, look, if you cross this line, I'm gone. Stop giving all these damn chances. What about the children? You better leave me. Guess what? I will always take care of my children. I'm gone. Matter of fact, you don't have to pay me shit. Just give me my kids.
Yep.
A lot of men need to just call. Guess what? In the words of Dr. Doom, Victor Von Doom, I don't know losses. I only know setbacks. Okay? There are some times in a man's life, the resistance of vagina shows strength. Because if you really were with a woman of substance, she would not disrespect you. She would exalt you. I've said this many of times. A man is supposed to be a protector, provider, problem solver, and procreator. The woman's job is supposed to protect the glory and the image of her man. If she's not doing that, then she's failed you and the community. Stop accepting bullshit. Okay? Stop it. I used to be one of those guys, or maybe she acts like this. So I was like, you came back from a war to get this type of treatment? You put in all these years with the military and police department for this type of treatment? You went to school for this type of treatment? Nigga, I wish I could split from my own body with my own ass. See, a lot of you black men, this is the reason why I said in my journeys of masculinity for the black man of today, it is okay to outgrow your mother. You should always love, take care of her, respect her, but it's okay for you to outgrow her. When I was sick, called my mom and my dad, yesterday. My mom and dad still takes care of me, just like I take care of them. We're symbiotic.
Mm-hmm.
We take care of each other. My mom felt my head. She was like, Jesus Christ, you're burning up. Like, here you go. Because mothers know they got that special shit. Just like when my mother had surgery. Guess whose arm she was in? Carrying up steps. See, a lot of black men do not have pride, do not have integrity. This is the reason why military and paramilitary organizations will benefit you. I remember going to churches where you had the ushers in military formation walking in the church will stand without even a bead of sweat for 3 hours straight. If somebody tried to come rob the church, two things. Some of them ushers were armed to the teeth and martial arts masters. Okay?
Ain't no Dylan Roof walking in your church, huh, Charles?
Ain't none. You walk up in my church, especially the one down south, at least if we got 150 people there, minimum 50 people carrying guns.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't believe in
Act
some
up.
of this. I don't believe in some of this shit. Okay, you got my man Ball in the chat. Successfully married man, just had another baby. Congratulations once
Congrats.
again, my dude. Guess
Congrats,
what?
congrats.
He will tell you, and I will quote him: "Your marriage is an ongoing mission.
Yes.
Your marriage, if you should always try to improve and evolve your marriage. For those who are blessed enough to find that woman that will benefit them and they can benefit that woman, your relationship between you and your wife should be symbiotic.
Mm-hmm.
Your wife should be the greatest second in command ever. She can run the house, but guess what? When there's a major decision, she'll come to me. And it's not about, oh, you're trying to dominate you. No, it's because your woman loves and respects you so much, she will never go behind your fucking back. And that's the problem. You don't even know how to find women that respect you so much. When she has a problem, she'll come talk to you before she'll talk to her homegirl.
Yeah.
Y'all want me to keep preaching, or y'all want somebody else want this goddamn mic?
It's
It's on
funny.
fire. I can't hold it right now. It's on fire right now. Somebody else take it.
I'm gonna reinforce that point, Officer Faulkner. There's a movie called Shawshank Redemption with Morgan Freeman and Gene Robb. I can't remember the other.
It's an awesome movie.
Yeah, and on when they're doing when they're tearing the factory roof, he asked the captain of the guards, Captain Hadley, would his wife go behind his back and hamstring him? And I won't get into the parts of the movie. And he's trying, because he gets an inheritance of, I think it was like $140,000 or 14,000 or whatever the money was. He was saying, if you don't think she will, I can show you how to get all that money. And he had to give the money to the wife for the wife to give it to him. And this is the relationship that Officer Faulkner was talking about. And I don't care who you deal with. If you can't deal with a female who's going to at some point yield to your lead, then you don't need to be sleeping with her. I don't care what she's offering. If she can't defer to you, even if you just begging her, you don't want to deal with her, because she's the type of chick that's going to try and keep you under thumb. Like I was saying earlier, once she gets in your pocket, she's going to stay in your pockets. This is why I advocate for brothers. If a female doesn't have at least what you have, and what I mean by that, I'm saying is this. If you rent, she has to rent. She can't be on any government subsidies. So if you're paying your rent, your bills clear and free of any assistance, she needs to be too. If you have a car and you own your home, she at least has to have a car and is renting her own place. Like I said, free of any assistance. Like myself, I don't own a vehicle. I choose not to because I'm in a position where I don't need to. But I do own a home. I do have savings, and I'm starting to invest some money. So a female I'm dealing with at the very least has to own her own or rent her own, and at least have the ability to get around. Whether she has a vehicle or not is immaterial to me, because if we need to get somewhere, I'm gonna make it happen. I'm just that type of man. I've never let a vehicle stop me from getting to where I need to get to.
Can I get a woo for that one?
Woo!
Woo!
If I want to go to Toronto, I have good credit. All I do is call up Enterprise and say, yo, this is such and such. I need a car for here. Done.
Damn.
I'm not on the system, so I have an enhanced ID. I'm looking to get my passport and my CCW by the end of this year. That's done. This is the mindset that brothers have to have in order to roll. And when you rolling, people that see what you're doing, they don't want to hitch their wagon up to your team of horses, whether they ponies, Clydesdales, or stallions. They want what you want. They want what you have, rather, and they willing to go your way, and they willing to listen to you. This is why Kevin talks about having that network. And it doesn't matter if your network isn't six-figure men. If your network is moving in that direction, eventually you'll get to a point where you all earn the money. It's just like Jay-Z said in the song years ago. If everybody in my clique is rugged, then no one will fall, because we will all be each other's crutches. People listen to the stuff, but they don't apply it. And that's the thing that frustrates me.
They don't even understand it to apply it.
Well, yes.
I'm going to give you a good story, right? You might have heard of this guy. I mean, he had a versus. His name's Gucci Mane. See, people don't understand why Gucci went to jail, got himself cleaned up. But guess what he did? He gave what? About $1 million or $3 million to his woman. And guess what? He came out of jail
and married her.
Not just that. Here's the important part of the lesson of Uncle Charles' story times. Don't forget, like the channel. Please donate. These good stories don't pay for themselves. Number one, Gucci, his woman tripled his money while he was in jail. You think I wouldn't murder that motherfucker?
Hell yeah.
I'm done. She said, hold my money for me. I'm going to jail. She didn't rob him. She didn't leave him. She tripled his money. See, it's funny. People look at guys who in the rap game like they stupid. You gotta, if you beefing with motherfuckers and you making lyrics about people, you better have a tight clique anyway. Even in the military and police department. Because I arrest various people, guess what? I gotta have a tight clique.
Right.
Because guess what? We had a thing in my unit. If one of you fighting, we all fighting. First motherfucker don't jump in it, man or woman. When I get back at them, I'ma fuck you up. And you best believe when I said it like that, if a motherfucker even thought I was gonna get into something and stood up, you had about 30 motherfuckers stood up.
Yeah.
It's like I can say about my girl Danielle and Josh. Guess what? She's a female, you know. Josh 5'8". You know, there's times when Josh should knock your block off. Hell, Danny should take a brick to your ass if necessary. Hell, same with me. I might choke your ass a little bit. Tell me where it feels good.
Gamora lock, baby.
Tell me where it feels good. Even if I'm losing that damn fight, or another officer's losing that damn fight, remember the army that supports me is going to come and bring hell with it.
Yeah.
Like I said before, remember that fucking army. What the Bible say? He who finds a wife does what? Finds a good thing. Not every chick is a wife. Not every dude's a husband. Sorry.
Right.
Because number one, if I find a chick, once again, did she do the two things we said? Did she protect his image? Yeah. Did she protect his glory? She should have been given the Presidential fucking Commission medal for that shit. She should have been in front of Obama at the time, and that medal should have been pinned on her ass. Think about it. That's all black men ask for. When I'm down, have my motherfucking back.
Yeah.
That's right.
Woo!
Might be asking for too much. I don't think, man. I don't know. Like, I know a lot of people might be, tired of hearing me talk so large about shit. I don't.
Hey, Terrell, come back up here. But see, this is the crazy part. I'm about talking about the ragamuffins and the nifnons, but I do salute the gentlemen and the ladies, the kings and the queens, the lords and the ladies. Okay. See, the problem is this: we're gonna have to promote everybody who's running the game right. More so than the jackasses. To show them black love still fucking exists. It's your job to find it. What's up, Terrell? Woo!
Woo! What up?
Woo!
The only man that went from being a lieutenant in the police department to making more money owning his own goddamn business.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That's a power move.
Preach on.
I mean, this motherfucker.
Where you live at in Baltimore?
Harford County. I might pop up in Carroll County.
No, I need you to stay where you are. I'm about to come to you with a black mask on. We robbing your ass.
You gotta rob me for it. I got enough to give away.
See, I gotta put a woo for that one.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Woo! See, you gotta understand something.
I'm like the nigga in the movie Belly when DMX came to rob him. You know
Nigga, you need a job.
Original Jamaican Dada.
Woo! See, you gotta realize something. I talk from men with different experiences, not just my own. I talk about the successful marriages. I'm happy. I just went from one of my best friend's marriages. I'm going to another one sooner than later for another one. You're talking to a guy I'm talking to some men who went through divorces, and guess what? Terrell ought to be a Black History Month. Not only did he divorce his wife, he got custody of his kids, and she pays him child support.
Keep
How
moving.
is that possible? Impossible.
It's very possible, my brothers. It's very possible. You said something while I was trying to get on. Man, what you say? You said something about has something to do with loyalty, protecting your name. A woman. Let me tell you something.
A woman's supposed to protect your image.
What?
And your
Let me tell you
glory.
something. See, I was young. That's something very important. When you have a female who discusses your business with another female before she discusses it with you, that's a marriage never meant to be.
Yeah.
Because most females, especially, and I hate to keep harping, most Black females, they have more unwed friends than wed friends.
Of course.
So you cannot get advice about your husband from someone who has sex with a different man every other day. You can't. It's impossible. You can't get advice on me from your friend unless I'm fucking your friend too. You understand? So in my personal situation, that's where I realized I had went wrong, because it was a lot of that going on. And as men, we don't discuss our marital or even relationship problems with each other. We don't.
Not really, yeah.
Not enough. We don't, because it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to tell a friend, hey, you know, my wife came home tonight, took a shower. I saw her take some thongs off I never seen before. And she got in the bed next to me and went to sleep. So now you sitting up thinking about why the fuck she had thongs on or whatever she had under her clothes. And I never seen it before. How I sound even telling my brother, Josh Moxley, how I look like telling my brother that. That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing. But women can show those vulnerabilities. As a man, I think we should share this type of information, because
commiserate with each other.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, it's nothing to be embarrassed about when you have a hoe for a wife, have a hoe for a girl, whatever. It's not really, because it's not your fault, bro.
True.
It's not for you to take the step to even call. Not even forget about having a wife. For you to even claim a female as your girl, that's a big step for me. Even now, just to say you my girl, that's a title. Fuck being my wife, because right now for me, that's beyond the galaxy. I think I'll see an alien before I ever ask for a bitch for a hand in her marriage. You know what I'm saying? Nah, it's just would never happen.
I like how you said that. You said a hand in her marriage.
Yeah, in her marriage.
Yours.
In her marriage, because I mean, I'm just speaking for me. I don't want to taint society, but for me, marriage is something for females. It was a ceremony for her, not for me. I always say this, on my wedding night, I ain't even get no pussy. You know what I'm saying? It was a party. After all the guests left, she went her way, I went mine. And that's when I realized, like, what the fuck is this about? This bitch got access to my bank account. But yet we got married. You know what I'm saying? I can't even get no pussy. Now I'm sitting around here calling on my side chicks I done cut off 3 months ago when I asked the bitch for her hand in marriage, feeling retarded.
Hey, did you call him like a big head?
Yeah, basically.
You hit them with the a big head?
The classic. What's up, Leon? Woo! What's up, Trinity? Woo! Javon. Woo!
Which Leon is this?
Our Leon.
That's our Leon.
Oh, my man, 100 grand.
Oh yeah, our Leon.
Yeah, but I'm just being honest, y'all. I got a lot of wisdom, and I'm here to share it unapologetically. And you know, my brother Josh Moxley, he'll tell you nothing embarrasses me, man. As a man, I could tell you a lot of things. Maybe you have experience, maybe you haven't, but nothing embarrasses me, bro.
Not at all.
I'll tell you the real, bro. Because I think people need to know. If I had a big homie at the time to tell me certain things, I would have definitely appreciated it. But there's certain moves we make in life, and I consider myself an intelligent guy, but I don't consider myself a smart guy. Everybody else considers me smart. But the only stupid people are the people that don't share information and don't ask for information.
Yeah. You gotta realize something. All of us are not intelligent in everything in every subject. That's why you need to have a network. If you ever hear me harp about one thing, there's few things I will always keep. Your army, your network. You're only as strong as the network that supports you. I keep saying that to a lot of Negroes, but they don't listen. Your army, your army, your army. See, brothers are always told, a real man don't tell his feelings. A real man don't cry. Shit.
Shit,
Let
I'm
one
gonna
of my
tell you,
boys.
damn
Let something
lie.
happen to one of my boys. Let something happen to my child. Let something happen to my parents or my brother or my sister or my niece and nephew. I'm a crying motherfucker, and I dare somebody call me a bitch from crying.
Well, Charles, how many
Mm.
times I broke down on the phone with you, or Terrell? How many times I broke down on the phone with you, or broke down in front of y'all and cried? Niggas go through shit.
That's why we
Yeah.
have choir practice and we drink
Right.
about
Exactly.
it.
That's
Hysterical.
that's vitally pivotal that you and I want to reinforce that point, fellas. It's having a way to emotionally release will
Hmm.
be your greatest mental leverage, and it will enable you to be balanced. You have to find
Mm.
some type of way to release. Me, I write. I tend to think a whole lot, and I have untold reams of unfinished poems about the females I've dealt with, situations that went awry, or just situations that just teetered out. Trust me. I get to the point where sometimes I have to mentally shut myself down because I'm always on the verge of going somewhere that I don't want to go. But I take my writings there because my writings allow me to release that. So I don't carry it with me. I think brothers need to understand that's really, really important, especially given what we're going through right now. I don't care what the situation is. You got to find somebody that you can emote to. And that
Hmm.
person that you emote to cannot come back and use that against you. And I think
Throw
that's
it
the
in your
fear
face.
a lot
Yeah.
of us carry around, is that somebody's going to use that to damage us with, particularly women. And I think that's why a lot of men don't confide in some women. I'll be the first to tell you, I got a couple women that I can confide in and tell them anything. I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Find a woman like that. I don't care if you can't wife her, keep her in your cipher.
Hmm.
She's going to be the ultimate anchor in your life. She's going to allow you to get stuff off your chest without judging you and understanding where you come from. And there is no more comforting feeling.
Mm.
I'm gonna tell
Yeah,
you now.
man.
I'll be 50 next year. My birthday is December 10th. I'll be 49. And like I said, I got a couple women who are solid in that regard. I don't have to worry about them saying shit to anybody about shit I've said, good, bad, or indifferent.
Mm.
It's a liberating feeling.
Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, we're dealing with a college of just different things going on at the same time, and it's good to to talk to each other, to have these kind of what do I want to call it, powwows, these man powwows, and you get it out, right? You get it out because holding that shit in is the first class ticket to early death, to early grave. Right,
Yeah.
that's one of the things that happened to a lot of our grandfathers and a lot of our fathers is they were dealing with stressors too. If you ever notice, a lot of women like 40 and younger, they kind of look at men in the past kind of glowingly, right? Their grandfathers and their grandfathers and their great grandfathers, not understanding that Papa died because he was dealing with shit from Mama and he never talked about it. He just ate that shit day after day. Work stress, he ate it. Stress with his kids, stress with his woman, he ate it. And that nigga died at 65, 60, 55, right? And grandma got to live until 85.
Yep.
90, right? And nobody talk about the reason why Papa died early is because all that man shit that we say men are supposed to be, that's what killed him.
Yeah.
That's what killed him, you know, eating that stress every day. But women
Being a
don't like to
leader is a
talk
very
about that
thankless
part.
job, dude.
Is
Mhm.
it?
Josh,
This,
tell me about it.
this is why you see
Is it?
presidents who serve at least one, maybe two terms. Like when Obama went in office, he had a head full of black hair. Not
Gray
so
as
much
hell now.
came out. And that
Hmm.
was one of the things he was always lamenting about, was the time that, and and I'm not necessarily trying to poke fun at him for this, but this is one of the things that he struggled with, was trying to find the time between work and his relationship. When you get to certain positions, there is no time for a relationship. And Michelle didn't like that. And this is the funny thing. I just read this, that if he was kept in the position, he would turn it down. Why? Because she's running that relationship. He's talking about her pleasure, her
Yeah.
happiness. Wait a minute. Isn't she a grown woman? Last I checked, we each
Mm.
are individually responsible for our own happiness. And if and not to say that a woman's happiness should not be tied up in what her man does. To a degree, yes. But we each should maintain a level of autonomy even while in a relationship, because in order to be yourself, you have to do things that allow you to develop yourself. And I used to hear this all the time. I'm looking for somebody that completes me. Why the hell would I want to complete you? You should be a complete person before you get into a relationship. That way you have two complete people looking to complete another mission. If I got to complete you, then I got to take away from what I'm doing to build you up. And I should not have to do that. That's why you have parents. This is why you have friends. This is why you have parents. This is why you network. So what you lack, somebody else can help you with. But if I got to
Well,
help,
you know what? There was a brother on he has a channel on YouTube, and he interviews different people and whatever, and he was interviewing this white girl who as a she's not hideous, so standard white girl, virgin, churchy, whatever, and she was saying that one of the quiet kept secrets is that when women pray for men, and when they pray for a man to have his things together and whatever, it's because their life is in shambles and they're looking
yes,
for him to come and save them.
Captain,
Save them.
yep,
And she said it. She was like, I was praying that my man, my future husband, would have his life together. But when I really thought about it, it's because I wanted him to kind of low key financially save me, economically save me. And that's speaking to what you're saying, where it's like, that's why women require men to be financially stable so much. It's not because of you. It's not because she want to make sure she don't have to pay your bills. It's because she wants you to pay hers.
yeah.
You know. So
Mhm.
And
yeah,
This is
that,
all I got to say about that.
yep,
hmm
yep.
yeah,
So
and that's a horrible that right. That might have been the case. And I don't. Once again, going back to what I was saying earlier, this this is the issue when you're not paying attention to the world around you. You don't understand that was possible maybe 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, right? But trying to pull that now, especially when women are going to college more than men, right? That's number one. Women are more employed, at least for black men, more than black men, right? So if you don't know that 21% of black men didn't work in 2016, you can't make those demands because you're hurting yourself. You're being very myopic, that tunnel vision. You're not paying attention to the world around you, and you're kind of screwing yourself in the dating market. So that's why you're single as hell and miserable. You know,
well,
because
not only
nobody's
that,
paying attention. Hmm
not only that, it's all the other things that they come with, the unattractive qualities, whether it's their
Mm,
physically, the way they dress, the way they behave. And this is what women really don't understand. Your friends can make or break you. If I see a female, she has wretched friends, I have to think that there's an element of her that's wretched. And it could be
mhm,
that one screw that undoes everything good that she has. Case in point,
mm.
take the most. Now, I'm a person that doesn't smoke. I don't care if it's weed, cigarettes, or whatever the case. Take
Yeah, I
that
don't smoke neither.
absolute female that most attractive female that you have in your mind, and put in the one thing that's a deal breaker from her, and you gonna walk away.
Mm,
This is the one thing, the package deal. This is the one thing that women will take me as I am. No, I'm gonna leave you as you are. I'm
mm.
gone. On the first smoker
I got,
out, I'm
hey,
gone.
I got one better for you, brother. I don't know if y'all can make the connection but I see what you're saying. Like what friends, just help me if I'm following you correctly. What their
Yeah,
friends do reflect on them. Is that what you're trying to say?
yes.
Okay, I got one
Yes.
perfect for you. That thing I was married to, right? She had a friend. With a guy, like this real shit. I want all the fellas to listen up. She had a friend
Mhm,
that met her man at the time 1 week before we met in the year
mhm,
2006. Okay, this is probably about September 2006. So we wound up having 3 kids over the course of the year. She wound up having, I believe it was 5.
mm,
Her kids were definitely stair steps. My kids are spread out. But during this time period, I find out, or my wife at the time discloses to me that she knows for a fact her friend had her first child, uh, but it wasn't by the guy that she met at the
yeah.
same time we met. So
Mhm,
he stayed with her based on
Ooh,
the fact that they had this child and wound up having 4 more children, which are definitely his, or at least he definitely believes those are his. I'm not
mhm,
friends with the dude, but you know, my wife at the time telling me this story, I'm looking at her like, hold up, you knew the whole time that your friend had a child that wasn't her husband's,
mhm,
and you're cool with it? I started looking at my wife like, what the
mm,
fuck? Like, I I can't rock with somebody that's that dishonest to somebody they wake up and go to sleep to every night. That made me start thinking about her. Like, you got a friend that's a straight hoe. Like, she had a child that's not her husband's. He don't know that, but you know that. And you just told me that. That really sparked something in my brain to think about my wife. Like, oh my God. Like, she's cool with this. She's still friends with this girl to this day. And you're cool with this thought.
Well, you know, something that I realized too, being around women growing up, is that because women have this idea that men are monsters, when it comes to relationship shit, there's nothing that a woman can do to a man that most women will see is a line too far. That's why if a woman was to murder her husband today, the first thing out of most women's mouth is, "Well, see, that's what y'all get," or "I
Yeah,
wonder
they be
what he
like, well,
did to
what did
her,"
he do?
because
Or well, he
yeah,
cheated.
because in their mind, because they have daddy issues, because they got their heart broken by a guy they liked, or their husband or their boyfriend, they always think to themselves, it's you're the monster. Men are monsters that women try to civilize. Y'all are mouth breathing idiots, and if it wasn't for us, y'all would be just shitting in your hands and throwing it at each other. So in their whatever happens to a man, it don't matter if a woman put a baby on you that's not yours. Somehow that's the cosmic universe punishing men for something that your dad did or your granddad did or that men did in general, right? And then until you understand, when it really hit me is that woman that hit her boyfriend with the car or her husband with the car and then threw the bumper at him. If you read through the comments, you'll see women finding excuses. That's what happened when y'all emotionally traumatized women or this and that, like finding excuses for why he low key deserved that. Not even low key, high key deserved that.
And that's
And you
why
have
we
to be
salute
careful.
Sean. And that's why we salute Sean Connery for his statement.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe. I don't believe. I don't believe in I don't believe in beating a woman, but I'm not afraid to slap her one time to get her back to her senses. Not a bad impersonation, is it? Not bad.
No,
See, I
but
don't
it's
believe in
important that
beating.
we say these things.
I don't. I don't. I don't believe in beating a woman. Like, don't hit me and I won't hit you. Like, I've
Mm-hmm.
always said that. Don't do that. That's wrong. That's nasty.
You know what's a
Charles,
funny thing?
you might knock a woman head off, man.
Hey, listen, I don't participate, but I understand.
Mm-hmm.
We,
I understand.
years ago, when I was doing security at a casino here, and keep in mind this is a Native American casino, so they're actually sovereign. So there was
Mm-hmm.
a fundraiser that was going on with a group of Native Americans at the time, as a New York State sitting senator. Now, the only reason he was there was because his daughter was singing. So a couple of the Native American businessmen were talking about things that were sensitive to what they were discussing, and he intervened into the discussion where he had no business, and they turned around and they turned on him. Now the whole situation essentially turned into a bar fight inside the casino, and I was one of the officers that was first on the call to break up the fight. After we had broke up the fight, I had a woman strike me, and I told her, I said, "I'm gonna let you hit me once." I said, "But the next time you hit me, I'm gonna treat you like a man." She never laid another hand on me. And that's what fellas have to understand. You gotta let a female know up front and forward that if she cross you, you will take her head clean off her motherfucking shoulders. And in no uncertain terms, let her know that you're not against striking women, but you don't make it a point to do it. You gotta bring down the fear of God in her so she feel it in her motherfucking soul that you not joking.
Yeah, that she'll do it. Because if she don't think you'll do it, she'll strike you.
Yep,
Well,
she'll try you.
we're all living human beings, and I don't blame Harambe, the gorilla, for being in his cage. If I stepped in his cage, then I shall be treated like an alpha gorilla. And I
Yeah,
can't say, well, he has the strength of 50 men and I'm just one man. No, no, no. Once I stepped in, I'm in there.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What it is.
I tell you, like, I swear to God. See, I've always learned, like, when you stand hints at a motherfucker, yeah, Google that shit, or look on YouTube real quick. Go to Stan Henson Clothesline, the Western Lariat, or you
Mm-hmm.
JBL a motherfucker. I swear to God, man, that let you know. Even on duty, ask Josh and Terrell. First thing they tell you, if you have a thing against hitting women, you'll get rid of that the first time she kick you in the nuts or scratch you in the face.
Damn right.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
I'ma scratch. Go ahead.
Hey, Sarge, just want to come up and say something real quick. What's going on, Herb?
Hey, Dr. Hanwar.
What's up,
Hey,
Dr.
everyone else?
Dunbar?
Hey, I'm
What's
gonna be
going on,
quick.
Dr. Dunbar?
Drop off, but my comment that I just left in your chat, that was one of the more confusing things I had to reconcile when going and pursuing my white collar career. Is that even though many of our women are getting third degrees and they're getting their own careers, they still at the root want to be taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't understand the whole making less than them piece. And I think I was telling Roger on the Roger Report that we gotta do a better job teaching younger boys about that whole dynamic, because it's very, very confusing when you see yourselves in school together, putting in that work together, but yet when you get out and you start mating, there's a whole different set of expectations that you don't necessarily know about. And lastly, I'll say my fiance, I was engaged at one point. That's something that happened with us, is that deep down inside, she had a career. She wasn't very good financially, and she wanted a man to take care of her. It's really hard to wrap your mind around that if you haven't had exposure to that way of thinking. In today's age, we're supposed to be equal, and we're supposed to be, the same.
And Dr. Dunbar, that's exactly why I brought it up. Is because I think, and this is something I had to learn too. So I'm nowhere near your level. I'm straight blue collar. I work outside. I get sweaty all day, right? But I had to learn that also because I was at one point, and this is how me and Charles first talked. I called into BGS show and I was telling them about a young lady that I was dating. And she was part of like kind of the Haitian elite. I'm Haitian descent too, and what she came to me on the third or fourth date off top, kind of explaining to me like, yo, essentially, I like you, but I'm gonna need you to be like my paymaster, essentially, right? She didn't say those weren't her words, but that was definitely the sentiment, right? And I think young men have to really understand that women have not fully taken stock of the fact that they have bared fruit from the feminist movement, that the second wave feminist movement that came about in the late 60s, and they're not taking account. So you as a man have to understand that there's going to be very hypocritical shit that they command or demand of you, and you're going to have to ask yourself, what are you willing to deal with and what are you willing not to? They want men that are financially stable, and what financially stable is varies from woman to woman, but it tends to mean somebody that makes more than her, significantly more than her, not no 5-6 grand more. We're talking about $20,000-$30,000 more, right? So if she's at 50, you need to be at like 75, right? And they judge you as a man off of that. You can have a cool personality, you can be good looking, that's cute. They might have sex with you, but a relationship is really predicated on your finances, and that's why you see the marriage rate going down in America. And there was an article written about this, that economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage, right?
Yes.
Because it's dependent on you as a man and your money, right? So, I'm agreeing with you 100% on that. And I do think we need to let young men know, hey, you really have to understand, if you're going to be out here in the dating world, if your goal is to be married and have a family, understand how important how much you make is. It doesn't matter what she makes and how educated she is. It's about what you make, right? And in certain relationships, there will be a level of resentment. Actually, even if you're sure of yourself as a man who makes 45 a year, there will be a level of resentment on her end that she makes 65, right? And her friends that make 65 like her have men that make 85. And she's the one with the guy that makes 45. Understand that as a man,
Well, I was jokingly telling Roger that I'm going home this week and I got to get ready to have these discussions with my mother. But I think I'm going to say this and I'm going to drop off. One of the most important questions Kevin is asking over on the show is, do you want to pay major bills?
Yes.
And 100% of them say nope.
Exactly.
They don't want to pay major bills. So that's important to understand. And last thing I'll say is, one of my best friend's mothers said at one point that this was years ago, and I think she hit the nail on the head, that most women want the option of working. So yeah, I'm gonna drop down, fellas. Charles, thanks a lot. We'll be in touch.
Nice speaking to you, Dr. Dunbar.
All right, fellas.
Woo!
Whoa.
Yeah, man, Charles, it's great, and it. I did have to have one of those come to Jesus moments, right? And I think the situation with me is a little different because, and like I told you that first time we had spoke on BGS channel, I present like a 93, right? The way I dress, the way I speak, right? Especially like back in the day when I used to drive my mom's car. She had a newer Infinity SUV. So like if I'm
Oh yeah.
driving her car and you see me the way especially when I used to work at a law office, so I was white collar at the time, and I took pride in dressing nice, right? So I was one of those brothers who was living check to check, but the wardrobe was crisp, right? And you present well, and so women see a particular status about you, and you will get so unlike other men who get shot down off top, so they'll tell you no off top, or they have a boyfriend, whatever. I get the date, right? I get the number, I get the date. We go on 2, 3, 4 dates, and it's when she realizes, oh, you are white collar, but you at the bottom of white collar. You're a
Yeah.
file clerk, or something like that.
Yeah.
That's when you get to see a different side of women. And I would love for a lot of men to kind of get in that space because you get to see, and I think that's why I had to have one of those come to Jesus moments because there was some anger in there where you get to see how she treats you when she thinks you have compared to how she treats you when she's like, oh, you're like me, or you're even lower than me. There's a complete shift, and when she thinks you're gonna be the guy that comes and save her from the travesty that's her life, compared to, oh, we'll be working as partners. I don't want a partner like that. When I say I want 50-50, what I really mean is I want 91. I mean 90-10, where you got 90% of the shit and I come and I just, be the pretty face. And that's my 10% contribution.
And you know
Right?
what? Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, 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 I'm done. Go ahead.
And you know what the funny thing about that? I have a mantra that I live by. I tell people that I'm broke, I'm homeless, and I eat the rinds off a watermelon out of garbage can. A female will know nothing about me financially. I'm not divulging a goddamn thing because it's none of her business what I make, what I do for a living. Your only concern should be, can I maintain myself? Because if I can maintain myself and you come stay with me, that means you're going to be maintained. So I don't care if you're making 60 grand or 90 grand. If you don't want to fuck with me on my terms, you know where the door is. Use it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what a lot of fellas have to understand. Money doesn't make you, you make it. As a
Mm-hmm.
man, you always reserve the ability to go out and earn more. And you should never do it at the behest of a woman because she's always going to push you to earn more so you can, like you just said, so you can finance her misery or her lifestyle. Brothers, live your own life to your specifications, not to anyone else's. Like I said, I don't own a car, and I put that out front to a female. Look, I don't own a car. So if you want to come pick me up, cool. If not, this is what I'll do. I have no problem putting that out there. And I think a lot of brothers fear that because they think
Yeah.
they'll chase away a good quality women when in actuality it's the reverse. You're going to attract a good quality woman because she's going to say, you know what? Despite his quote unquote shortcomings, I can see why I need to align myself with him. Because what people don't realize is the second biggest expenditure that anybody makes in their life is a car, and it depreciates in value. So why are you spending your money on a means to get from point A to point B to look good for somebody else when that just becomes a liability? There is nothing, unless it's a vintage car that you plan on selling some years down the road, that car is a money pit.
Yeah.
You might as well go buy you a little beater that's mechanically sound so you can get from point A to point B. And if a chick want to ride with you, then you know she's riding with you for the good and not for the money. And that's what people need to focus on, is the character of a female that she hasn't revealed. And it's just like the young brother was saying. When the female he got with realized he was on the bottom rung of the economic ladder in his respective field. It doesn't matter. You were still making money, and you were making money legally with the ability to go up and earn more money and the ability to invest in different venues, which will bring in latent income. And that's a lot of things that women don't understand. Is just because I'm working here doesn't mean I don't have investments in these places that's paying me residuals.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I tell brothers, keep your finances to yourself. I don't care who you're dealing with. It ain't her business what you make. It ain't her business where you make it from, as long as you're making it legally. It's funny. I remember years ago, I was at I want to say the Forum Shops in MGM in Las Vegas. Now, when I went out, I used to wear a double-breasted suit, the scarf and the hat, the whole bit. ran up on a chick, and she was from, I want to say she's from LA. And her first question was, "Do you work?" I said, "Yes." I said, "Why?" She said, "You look like a pimp." And I started cracking up. I said, "Why would you do that?" She said, "Just look at the way you dress." I said, "For me, this is normal." And the question that was a kicker was, she asked me, she said, "Did you file an income tax return last year?" I started cracking the hell up, man. I said, "That shit's funny as hell." I
What the
said,
hell is this, an interview? What?
and that's exactly what I mean. She was more caught up by the fact that I was dressed the way I dressed because it was out of place. And this is what I'm telling brothers. No matter what it is that you do, women are going to be attracted to what you look like first. And that's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
It was the car that you were driving. It was the fact that you looked the part until she got up on you. Then she asked a couple probing questions and you put it out there. I would have told her, "Look, I'm able to maintain myself and my standard of living. Anything else you know will be revealed to you in time when you show me that you're the type of female that can get down with my program." See, brothers want to lead with their money. And I understand what Kevin Samuels is saying in that regard, because he's dealing with a specific class of women who's already in that class. So the one way that you have to show that you're in that class is to have those resources. But those resources will be revealed to the woman who knows what she's looking for. So if she's looking for a brother that's wearing the Bruno Martelli shoes, if she's looking for the brother that has that nice cut suit, if she's looking for the brother that has those type of frames, she's gonna know. She's gonna, just like BGS says, when the Octane series, she's gonna know the uniform by the way you wear that uniform. Now, if you're unaccustomed to eating at a 5-star restaurant and you fidget and you're uncomfortable, a female's gonna know that. Oh, he's not accustomed to this. Me, I can walk to a 5-star restaurant. Now, I can walk into a hood spot. Now, I don't like the hood spot because I know cats are prone to doing dumb shit. See, I don't hang around people that do dumb shit. That's my uncomfortable zone because I don't want to have to fight. Because I know me. If push comes to shove, I will kill a motherfucker. And that's what I don't want to do. I don't want to go back to the street me. The street me is a lethal me. I want to be calm, cool, and collected. So when I go to a place, I can sit down and just relax. This is why I don't party stateside. When I want to hang out, I take my ass north, where they're not acting.
But you know, something you brought up is okay. So the thing with Kevin Samuels and the fact, the way that he exposes, one of the things I don't think a lot of people realize that he exposes is that these women don't know. They don't know the uniform, right? That's the whole Birkin bag thing. A lot of these sisters didn't really know what a Birkin bag was until that Quavo girlfriend said that comment, right? Right. I knew what a Birkin was because of my sister, my younger sister. But a lot of these sisters didn't know. The thing is, remember, some of these sisters are rubbing elbows with white girls and Asians in school, in college, right? They're working with some of them. So that's how they're acquiring some of this knowledge. And she's not paying attention to the fact that in her office it's only a handful of black men, and if you take out the gay black men, then it's really only a handful of straight black men, right? She's not taking into account that what she wants is the lifestyle. And that's why you see certain sisters are down with the swirling now, or at least they say rhetorically, that's if the white boys will fuck with them for real. They're down with the swirling because she's not loyal to anything. That loyalty game was a game our grandmas played, right? At the oldest, our moms, right? But our grandmas, our great grandmas played. These sisters just want the lifestyle. That's why they want you to make a certain amount. It's not about you. If something happened to you tomorrow, she'll find another nigga. That's why. Notice the most blatant version of that is when you see these dudes that are D boys, right? They're stunting for 2, 3, 4 years. They get caught up. They go to jail, and the girl that was riding with them, she just find her another one. If she still got the looks, she just find another. Exactly. She
That's
finds
why I
another one
always
because it's not about him. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's why I always say females. See, I've made 150,000 working legally as a police officer, and I always looked at females that look for guys like me. I called them accessories because I don't need you. You need me. Accessories don't wear people. People wear accessories. So I can go to another store and buy one of you and sell you back at half price. I don't need you. I can cancel you like Nina. You know what I'm saying?
Fire.
And I'm not the dude. I can afford a Birkin, and I can afford the car that matches the Birkin and the shoes and the car. But that's not me. You know what I'm saying? Because I know in my community, the Black African American community, people like what they see. Most of the guys I know that own the cars that I should be driving, can't even put gas in the motherfuckers. You riding dirty. You come to
Yeah.
my business asking me for tags and title on a car that you don't have insurance on because you
Yeah.
can't afford it. So I don't stunt. I'm from New York City. That was the home of the stunters, but we took it back. We scaled it back. The guy with the money in his pocket is standing behind all the guys with the chains with the sweatpants on.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he could take all y'all bitches. He's done with them. He gave them to y'all.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I gave all my bitches to the niggas that want to stunt. I'm good. But there's no such, and another thing I want to say, there's no such thing as 50-50. You cannot date
No.
a bitch. And good luck.
No, there's
Even
not.
if you make $150,000 a year, the bitch that make $150,000 a year is looking for the nigga making $1 million a year. She's
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
looking for you because she's in
Yeah.
competition with you.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Well,
even the
that's
bitches
part
that
of the
make less money than
neoliberal
you is in
society.
competition with you.
Dad,
So
Hey,
say that
hey,
again.
yo. Hey,
there's
yo.
no 50-50.
Oh,
Hey,
So
yo.
as a man, this
hold
is why the marriage rate is declining because women feel that they are in the same lane as men. Not saying they're any lesser than us, but they damn sure not greater. So if you are not willing to play a certain part in a position, then marriage ain't going to work because that's called you're going to need something called loyalty, and that don't exist anywhere in the black community. Nowhere, nowhere. It doesn't exist.
I
It
think
exists with
that's
me.
becoming more and more of a thing for everyone because, and I keep on going back to this, right? So, and it's only going to take me a minute. I know somebody was trying to get in. This it's the reason why I don't have the anger towards black women is because black women are on the socioeconomic bottom. So when these economic and social programs come in, it bites us in the ass first. It bites people on the bottom in the ass first, which tends to be black people in this country. Neoliberal capitalism demands that everybody compete for everything and everything is a competition. The reason why you see it so blatant in black women is because they're on the bottom. Don't get it twisted. It's happening to white people too, and it's happening to Asians also. But because they're further up in the economic position, right, they're not feeling it as bad. Right, their marriage rate is higher than ours. Their
And
out of
that's the
wedlock
key right
birth rate
there. You
is
hit that on
lower
the head.
than ours. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's the key. You hit that on the head. Because a certain segment of Black America refuses to get married, they can't build wealth. Marriage is the number one way to build wealth. And because they refuse to wed, they can't build wealth. So what happens now is you get caught in a vicious cycle. You
That's
get
what I was
caught
gonna say. Yeah. Yep.
out of wedlock,
and
which is the number one indicator of remaining in poverty. Look it up. So now that
shout out to
you're
shout out to Trinity for the PayPal. Woo!
and once you get caught in that cycle, escaping poverty is almost impossible
Yeah.
unless you're able to hit every metric. Now, me, I've never met my father, and I love my mother dearly, but I put this on Facebook and I cost him a lot of flack. I said, I never met my father, but he taught me one immutable lesson that I will carry through with me to the day I die, and that's never deal with a mother like a woman like my mother. And people were out of their fucking minds.
Ooh, you can't say that.
Hey,
You can't say
hey.
that.
They were
I
out of their
She
fucking
understand.
No,
minds.
made
you
you.
can't.
She
I
had you. She
understand.
raised you.
You can't.
Well,
You can't
actually,
say
no.
that,
This
right?
is the caveat. I was
Hold up,
raised by a lot of different people. I spent time in foster homes, so this is how I was able to escape the malaise that the average brother couldn't. I was around married people. I was around a man who worked and took care of the home. Even though his wife worked, he was still the man in that house. Everything ran through him. Discipline, education, finances. This man could build a home with his bare hands, pull a car engine with his bare hands, was a mechanic to, I mean, there's nothing that I have never seen him unable to do. And that was my template for what a man was supposed to be. This was at a crossroads in my life when I stayed in that foster home for almost 4 years. And when it came time for me to leave that home, I sat there and cried. And I cried and I cried. I will never forget the song that was playing. Lionel Richie, I'm on my way. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I was going somewhere. That was the anchor for me as a young boy. I didn't know then that would transform the man I would become, the man I would
Because you
grow
got to see a
into.
married couple and you got to see a man be a man. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So for me, it was it. And like I said, when I put that statement on Facebook, people lost their minds. And what I meant to say was this: it taught me to deal with a certain caliber of woman, to not deal with
Mm.
who is obstinate, who is stubborn and hard-headed and won't listen to anybody. Because my mother has never had to listen to anyone. She
Mm.
was her own self. She did what she wanted to, when she wanted to, how she wanted to, if she wanted to.
Mm.
And I vowed I would never deal with a female like that. And this is what this is the cycle that your brothers have to break. You have to be willing to call your mother out on her malfeasance.
Mm-hmm.
You have to
Woo.
be willing to call her out on her financial irresponsibility or her fiduciary responsibility. Because if she's getting money from the state, she's responsible for doing for you what the state says she should do for you. So she should maintain you being healthy. She should maintain you getting good grade until you get to a point where you get that high school diploma and you can go out to the world. I tell people the proudest moment for me, with the exception of signing the closing documents on my house, was getting my high school diploma, because I was a high school dropout. I dropped out as
Mm.
went back and graduated and put myself through college as far as possible as I could. So I tell people I owe my existence and my success to a lot of people. I can't even begin to name the people I owe that success to. This is why I don't have a problem reaching back. But I'm just not reaching back for anybody. I'm reaching back for those
Mm.
who want to grab my hand and be pulled forward. The other people, I don't care about, because we have to realize that there are some of us that we're going to have to leave on that plantation that weren't left the first time. And that
You said
sounds
something
hard.
profound. You have a lot of people to thank. That is, so what you're saying is borderline antithetical to the American narrative, right? Because the American narrative is to say you did it on your own, you got it out the mud, you maybe had one or two partners, but for the most part it's just you. And you just said something that I think is very, very black in the black community, is the idea that, nah, I definitely didn't get here by myself. I have
Oh,
a
no, I
whole
did food
entire
justice.
infrastructure that helped to get me to where I am. I have people that love me, that push me to where I am, people that help me, people that gave me words of wisdom, encouragement. It's not just a financial thing. It was just a conversation I had with one old man for like 20 minutes that got me to where I am. So what you just said is very profound, and I just wanted to touch on that so that the people that are listening can understand that that's important, is to acknowledge that you didn't get to where you are by yourself.
No,
Hold on,
Well, you know what?
fellas.
after,
Here's the
Hold
thing.
on,
Here's the thing,
fellas.
right?
Hold on,
So they,
fellas. We got Mr. Beach in here. Thank you once again, Trinity, for the PayPal. Make sure the likes are up. Make sure people can. There's the PayPal. There's the Cash App. Hey, support your interests. We're cooking in here. Go ahead, H.
all right. So I wanted to touch again because your man said, hey, you know, if she's making 150 and you're making 150, she's competing with you. You're absolutely correct. Here's the thing: if she makes 150 and you make a million, she's still competing with you. She's still trying to get there. She's still trying to outdo you, right? It's just she's not there yet. They're always competing with you, and you got to keep that in mind so that not only will that help you to adjust, adjust yourselves to where you're doing things the correct way, but it also helps you to not be angry about it, because this is just what the fuck they do. And it's not just your woman, it's women in general. It's not just your woman, right? Okay. And then the second thing I want to touch on. So your man just now, he said, hey, they feed us the thing about, hey, you could just do it on your own. That's the American thing. Like, you pull yourself up out the mud. They sell that to us while at the same time they're working together. There's no such thing as rugged individualism. How do you do that? Everything requires a group. You can't even
Exactly.
sell to somebody if there's nobody to sell to. You can't even
right.
learn how to sell unless there's salesmen ahead of you, in front of you, that talk
Mhm.
you some shit. You learn from people, right? And then you acquire from people. So you go here, you
Mhm.
buy from somebody, and you sell to somebody. There's no such thing as rugged individualism. Now here's what I will say. Instead of this concept we currently have of rugged individualism, you need to put out your maximum efforts so that you can contribute to the group. Everybody, do y'all remember that story of the ant and the grasshopper? Right? So the
Yep.
grasshopper was bullshitting all goddamn season, and the ant was working his ass off. And then at the end of the season, the grasshopper is sitting up here hungry, and the ant has worked his ass off. The ant has something to eat because the ant did what it needs to do. Work your ass off. Do what you need to do. Be able to contribute. You have to. Not everybody's going to contribute at a level 10.
Guess what? Not everybody needs to contribute at a level 10, right? That's why there's levels in the first fucking place. Everybody contributed at a level 10, then there wouldn't be levels. So work your ass off, be able to contribute, but understand something. It takes us working as a group. And I don't think there's any on this planet, I don't think there's any group other than African American, ADOS, who go with that, I'm gonna do it on my own bullshit harder. No one else goes harder than us with that shit. We've been fed, we've been bred and raised with that literally. And we go hard in the fucking paint with that, even against each other.
Well, that's the American system, and the reason why I think we buy into it the most is because we eat the most media, right? We eat the most media. We adopt these mentalities because in our mind we're like, how the fuck did white people run us so bad? How are they able to do these type of things to us, right? And so you start to try to adopt the mentality of the oppressor so that you can achieve a certain level of success in their system. One of the things that I had to come to terms with is that many of us in the black community, and once again, I'm not ADOS, although like, I fight for it just as hard as everybody. But one thing that I had to realize is that we adopted their mentality, and now what you're seeing is that unlike other black scholars of the past, especially coming from America, who wanted to dismantle this system, what you're seeing is from Gen X down, so Gen X millennials, and I would actually say maybe a lot of baby boomers too, but Gen X millennials and now Gen Z is we're just trying to find a comfortable place in the system. And that's one of the disconnects, right? Enough of us are just trying to find a comfortable place. If you, and once again, Charles is going to probably get on me for this, but when I listen to Chrissy, what I hear is a person, and she said it actually after the election, is, hey, capitalism not going nowhere, patriarchy not going nowhere. I'm not advocating a group type of dynamic. I'm just pretty much saying everybody get it on your own. So this is what she's telling the ladies that follow her, right? Stop trying to fight and break up this system. Just trying to find a good, comfortable place in it. And if that means that you end up with a baller that's black, so be it. If you end up with a baller that's white, so be it. If you end up with an Asian or Arab, so be it. And you go move in the suburbs in your nice house with the white picket fence, right? So this is kind of the disconnect that we're getting now. Speaking of what you're saying, is that people are just falling into place now. Ain't nobody trying to break up shit. The goal is to be like Jay-Z, right? You ain't really trying to break up these monopolies. You just trying to do business with them. You ain't trying to fight against Mark Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk or whoever. You just trying to do business with them, right? So that's the goal now, and that's why you see us getting into this weird ass schizophrenic situation, because that actually doesn't benefit the masses of us. And I think we have enough black people, even though it's still small, enough black people that make a couple of dollars that are like, hey, this is the way now, right? Remember, Jay-Z shut down Kaepernick's movement in many respects because the way is, hey, do business with the NFL. Don't get on them for their racism, you know? And I think that's why we're dealing with this right now, where black people are adopting this do for self shit because we, in our mind, it's like, well, it worked for white people. Now, some of us know that white people have never really been do for self. The Homestead Act, even welfare and all that shit was initially for white people. We understand that the GI Bill, that they never actually been do for self rugged individuals, but they sold us that, and now we adopted it, and it's biting us in the ass.
Yeah. Well, and it's the system. I mean, we work in the system. If we try to go against these, it's not just going against the government. It will be going against the entire country because people are used to the system. Y'all know how that shit goes. They're comfortable in this bullshit. They'll fight to keep the bullshit because they're comfortable with it, right?
Exactly.
Even white people got reparations. White people got reparations for slaves being released. A lot of people probably don't know that. White people got former slave owners got reparations. So it's just about what they're comfortable with. But here's the thing: it's not a light switch. You don't flip it on, flip it off. You first off, remember the first thing I've said this repeatedly, right? On BJ's channel too. Black people gotta learn to do some shit and then shut the fuck up about it. Every little fucking thing we do has to be, the whole world has to know. Shut up, right? And then the second thing is, hey, you may not reap the benefits that you want from it. It may take 4, 5, 6 generations. But if you're trying to get something, if you're doing it, do it with a cause. Are you doing it for yourself, or are you
Hmm.
doing it for black people? If that means it's going to take 4, 5, 6 generations, then do it, but do it slowly and shut up about it. You don't have to brag about every little thing you fucking do. We see here recently the black lady that got together and got a group of people. They bought 90-something acres down in Georgia, right? What do you hear next? White people getting together, fucking lodging a complaint about it. Now, if you shut up, you have far less of a chance of them being able to go out here and lodge a complaint. Because we all know in this country, when white people lodge a complaint, something like that, it's not just the complaint you got to worry about. Now you got to worry about people coming out there littering. Now you got to worry about people random shootings. All of this shit you got to worry about. We got to understand that we are surrounded in this country. Even
Yep.
with white people outnumber everybody else added together. They're 60+% of the country. Do you get what I'm saying? They're used to this shit, whether they tell you or not. This racism is comfortable to them. A lot of them don't even, that's why they refuse to even call it racism, because it's so comfortable. It can't be something bad. It can't be racism. Look how comfortable I am in. We got to learn to shut up about it, and we got to learn to wait shit out. This is a marathon. That's what they say, right? Life is a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Hmm. Well, you're saying something very profound. It is comfortable to them, and this is something that so brothers in here understand this. You ever look at somebody when you tell them racism is about power, or racism is about wealth? Racism is not. It's really not so much about hatred or intolerance or ignorance, all that mushy crap that they sell you. It's really about power, wealth, influence, and control. Kind of take it from Jason Black. You ever see the look on brothers and sisters' faces when you tell them that type of shit? Because they never considered it. They
No,
never
no,
they never
man.
considered
No,
it.
no. Racism is about you not sitting at the table with me. Racism is about I can't
Right.
take a shit at the same toilet you take a shit.
Right.
No, no, man. See, I'm glad you
Oh,
said that. Power is the
Mhm.
ability to define reality for those who are deemed beneath you, and
mm-hmm,
they have to
Mm.
take it as truth.
mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mhm.
When you realize this and you realize how powerless you are, the one thing you cannot do is once you have knowledge, you can never say you never had power.
Mm.
And see, now I will say this to black Americans, black men in particular. You bucked the status quo during the election. I don't think the Republicans haven't seen over 20% turnout for black men in the last 70, 80 years.
Yeah. Since before JFK.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
guess what? If these women want Biden so bad, you hold everybody asses at gunpoint.
Mm.
Okay, bitch. You still want to be able to get shit done? We need programs for our black boys.
Mhm.
Mhm.
What about the girls? What about them? They're doing better than the boys.
Yeah.
But
See,
they don't think
black.
you're reliable, so they think that they should be doing better than you. They don't think that they shouldn't be beholden to you in any kind of way. They should be doing better than you. So when you bring that up, they're gonna be like, okay, what's the point?
Well, that's what the whole platinum plan that Ice Cube got caught up in. That
Mhm.
I'm not going to say he couldn't articulate. He couldn't he couldn't get into it to explain it to the point where he should have said, look, if Native American black women
Mhm.
want men that earn, then they have to get their asses out of the way and fall in line. This is
Mm.
why Caucasian women voted for Donald Trump in the numbers that they did, because they realized if their men don't eat, they
They
don't
don't
eat.
know he. Mhm.
But let's keep it real, 100. When Kevin did the stream about say you could learn something from white women, how a
Oh,
lot of sisters got triggered. They should get
Mm.
triggered because you fall for the fucking trick bag. The system
yes.
Mhm.
that was created is really directed to your black fucking ass. Because they are same famous, but they are married. They still get and operate in this function system with the men doing what they should be doing, leading, while you operate in the same mindset, but you want to take all leadership, all control, all that, and you see how you're so behind. And then you up here all happy saying, we doing things for ourselves. You see us building
towns and cities, you ain't doing a motherfucking thing, bitch.
And I
They're
believe
not
that
doing, hold on a minute. They're not doing a motherfucking thing because it ain't probably allows you just to do little small things. You ain't doing shit because with anything comes greater resistance.
But y'all know something.
Well, did y'all see Tone Talk interview Antonio Moore interviewed that white lady that was on MSNBC that said, yo, white women, help with white supremacy. And he interviewed her, I think it was about an hour long. And she just straight up said, like, yo, like we don't, like, white women don't really want to get rid of this shit. Look at our voting record. Look at how we, and it's crazy because everybody talks about how white women play a trick on black men and other men of color with that damsel in distress shit. But they also play a trick on black women that black women are just now slowly admitting, where it's like, hey, we're sisters in the struggle, right? Black women are just now waking up to the fact that, wait a minute, but you stayed married to your man and I divorced mine, if I even got married to him in the first place. So
Right.
you get
So
to
the
get the
problem is
money
they're
from
not
your
getting
man
married
and I
like
don't.
that. They're
Well,
not
y'all
getting
know.
married like that. So regardless how they
Exactly.
start to open their eyes, it's actually really too late at this point because now you already discussed a lot of men. Listen, the young men that's younger than all of us on here, not even giving black women the time of day. So you already know you already lost already. If this was
Yeah.
really
Well,
going on, then you already lost already because where you think black people gonna come from? You understand?
well, here's
I'm
the
Get
gonna
them
thing,
say
right?
I'm
So,
gonna say this real quick. I'm gonna let Beach go, then I'm gonna say something after him.
so we got to understand the when it comes down to how we're dealing with each other, especially black women don't understand this. This is I said it last night there, Charles. Life is one big competition, right? This is a gun fight.
Yep.
So when we look at this, it's not merely, hey, do I make more money than you? That's not the only thing going on here in this country. It's do our families stay intact more than your families stay intact? And that's what a lot of these black women aren't understanding. Something I've learned, one of the craziest things I heard in my life, I was about 25 years old. And about 25, 26, the girl I was dating at the time said that women don't get dressed for men. They get dressed for other women.
Yeah, I heard that too.
They not understanding that that's the same shit that these other races are pulling when it comes to black women. Because you fall for it so easily, right? Overly aggressive. They are competing with you with everything. They're leading you down the wrong fucking road. They're competing you when it comes to families. Then when they sit up here and talk about when they talk about single moms, who do you think? It's just like we said last night there, Charles, right? When you pray, what image comes into mind? Right? Okay. When they say single moms, what image comes into mind? Black women. Right?
Yeah.
When they say welfare queen, what image comes into mind? Black
Even though
women.
there's more white women on it.
Exactly. It's just a bunch of euphemisms. But the problem is, I'm telling y'all, check this out. And then I got this shit down here. This shit is a management problem. We are, I've said this repeatedly, the problem black men are having with their women is the same problem as women have with their children, right? And if women started to see it like that, they have a lot less fucking attitude and admit to a lot more of their bullshit. That child turns 14, 15, 16 years old. You're trying to tell them the best. You're looking out for them. You really want the best for them, but they're going to do what the fuck they want to fucking do. And they believe that because they can do what they want to do, that's the right thing. And then what happens? 20 years later, that child that was 15 years old is now 35, having the same fucking problems with their fucking 15-year-old, wishing they would have listened. And that's the shit we have with our women. They don't want to fucking listen. Understand something? I don't care how cool you are with dudes, how cool you are with men. You don't know the minds of men. Only men know the minds of men. And even then, it takes a long fucking time and a lot of goddamn struggle and a lot of goddamn blood and bloody mouths to fucking really figure that shit out.
Yeah, but sisters do not want to listen to us because we're losing in their mind, right? And even with that, go ahead. I'm sorry, Charles. Go ahead.
I'll say this. As Terrell would tell you when he was up here, I don't know if you just clicked off, but like Terrell, as a former shift commander, when you're a commander of something, when you're the leader, You can take all the victories, but you also have to take all the failures.
Yep.
So, see, we forget that one part about being commanding. For all my people who've been in paramilitary organizations, the military itself, policing, firefighters, armed security, unarmed. Excuse me. You have to take the good with the bad. You know, what did Frankie Beverly say? The joy and the pain. See, that's the one thing they refuse to take. Like I told people, I said, look, there are some L's black women have to take by themselves. There are some L's black men have to take by themselves. See, the difference between us both is that guess what? We will actually look at our L's and try to make some type of completion of it. When a quarterback, when a football team loses or wins, the quarterback got him there. You know why? Because he holds the ball 100% of the time. You give me the child at 5, and I'll give you the adult at 25. Okay? I don't know who's listening is like on here. But don't tell me what to do on my panels, please. All due respect. But somebody, I'm listening. Why you guys keeping cutting off Mr. Z? I said, please don't tell us what to do on the panel. This is open.
They're not cutting me off, man. Let them talk, man. Jeez. Hey, that's how y'all start conflict. Stop that.
Hey,
that conflict shit.
Yeah, stop. Or we're gonna start slap the timeouts. Everybody speak range here.
Man, this is men talking, man. We gotta talk over each other occasionally.
Exactly. So if you're not used to that, you might want to go elsewhere. Sorry. I'm like, look, number one, I'm not against black families. I'm for them. But you at the fundamental part is she has to own up to her part in it, and black men have to own up in their part as well. So when you see this behavior, we have to make conscious decisions to say, you know what? I'm going to have to limit you. Why you got to limit us into this? Because you're not listening. What we done back in the past does not work. I want to hear from Terrell, like about leadership and being a commander. Terrell, you still there?
Yes, sir.
So when you were a shift commander, did you have to take the blame for anything the shift fails to do, and you had to and you basically couldn't even eat the glory?
Well, I'll say this: as a leader, you're still a follower. Nobody's at the top, but as a follower, it's great because if something goes wrong, everybody can turn around and look at the guy who's responsible. All right. Leadership applies to anywhere you go, your household, your workplace, whatever. But it's the places where, and people can attest to this that work with me at the police department, even when I was a lowly officer, I took responsibility. I'm the type of guy to take the heat off the sergeant, the lieutenant. No, that was my post. Let me explain to the major what happened. You know, my experience in the military, it was more so like, nobody, shut up. They're not talking to you. They're talking to Sarge. You know what I'm saying? They're like, First Sarge probably talk to the E7 or the E6. Shut up. Don't even take responsibility. Shut up. Don't say nothing. But I've always been the type of person to take my blame. I'd rather fall on the sword for the betterment of the team. And that's also a lesson in life and called being a man. And it's not a knock on the men who don't want to do it, but it's an essential part of being a man. And when it comes to households, I got cut off and came back in, but I just want to tie it in because it's on my mind. When it comes to a household, I've never met a black woman that took responsibility for any failure in her household. So when you talk about leadership, you're not going to see it. You know, if you are raised in a single parent, female household, responsibility is something you're going to avoid like the fucking plague. So I can identify a bitch nigga real quick because you were taught by your mother. Not your fault. Not your fault. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It's not a shot at nobody. It's just what we know. You only show what you know. So if you're taught by somebody who's not willing to display failure, to accept responsibility for their failure, shortcomings, and you know, ain't nobody gonna beat your ass. It's all right. You failed.
I mean, somebody might beat your ass, but
I mean, but hey, then just take it and move on.
If they beat your ass, it's usually out of love.
Exactly. I think that's what, in particular, I can only speak for my community because I'm an African-American male. I think our community is really lacking that, even without leadership. Where's
Well, what's
Jesse
black
Jackson?
leadership though?
Where's Al Sharpton? Everybody just
Mm.
shrunk up because the community's going in different directions. Nobody wants to
Oh
be
yeah.
responsible for where it's going now because they feel like it's tanking. You know what I'm saying? But
Well,
if
isn't
somebody
that what
steps up,
integration did though? Isn't
yeah,
that what so integrate?
that
So
was
we
the
got
purpose.
integrated to a certain extent, and so the people that ran through the door first, now they have grandchildren. Their grandchildren are so disconnected from the average black person. The only thing the grandchildren know how to do is use our rhetoric, our slang, maybe dress like us a little bit. Outside of that, them niggas don't know. Bro, perfect example. Did y'all see? I'm good. I'm going off on a tangent, but I'm connecting this back. Did y'all see what Willow said about the black community?
Oh,
How the
what?
black community make her and her brother feel shunned or outcast.
Wait
And
a minute.
Ryan Davis kind of covered this.
Wait a
And it's
damn
like
minute. She has nerve.
you see, but that's what I'm saying. So
Her entire
her,
family has nerve to even talk and speak on the black community.
but you don't understand playing the dozens, right? You don't understand joking. Oh, nigga, nobody's safe in the black community. We got mom jokes. We make fun of each other hair. We make fun of each other nose. Your
Listen,
skin tone. If you're a light nigga, we making fun of you. If you're a
I'm the
dark nigga, we
last.
making fun of you.
Check this
You
out.
know?
I'm the last
Hey, look,
politically
dark
correct
skinned niggas,
motherfucker you would ever hear.
dark skinned niggas, you
I'm
know that
not.
other dark skinned niggas. That's the way it
Well,
works in the black
Thank you,
community.
bro.
You
I'm about to
gonna
say.
get jumped
Well,
on.
listen. I'm gonna speak on Willow
Let
herself.
me ask you a question. Why the hell we listen to celebrities that have not
I
even
was
lived
about
with
to say.
black people?
Well, you
I
know
was about
why
to say.
it's
Hold up.
important?
Our whole
Because
existence
Willow's in
is
Hollywood. This is
around
important.
white
Chaos.
people.
No,
So
no, no, no,
our
no, no, no,
That's
no,
what
no.
I'm
Look at
saying.
it.
But
Look at it. Hold up. Time out real
because they
quick. Real quick. Let me
influence
just
the
say this.
sympathy that the world will have for you or empathy the world will have for you when shit goes on, right? That's why they put Candace Owens out there when George Floyd gets killed. Candace Owens comes out and says, well, I'm not saying he deserved to die, but he shouldn't be the martyr, right? Because it's a black
Well,
person
hold on.
saying shit that white people want to hear.
Roll it
Did
back
That's
even
why
a
it's
Candace,
step.
did,
important.
Hold
Can-
on. Hold on. Hold on.
let me say it. The same Candace Owens said that her husband was fucking her her brother.
I heard that. I didn't know if it was true. That shit's true.
Oh my
The same
God.
Candace that got about a non-black man, and
Well,
this non-black man
see,
is
listen.
having anal
That's my
activity
point.
with her own
But
That
hold
brother.
up,
that was my
That
point.
but
Candace
hold up,
Owens, you
but
talking
hold,
about?
but hold up. Let's go
Yeah.
back to what Terrell was saying.
Hold on. This is my point. They
Hmm.
pick and choose people's opinions that's supposed to be part of our community because they look like us,
They
Exactly.
right?
have no
So hold
opinion.
on.
Exactly.
So let's
They
talk
have
about
no
Willow
opinion.
Smith.
That's
You
why
got
black people not even talking about these fuckers now.
you got a daughter that's a lesbian and a son that's gay. You got a wife that's cheating on her husband, and you got a husband that's a simp. So this
Yeah.
is the image they want us to see.
Exactly.
So her
Hey,
opinion
did
don't
y'all
matter to
just say
me.
her husband was fucking her brother?
Yeah, Candace
Yeah,
Owens
I
said that.
saw that report, man. That shit blew my mind. I was like,
I didn't know if
Wait,
it
what?
wait,
was
wait,
true
wait,
or
wait.
not. So it's
She wanted
true.
to join in
I'm
and
gonna
they told her
ask.
no.
I'm gonna ask y'all again one more time, so I'm understanding exactly what y'all just said.
You heard
I
right.
said her husband was fucking her brother.
That's what
Well,
Yes,
Candace Owens said. Yep.
well,
yes.
you got to keep
And
it. You got to keep it in the family.
God,
well,
God
remember Candace,
damn,
but
nigga.
tell me, y'all couldn't look at Farmer and tell that he had sugar in his tank? Come on, man. You read the comments from like a year ago and people were like, yo, he seemed weird as hell. You could tell Buddy Rowe is, but who else would marry somebody like that?
God
Woo.
damn.
A traumatized black chick. See, the crazy part about it. I'm gonna say something about Willow.
Mhm.
Willow should be named Weirdo.
Yeah.
Okay, her and her fucking brother are some weird motherfuckers. If you really fundamentally break it down, okay,
Hmm.
they some weird motherfuckers. Your parents have done this shit to you. So when you see this, in all retrospect, those who live a millionaire lifestyle cannot tell me about my hood ass lifestyle. Okay,
Yeah. Thank you.
Fact.
Absolutely.
Tell Raven
okay.
Simone to shut the
Absolutely.
hell up too, by the way.
And you talk about that fat joke. Okay, number one, with all that.
Uh-oh. Yeah, please touch on that, man. What is wrong with his thinking?
Hmm.
See, the problem with this is really we need to tell celebrities shut the fuck up.
Shut up forever.
We need to really tell celebrities shut the fuck up. Due
Make
to
your
the fact
music
that
and shut the fuck up.
because guess what? You do not represent us because you don't even
Right.
live in our neighborhoods. You don't
Nope.
even
Right.
think about this. This is the reason why black people in the black communities are suffering.
Mm.
When Robert F. Smith gave the Freedom Papers, I don't give a
Mm-hmm.
fuck what anybody say. Fuck the fact that he has a white wife. fuck everybody. Fuck.
Paid
Them.
all those boys school in Morehouse.
Yeah.
Paid
Right,
400 boys in
right.
Morehouse. Gave them their freedom papers.
Talking about
Mm-hmm.
reparations.
Talked about reparations and challenged other black millionaires and billionaires to do the same.
Mm.
Charles, by the way,
But you know what the fucking community did?
Hell.
What?
You worried about who the fuck he was going to bid with.
Exactly.
now
Right. They
compare
always.
that to Barack. Compare that to Barack, who has a black wife,
Oh,
but went to
Barack
Morehouse and
is
told
the
them boys,
fucking
no excuses, no excuses.
right.
So let me get this right. Barack, your first black president, tells you no excuses, but Robert Smith,
Mhm.
who doesn't have to do anything for you, came and paid off your school. Now look at the difference. But he got a white
But
wife.
look though, they like the way Barack walk. Oh, he not a walk. Oh man, he played
He plays
basketball.
basketball.
He
Mm.
speak
He got some tight ends.
well.
He know Jay-Z.
That's it.
So
Look.
Barack gives you white racist talking points, and Robert Smith pays off your school loan, but you rather be with somebody like Barack because he's shitting on black men under the guise of constructive criticism. Man, get that
Yes.
shit
And he
out of here,
likes
bro.
getting it.
Well, see, this is the part that you
Oh
fail to
hell
admit.
yeah! Don't forget
This
that
is the
part.
part this is what the part everybody failed to realize.
Uh huh.
Remember when your grandmother or your grandfather used to say, "This is the reason why you can't get nice things.
There you go.
You
Absolutely.
can't get nice shit because the people who come down and reach back and pull you up, you slap their hand away or you spit in their face."
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
So think about it. And then, well, you had the cybernetic one, you know, the motherfucker who's gonna be in the new Justice League movie on HBO Max.
Mhm.
She was complaining, well, he did all these things for black males. Oh, he still married to a white wife. Who gives a fuck? See,
It's stupid.
you
For
give
real.
a fuck about shit that makes no motherfucking sense.
Right.
You give a fuck about things that do not matter. Guess what? If one of you brothers come to save my life, if my car flipped over my truck,
Mhm.
I gotta be like, no, give me a light skinned nigga to pull me out.
Facts.
So I'm gonna be like, get me out of this shit immediately.
Right.
Thank you. See,
Thank you. I'm
we
glad.
worry about shit. We worry about shit that does not matter.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
like I had to talk about Ramil and his remedial ass.
Oh man. What happened now, man? What happened with that, man? I didn't even look at the video.
I'm gonna ride that motherfucker until he finds his way over here. Number one, as much as I might talk about my concerns about black women,
motherfucker.
as much as I might talk my concerns about black women, a black man like me and others on this panel and others on this chat knows when you find a ride or die black woman who's down with you, your program, regardless if she's your friend, your lover, or whatever, that's an asset.
Yep.
Oh, thank you, Terrell, for the cash app. That's an asset. See, I can go to somebody like Danielle and she'll come in town. Well, you know, I'm broke this week. Are you coming out? I didn't say you had to pay. I got you. I've actually had people like Danielle who couldn't view my stuff live will go back, view the whole thing, and then send me a cash app. Okay? I can talk that she's probably my biggest supporter and critic. One of my biggest supporters and critic of my show. So when you talk about, oh, a female is a waste of my time. Okay, that's because niggas like you don't get them.
That part.
That's because niggas like you gotta pay for. I've got more out of my exes than some niggas get out of their wife. I got chicks I never had sex with cook me dinner. A lot of those weak motherfuckers can't even get a fucking wife or girlfriend they live with to get them anything of substance. So when we talk about the black community coming together, because you looking at black women like, well, they don't matter to me. Guess what? You're afraid to take that journey and to find the right one for you.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why we go through this idiocy of the back and forth. Like my boy Zabar was in here when he was asking damn good questions. How are we going to fix this? You know how are we going to fix it? We're going to fix it the best way possible. We're going to put our best foot forward. We're going to man up. And we're going to say, guess what? If you're not following this program, we're not accepting your bullshit. You know what the ladies are going to do? Guess what? They're going to be like, we don't want to be whores. We want to be wives. Fuck whatever the status quo say. We want to be winners and we want to marry winners. We want to raise our children and teach them a goddamn culture that's worth a damn.
Mm-hmm.
We want to be supportive of our men. We want to make our men feel like Superman so he can bring home the goddamn bacon, the fucking cow, and the motherfucking barbecued alligator for all you fucking Florida motherfuckers.
Hey, look, I don't eat alligator over here, bro.
Not yet. Not yet.
I might try it one day though.
So you're gonna have men being built up and being encouraged by their women to feel like Superman. We're gonna make them feel like Superman instead of being his goddamn kryptonite. Thank you again, Leon. Woo! We're gonna have sustainable families. We're gonna involve ourselves with generational wealth. Even if you have kids by a woman, fuck it. Give me my kids, or I'll just pay my money, and I'm gonna still build, and I'm gonna become triple even better than what the fuck you even found me.
Right.
I don't know fucking losses. I know setbacks. What the fuck is a speed bump to a nigga that can fly?
Never heard that one before. That's good.
I want you to really take that in consideration. What the fuck is a speed bump or a speed limit to a nigga that flies?
Mm-hmm.
See, I like to be around niggas who can fly. Niggas who say, you know what? I got terminated from this job. You know what? That was God's way of saying, time to build your own, my boy. Well, what happened?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to build up what the fuck we're going to build. Okay, we're going to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, when we have a solution and we build proper families, what are we going to do? We're going to have men's groups to take care of each other. We're going to have...
be careful, them feminists coming for you with that.
Man,
we can't let them have their own space.
And I would tell them, you can join our spaces when you can pee standing up. As much as you wish, you can't do it. See, a lot of those women are afraid to be with the big dogs. Okay? See, I like competition. I like being with the big dogs. See, when I wrestled, it wasn't about where do I rank, it's who can I take out. See, I didn't have arguments of were you the man. I know I was the man. I was a winning motherfucker. Each year, my goals were simple. I don't want to fucking win. I want to destroy you. I want to take your soul like some Shang Tsung shit.
Your soul is mine.
Like, I'm that much of a fucking competitor, man. You can't beat me. There's no competition but me. Everybody else just needs to bow the fuck down to the greatness that I bestow upon thee. That's the fucking attitude black men need to fucking have. Okay? That's the attitude. Oh, my baby mama, she's not letting me see. Guess what? You go to that court and you bug them every goddamn day. You get your fucking boys to put up some money and get a goddamn retainer. And guess what? Sooner or later, you're going to have a bottle of fucking some good-ass XO cognac, and you're going to celebrate when you get your fucking kids back away from that fucking heartbeat. You getting let go of somewhere? Do like my boy Terrell. Fuck a job. You make your own goddamn business. When they talk about black men don't build. Man, we build so goddamn much. Lego owes us royalties.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one.
We build so goddamn much.
Oh man.
The reason why black women can walk the goddamn streets they can now is because there's a black guy who's not even fucking them, protecting them.
You know, sometimes I remember saying this to one of my homegirls, which consequently I don't talk to anymore. But I said, what would happen if tomorrow y'all woke up and there was no black men in America? Like every black man in America just disappeared. And she was like, I think that would be the first time black women understand what white supremacy really is.
Yep.
And as a
Right?
matter of fact, I'm glad you said that.
hmm
When you had when you had black men protecting these motherfuckers, right? They never tell you anything that they will have. Well, black men, we're doing all the men's jobs. Oh, really? Don't tell me that, because I love the numbers. I love statistics.
hmm
I don't believe in bullshit. I believe in research. Don't speak to me. What's the one thing I always tell you? Don't speak to me till you research this shit, because I'm gonna embarrass you. I'm gonna dissect you. I said, how the fuck is it that cooking is considered a woman's job, but 77% of the chefs in America are men?
Mm. Say that. True.
Google it. You ain't gotta trust me.
True. Say that.
How the fuck is it? How the fuck is it? Really? But yeah, instead of valuing the greatness that you have in your men, why do you fight so hard to fucking become his enemy?
Yeah.
I don't think they. I don't. I'm gonna give the women a little bit of space here. They don't know, Charles. I talk to women all day. They really don't know. Now, some of them, I'm talking about some of our college educated sisters, the ones that's in those smoke filled rooms where there's none but women. These are your feminist designers, right? They know. But your average sister, even college educated, she really doesn't. She has no clue how big the difference between black men and black women are in this society, right? There's a lot of things that we go through together as black people, but there are different ways that white supremacy comes at black men compared to black women, black straight compared to black gay, right? Or black lesbian compared to black straight. Black women on average, they don't know. All they know is once they get into college, they don't see that many of you. Then they graduate, they don't see that many of you. Then they get into these corporate spaces, they really don't see that many of you, and they blame it on you. They don't understand. They don't. You know what it is? They've adopted intersectionality. They have no idea what social dominance theory is. They don't know anything about dominance theory. They don't know that white men would rather see them in those spaces than us in those spaces, and how that affects their dating pool and their marriage market. Black women don't know, and the few that do know don't care because they're mainly trying to date white dudes or trans or gay, you know? So,
But they can't even hold themselves up to their own standard. See, we like women that keep themselves fit. I'll tell you one thing, majority of the girls that are friends of mine, guess what they'll do? Their asses in the gym. Their asses watching what they eat.
yeah. Yeah.
See, I can't say it's all of them because I know several of them. But the overwhelming majority, well, you gotta understand, it's the government. It's the government. Look at Dr. Brittany Cooper.
Oh my God.
Was all that knowledge you got, you couldn't know what a salad looks like?
Charles, now you're just being petty. That was funny as hell, by the way.
Hey, yo, I gotta give a little bit of pushback, man. They know,
Yeah,
trust
no
me,
pushing
because
that bitch.
you got ghetto gaggers. You know what I mean? Look at ghetto gaggers and look at how they treat them, but look how they treat us. And when we argue with them, it's only a special occasion. You may get some top, you know what I mean? But they go to work and they treat these other people like gods. No matter if they argue, whatever, they will still do whatever they say of power and means and everything else. Like Charles say, we gotta come to a point in our lives, man, where we just don't care. We're gonna let you know what it is. This is our bus, and if you don't want to
Mm-hmm.
ride our bus, there's another one coming about another hour, another
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
whatever. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? And this is the mentality we gotta have, because this is a
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
war out here. It's a
Yep.
war.
Mm-hmm.
So when you
Yeah.
having a war, there's no middle ground. And like, I never faced a battle like this before, but Child's been in multiple battles on both sides of the spectrum. You know what I'm saying? And combat,
Mm-hmm.
and plus even another combat is being in the police force. And he actually seeing these women's how they being combative, and he actually is looking at these numbers when there's more women's being more violent towards men and domestic situations. And he
Oh
actually
yeah.
broke the numbers down. And especially when you broke the numbers down, that
Mm-hmm.
these women don't know these numbers, and they don't know.
Yeah.
They know this, but you know what they do? They dumb it down. They
Mm.
acting like another child. They acting because it's
In other words,
just
they're
like an
trying to win
egg.
the lottery. It's like I know
Right,
what it is, but I'm hoping that I'm the one that escapes. I'm hoping I'm the one
right.
that
So they're
doesn't have to
gonna
And
deal
you
with the
see what you see
consequences.
what the messed up
Yeah.
part about it is? The messed up part about it is that the women who are worth being wives, the women who are worthy to be wives, the women who we could put up on a pedestal, they're being outshined by the fucking ghetto motherfuckers.
Yeah.
These
Mm.
motherfuckers that's
yeah.
not worth shit. See,
Yep.
you gotta
Mm.
remember, brothers love their women. If we
Mm-hmm.
didn't,
Right,
we wouldn't have programs like this.
Mm-hmm.
We
right.
wouldn't care.
We
We'd just be
wouldn't
swirling.
we wouldn't care. See, brothers love their
Mm-hmm.
women.
Mm-hmm.
Critical assessment does not kill anybody.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Stagnation does. Okay? If we didn't
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
give a fuck about black women, how many black men go out of their cars to fucking. I remember one time I was dating a chick from PG County going to work. Car flipped over,
Mm-hmm.
right? Car flipped over on 295. I'm in uniform, but I'm not on duty yet. I get out the
Mm-hmm.
car, park with safe distance, park a safe area, not to be in traffic. Go over there, literally had to put my leather gloves on, take my knife, bust out the window, and literally cut
You
off
ain't
her
do that bare
seatbelt.
fist, Charles? Oh, elephant arm ass. You ain't do that bare hands.
Oh no, you gotta know the different strategies on saving your fucking knuckles.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like, you break the glass open, you have two black correctional officers and an AA County off-duty police officer come over there to help. But wait a minute. Brothers don't love nor protect their women.
Mm.
We weren't on duty, none of us. But we looked at her and the car
Wow.
was smoking. But the first goddamn thing we did was make sure she was okay into safety.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I never
Did
seen
she at least say
somebody.
thank you?
Oh, she hugged and kissed all of us.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Saved her life.
But guess what?
Right.
I hear all these stories of black men don't protect black women. I don't. I hear stories that a lot of these females, there are some great females out there. It's your job to journey to find them.
That's
Because
a
guess
fact.
what? When you find that diamond in the fucking sand, you ain't letting that motherfucker go.
Oh, heck nah. What's the
See,
scientist lady that she's from the South? She's like a scientist named
you talk about
what's
Nicole
her
Ali.
man, listen.
Oh,
I wish there was a million of her, man.
Oh, Nicole's a sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Nicole's a
Yeah,
beautiful sweetheart.
she talked about what she cooked in the afternoon. I was like, wow.
And then think about it.
Mm-hmm.
She's proud to cook for her man.
Mm-hmm.
She said
Yeah.
after she does all her scientific analysis, all her studies, she rushes home to go cook for a man.
Mm.
Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
What do you mean? She's proud to cook for her man.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
Man.
I can breathe through both
That's
nostrils now.
that's a real unicorn, you know what I mean?
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
you're saying that, and I don't know why I'm thinking about Dr. Dunbar, right? You have this doctor, this brother, and like, even for him, he's not married. Like, what world do we live
Wow,
in where a
right.
Dr. Dunbar is not married?
He's a
Man, them
legit,
girls need to be chasing after him like a cheetah,
That's
you
that's the
know?
guy that left off the
like
panel?
Nicole. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's like Nicole. He's a legitimate scientist.
Yes.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
the bona fide scientist who live in the DMV. He lives in Maryland. So I kind of wish Cole wasn't here because I'll be telling everybody to meet and greet at the cigar shop.
Right.
But guess what? You have legitimate scientists, doctors
Mm-hmm.
of doctors of black science, of men's studies. You have guys who are law enforcement professionals, military personnel, people who work within the Pentagon, and we don't take advantage of this shit.
Mm-mm.
Right. Um, General, the General, right? He did a there was a show on the Platinum Elite channel where he said that he was in his office and the guy came in his office, you know, I think he was just a regular guy underneath him though, you know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
he said that his wife was messing with another military guy, man. And they just
Mm-hmm.
got there. They just got there. He unpacked his car. You know what I'm saying? I guess he went into the bunker or whatever and seen them having relations, man.
Hmm.
Already.
Man, I think Platinum Elite got the live stream up. You know what I'm saying? And he was ready to flip out. He had to calm him down. He said he was going to show it on live, but he didn't. He said that they already had left or whatever the case may be, and he actually talked to the gentleman. So there's a lot of things. These men, right? These men risk their whole lives, give their wives a lifestyle because there's probably like a gated community on a military base
Mm-hmm.
where these couples can live at, and they gone for a long period of time. These women's got the best life, acres of land, don't have to do anything, bills paid, everything goes, and they'll get that little itch and do some unrenowned acts. You know what I mean? And then
Yeah,
especially like the Million Man March. There's a million brothers out of Million Man March, but look how many ladies that was just chilling at home, twirling their freaking hair, bored because they don't want to clean up or they don't want to do anything of means or go to the gym because we didn't have Corona at that time. We didn't have anything
Mm-hmm.
happening at that time. And look how many
Mm-hmm.
women's probably cheated or have babies or did some. Once you know these women's and how nasty they get because you was out there as a boy, they get nasty, man. I got some. That's why Charles Fighting need a Patreon, man, because
so
it get crazy.
I probably will. And it's funny
Get a
you mentioned a million
Patreon.
man.
I could. mm,
It's funny
Yeah.
that you talked about the Million Man March. I was there when I was in the eighth grade, and
Mm.
Wow.
so I went to a black Catholic school, and they said, "Fuck what you mean, you going?" But that's when you had black men running the school.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
When they said, "I don't give a fuck what you mean. This is a historic event. We got a show."
Right.
And I will say this on record: it was more than a million there. I'm talking.
Wow.
Mm.
But these
Okay.
ladies talking about that black man can't come together, and I've been in this space since 2015, and I never heard them bring up the Million Man March. Never.
You know what's funny? I want you to think about this. You had over a million black men there.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what white women would have done if they had a million man white march? They'd
Man.
have came to that goddamn march with their fresh baked cookies and their ham hocks and every goddamn thing. They
I
would have
never
been
looked at it like that.
they would have been auditioning for a husband quick.
Right. Yup.
Okay?
Quick,
Mm-hmm.
fast, in a hurry.
They would have been like, oh, I'm capable. You can use me till you use me up.
Right.
But Charles, you know why that's not happening? It's because and I said this on one of your panels already, because for them they're the prize. And and the way I speak about it, especially coming off of that who's the prize and who's the catch thing, the person who's the catch is the person who's valued by the other person. So your wife can be
Right.
the catch to you, and you are the catch to her because y'all both value what the other one brings to the table. Because a lot of sisters have been taught that they go to college, they get an education, they're
Mm-hmm.
doing okay
Mm-hmm.
with themselves financially, maybe probably not, but at least educationally, she's the prize. So you are always beholden to her. You need to
Facts.
always be looking to her as she's the reason why you came to your manhood, and she's elevated you, right? This
Right.
that's why She doesn't treat you like, oh man, you went to the Million Man March, and what plans did you brothers come up with? Did you meet any business connects? Did you meet anybody that you can put our son in this private school or our daughter in this private school, right? She doesn't look at you like that because in her mind, she's the catch, and she's always it doesn't matter if she works at Publix making $9 an hour and you're an
Right.
attorney, right? It doesn't matter. She's the catch. And because of that, that's why she doesn't
Mm.
value anything you really bring to the table outside of a very overt display of money or of wealth. And I need brothers to kind of understand that a lot, and it's not just a black. This is a quiet as kept. It's not just a black woman thing. Black women are just blatant about it. It's a woman thing in many respects, but
That's
black
a
women
fact.
have the space because the black community is barely a community. They have the space to be very disrespectful and overt about the fact that they don't see you
Mm.
as anything but a wallet. You know,
Do
But
so
you
you
yeah.
got
know
to
what?
remember when you talk about a catch,
Hmm.
guess what? Not everything being caught is worth catching. Like a touchdown pass, that's worth catching. Corona,
Right.
not worth catching.
Yeah.
Too
Right.
many, too many ladies are more dangerous than Corona, AIDS, and cancer put together.
Right.
Damn.
Okay, just like just like this. You think you to catch? What do you present? What
Mm,
what actual shit do you put in this man's life?
mm-hmm.
Just like I would say to a dude, you want to marry that chick? Can you take care of her?
Mm,
Right.
Oh,
That's why I've been single for 3 years because I'm evaluating myself, finally paying
mm-hmm.
my bills, getting my second life insurance policy. You know what I mean? Like these are the things that I'm doing because the Green Gorilla man, he dropped a bombshell on me. He
Mm-hmm.
said, in the Civil War, right? Somebody lost, right? But these
Mm-hmm.
women still built statues and they still
For
built
them.
wealth.
Mm-hmm.
And they
For the
went out
losers,
and
man.
went to go get to the losers and
Mm-hmm.
still built wealth and still built buildings of means of substance,
Mm-hmm.
$1 billion buildings. Look at the Wallsteins. Look at them. Look how them
Mm-hmm.
women is still holding it down.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So tell me something though. We
I
fought
think
in
the best
every single
line.
war in America. What have they ever fought on our side during any time of a war? And there've been
well, you,
many of
well,
wars.
you got to think about it.
Mm,
Even during the Revolutionary War, the
Hmm.
first person to actually bust a cap for this country was a black man.
mm-hmm.
First person to
First
die
man to
for it was
die
a
for a
black
book. Yep, yep,
was a
yep. That's
black
where I was
man.
going. Mm-hmm.
And you got to realize a lot of brothers fought in the Civil War not just to free themselves, but to free their children and their women.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did you free your children and women? Yes. But you guys don't love us. Yes, we do. I've
All of
killed.
that comes back to what you do with your dick, man. Like
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the way I had to the same homegirl I was telling y'all about. It's
Hmm.
This is why it's important to talk to women. Y'all gotta for all the that's listening right now. You gotta talk to women because you gotta see what you think. Whether you're gonna confirm it by talking to women or whether you're gonna
Right.
be like, you know what, I was wrong about that. It's not until I talk to her that I realize how much women emphasize what men do with our dicks, yo, what who we find attractive, who we have sex with, bro. Women, and it's really scary because like what they care about is what these celebrity men and these men of means that they can see on camera what they're doing. So the average brother, they don't give a fuck about you and what you're doing. What they care about is
Facts.
who Colin Kaepernick is with, who Russell Wilson is with, who Future is with, who Lil Wayne is with,
Mm.
who Jay-Z is with, you know, who R. Kelly before all the rape stuff is with, right? Who Dr. Dre is with. That's what they care about. So when you say, hey, we do protect, we do provide, they're like, yeah, but Michael Jordan's with a Cuban white bitch. Like, bruh, that's the like you're like, wait a minute.
Mm.
That's why you get the anger and rage. You see what I'm saying? That's why you get the
Right,
anger and
man.
rage when Kobe dies in that helicopter accident. That's why you get sisters
Oh,
with no problem on Twitter, not even 12 hours, not even 5 hours
right.
later, talking about, hey, look, it was God that did that. Him and his favorite daughter died, right? They're coming up with all these
Oh.
harebrained, crazy ass ideas about why Kobe deserved to die because he's not married to a black woman, right? When sisters are like, look, all his money about to go to that Spanish bitch. Yo, these are real ass black women. These are not white
Mm.
trolls pretending to be black women. These are black women saying Kobe deserved to die, or look, that's what he get. God took him and his favorite daughter. because Kobe was married to a black woman, right? That because sisters feel so incensed because in their mind they're like, we went through slavery with you, we went through Jim Crow with you, and now you're marrying non-black women. How dare you?
Let's back up for a minute.
Hmm.
Number one, Kobe was dating Brandy for the longest, but she
Yeah,
left him for
exactly.
she left him for Mace.
Mm-hmm.
Word, I didn't know that. Oh wow, we find
Yeah,
something
I
new
knew she
every
was
day.
dating. I knew she dated Kobe, but I didn't know she had left Kobe
Yeah, I
for
didn't know
Mace.
she was dating Mace.
Okay,
Hmm.
let's talk another point. Kobe did something that a lot of brothers are afraid to do and stand up for his wife because his
Mm.
mama and his other family members didn't care for her because she was non-black.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, "You know what? I'm not going to turn my back on my wife for you."
Mm.
So guess what? Even after the little scandal, did she stay
Hmm.
or did she go?
She stayed.
She,
She stayed.
So any cruel Negro, any cruel white boy, white
Hmm.
girl, black female, whoever, whatever country ass bastard will take the audacity to say, how can I say it without being so upset?
right, right.
Any heartless bitch, remember, that's an adjective for male or female,
Hmm.
that can talk about a man's dying last moments is him
Hmm.
sheltering his daughter because they found the
Hmm.
autopsy where Kobe's body was hugging his daughter, trying to
Mm-hmm.
protect her, trying to
Right.
comfort her. And when you're that heartless of a motherfucker, there is no torture, there is no pit, there is no Pentecostal destruction and bondage that hell has built for you yet.
Mm.
And I mean that from the most sincerest parts of my heart. If you ever
Right.
say that about a man and their child dying, I pray that God will actually make you live a life of strife and multiply it to you when they takes you out.
Mm.
Mm. Facts. Facts.
Because you don't take anything out on children. My father
Mm.
always told me, you don't keep a child from eating a meal. You don't keep a child
Mm.
from a roof over their head. That's some
Right.
Hmm.
selfish shit. Okay?
Right.
You don't do
But
that
social
shit.
media does that, Charles. Social there was a I need people to watch The Social Dilemma, but also watch different interviews of people talking about what social media does. This is kind of talking to what I was saying earlier, where you you get into your little ciphers, your little silos, right? And you just regurgitate the same thing. And because you're not being challenged, you become kind of a monster, kind of a tyrant when it comes to your ideology, because nobody's asking you, hey, how does this work? Okay, you're saying 1 plus 1 equals 7. How does 1 plus 1 equal 7? Break it down for me. And because nobody's doing that, a lot of these sisters, I'm telling you, if you do me a favor, for all of y'all that want to just piss yourselves off like me, click on whatever
Yeah.
crazy comment you see, click on the
Uh-huh.
little thumbnail and follow that person's channel. See who that sister follows, and what you'll often see is only people she follows are makeup tutorials, Chrissy Paris
Right.
Milan, and
Yep.
Crystalline Kerosene and that type of stuff. So she's
Yeah.
filling her mind up with all of this crazy shit. And the scary part is, it's one thing if it's a 35-year-old who's doing that, right? That's scary enough.
Right.
But a lot of these sisters are like 15. When you look at when they joined and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that, you'd be like, what the hell? Right?
Check it.
And
Check this out, right? I
they're
do it
not
in my
being
real
challenged.
life. I do it in
Hmm.
my real life, right? There was this little kid. He was about 8 years old. Yeah, he a little snot, no badass. Him and his little crew, right? So they was
Hmm.
drilling him. They was like talking about his coat, talking about his sneakers. These are the things that kids do when they're young. You know what I'm saying? I've been through it. I know a lot of guys
Yeah.
on this panel probably got ridiculed through mucks their friends.
Yeah.
So my birthday is coming up, which is December 28th. You know what I mean? So when I did this, I told myself, I'm like, yo, you know what? I'm not going to do anything for myself. I'm just going to do for my loved ones and whoever I come across or meet or whatever, which is my so-called community or whatever, right? So
Hmm.
I went to Marshalls. I got this kid a nice coat, boots. You know what I'm saying? I took a picture of it on my phone. I took it to the lady, to the child mother. I
Mm-hmm.
go in the house, there's clothes everywhere.
Mm.
Dishes in the sink ain't been washed. The walls, God, you can see the grease on the walls, right? So I gave it to her. I set the bags down. She ain't say thank you. She ain't say I appreciate it. She ain't say nothing. I just left it there and kept on going. So what I did was his shoes didn't fit. So that's what his grandmother told me, yo. So I went back, got him the right size and everything, man. And that little man told me thank you. You
And
know what I'm
that's the
saying?
and that's the one that
And
matters.
that's the one that matters, man. That's the one that matters. So when I get old and crusty, man, and he see me out there, I hope he just remember that day, man, and help me out. You feel me? If it ever comes to that point, though. If it ever comes to that point. But yeah, man, these are the things I do in my community, man. And we just had a mass shooting up here because I live in Rochester, New York. We had a
Mm,
mass shooting where these kids are well-renowned kids. Two kids passed away, a male and a female. The young gentleman that passed away was a track star, man, and he went to East High School. The other lady was a what she was. I think she was on the track team or something. No, high honor roll. And then another group of kids came over there that, the tyrants, the ones that turn up, be on Molly, weed, or whatever the case may be, man. And they actually killed them two people, man, and shot some other people up. So there's a coach that was also there on the news channel and just talking, stressing, man. Like I know these kids, man, and I love these kids. This is very hurtful for me to even speak because there was another shooting at a Boys and Girls Club up here where five people lost their lives. And
What?
this is on the west side, yo. I'm in Rochester, man, and it's like
Mm-hmm.
it's a war zone right now. I'm in Rochester, New York. So y'all can look this stuff up. It was on the west side where the Boys and Girls shooting happened at, and the
Mm-hmm.
other shooting happened on Pennsylvania Avenue where the two kids who went to East High School lost their lives. You know what I'm saying? So at the
What
place
the
where I
hell is
work at,
going
I
on
took the
over there?
it's this different sections of gangs. One gang don't
Mm.
like the other gang, and these little kids is this buck wilding, man. They on five different medications. They on Molly. They on
Mm.
I'm gonna say
coke. They
this: black men are
yeah,
gonna have to arm themselves, and we're gonna have to take the
right.
streets back. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to tell people we don't. We're not about this violence anymore. We're
right,
taking our
Mm-mm.
streets back. You take that shit somewhere the fuck else but
right.
here.
And that's what's
And
going on right now because you have these organizations right now that's popping up off the woodwork, and like there's a lot of guys from the community, street guys or whatever. So they taking upon themselves too to like, yo, this is not cool, man. This is not the
Mm-hmm.
thing to do. If you want me to be your big brother, to teach you, to walk with you, even just to listen to you,
Mm-hmm.
mhm,
because most of the time, all these kids need men to just open their ear, man, and somebody to listen to, man. So I actually went to the rec center, which is not too far from me, man, and I done took pieces up there. I took two boxes of pizza, told the little kids, man, help yourself. And one little kid was like, man, this freaking pizza's so good, man, I have another one. I'm like, man, help yourself too. How many slices you want? It's all for y'all. And if
and
you
then you,
and I just
and,
want to take it upon myself to let y'all know that there are grown folks who do care about y'all, man.
mhm.
You
And
know what
you'd be
I'm saying?
surprised how many kids that might be the first fucking piece of food they probably ate in days.
Yeah, yeah,
You
man.
never know.
'Cause
You never know.
no, I know, cause the community I live in, you see the women's all day, even my next door neighbors, man. All they do, they just want to turn up. They That's it. Like that's all they
Yo,
think about when they go to bed and wake up, man. It's
shout
crazy.
out to Sir Anthony. He said, I'm in Griselda territory. He's in Griselda
You
territory.
oh okay. Yeah,
Yeah, because I'm
man.
in Miami, so yeah. Yeah, it's
My
funny.
homeboy is actually he know them. Like I know 38
Oh,
Special, and
oh man.
I know Ito too, man. He's a little short Spanish guy, and he produced one of Griselda's album, man. And like that's my sandbox brother. Like I grew up with him. Like I know his whole freaking family, bro. And
Mm,
everything they be talking about is real, man. And I'm glad that these brothers changed their life around, man, and then employ other people so they don't have to live in Buffalo, man. Because there's really nothing to do in Buffalo, man. There's nothing to do out there. Nothing to do. All they got is the Buffalo Bills, man. And without the Buffalo Bills, where will Buffalo be at, man? I'm just talking
Cold.
about the, you know.
Besides cold as fuck.
Yeah, it's definitely cold, man. It's cold as shit up here. It's cold right
Yeah,
now. Ain't no snow on the ground.
it's cold as fuck in Buffalo. I'm gonna tell you one thing. The one
Your
thing I will
city could have
encourage,
something.
the one thing I will encourage black men, we gotta take back our neighborhoods.
Yeah,
Right.
definitely.
We're gonna have to take them back by negotiations or by force because
Mm,
kids being killed, man, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
yeah.
and this rapidly, man. There's some cases we just had that mass shooting. We had the shooting right there on the west side. That was some years ago, and I was like, right now they killing each other in broad daylight, man. It's like five
Mm,
killings, but this is throughout the nation, though. You know what I'm saying? Especially like in New York City, um, especially what's going on in Houston right now. There's a war going on out there, man, and
yeah.
it's like these times are crazy. So people have to like Fartner said, man, you have to be compassionate. You have to be a genuine friend. When you walk outside, you don't know what the heck going on, and people are on these drugs. They got mental issues right now, man. Like he said,
Mm-hmm.
they not even taking showers in the morning, man. Some of these ladies are wearing pajamas and flip flops in the cold. Who will wear shorts and flip flops and freaking that bonnet thing on their freaking head right now, man? Like they don't even wear a coat no more. They coming
Mm,
outside looking like whatever, coming out here, man, and causing
mm,
havoc. And these women are setting dudes up to be killed. So don't let that slip your minds, man. Y'all want to turn up with these ladies. You think it's cool going into her crib, and next thing you know, when you have relations with her, you're gonna go to sleep and nod off. So that's why I told y'all
mm-hmm.
when you pump and dump, leave the house. Don't cuddle. Don't go to sleep. Especially if you a man who got things going on within your life. Don't.
Mm-hmm.
But once you fall asleep, she gonna creep up and unlock that door, man. And I pray to God y'all never be in that
That's
situation,
probably them
cause
ratchet ass chicks, man. You know what I mean?
right. So that's why you gotta
Every
love
woman,
yourself.
every woman deserves to be pumped up, fellas. You know what I'm saying? Especially ones that carry on a certain way, especially if you live in the hood. Obviously,
Right,
if you look at her environment, look at her crib and all stuff, I see, yeah,
right.
it look like you're a booster. Look like you do some.
Yeah, that's an
You
indication where
know
you
what
don't
I'm saying?
even need to be
Take
with
the
her.
balls in your mouth, man, and I keep it pushing, man. I ain't gonna
Keep
say
it pushing. Her
it.
microwave is dirty. Leave. If
Hell
she
yeah!
got a whole
Hysterical.
bunch of
This nigga said
clothes,
the microwave,
leave.
not the
Let
Yo,
it
microwave.
be
when I
dirty.
was coming up, in the
Go
game in the 90s,
clean your
I
bed.
used to go to the bathroom and look at how she kept. If her bathroom was nasty, I'm leaving.
Hell yeah! You don't want to see
Mm-hmm.
me making that shit, man. Say fuck.
I'll check the medicine cabinet, man, to see on some medications. I see a whole bunch of
Hell yeah!
medications laying around. I'm bouncing, bro.
Out of
Yeah.
here.
This is what grown men used to teach us. Is this like Maya? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, with the Aztecs and all of that, they used to
Mm-hmm.
shut down the whole city. When there's a baby being born, especially that it was a boy, they shut the whole city down and teach them about the world, about
Mm-hmm.
how it operates here in this civilization. You feel me? So these are the things that we need to come back to, man. These young guys need
Hell
to come on
yeah.
these platforms and ask questions. Sir Charles Fagner, man, he loved to ask questions and tell you all about what's going on and how to
Mm-hmm.
operate and how to get your life together. Because he mentored these young men on his own. He's a coach. He's a
Yeah.
coach in many different areas of being a coach. I think he came out being a coach.
Came out the womb with the whistle in his hand.
Right.
Unfortunately, that was kind of true.
Cause these are the things like trust me, man. Me and him got our history, man. We made waves, man. We got past that, man. And man, listen, he gave me the wrench. What I told him, thank you. I told him like, yo, I had to look in the mirror, man, and really tell myself what do I want for myself. I want to live and not live to die, man. I want to live a fulfillment of whatever it means I could get my hands on it. This don't got nothing to do with women.
Mm-hmm.
It's everything about myself. A self-evaluation, man, a self-check. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
about right now, man.
Any last thoughts, fellas?
Nope.
Wow, we just for the
And
past
you
hour,
can
man,
hear,
we've been
man.
getting super
I
deep,
know
man.
it
We've been getting
Yeah, because
super
it's
deep.
been 5 hours, bro. I'm not sure people gonna go back to this replay, but that's
Oh,
good.
they'll play snippets.
Nah,
Yeah.
bro. Trust me.
They'll
And
play.
the,
They'll play
the
snippets.
most average consumer will gonna go through is like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. Unless they're driving, they might go through this. But the average person, they say, "Nah, I can't watch this." But don't worry. For those who did stay in it long enough, you know what it is. Take care.
Oh, you truck drivers,
Woo.
man. Shout out to y'all driving across the country. I see y'all.
That's a fact, man. I actually work in a grocery store, man. And salute to the truck drivers, salute to the guys that's in maintenance, and salute to the guys that do stocks. You know what I'm saying? The officers that's out there risking their lives every day. Got to deal with these crazy old people, man. The firefighters, man, the nurses that's in the hospitals that have to deal with this corona, man. Everybody. If I miss about y'all, be safe, man. Wear your freaking mask, social distance. Don't be going to these gatherings, man, because this is real. This is real, man. And
That's some
protect
serious
yourself.
shit.
Wear your mask, wash your hands, man, and leave them hyenas alone, man. Find these unicorns out here, man. They out
Say
here.
that again. They here.
Beautiful
They here. They
unicorns are
exist.
out here.
Yeah.
Pretty toes. Keep their toes done. Keep their real hair done.
Right.
Don't even wear makeup. You know what I'm saying? Like, got things going on, man. Just listen. They know about the law. They know about books. They know about history. They know about good quality music.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
They will cook for you if you
And
about
they like
something.
men. They like black
And they
men.
like
This is
men.
important. Not just they. It's not that they just love you because what you could do for them. Understand the word I
Right.
use. They like men. They like to be around you. They
They
like which
appreciate you.
you're different. Exact. That's the word. That's the word,
Right.
Charles. Yep.
They appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
Woo.
And
I'm
like
gonna
and
just
yep.
say this because I'm about to take some NyQuil. Watch a
Charles
little
gonna
bit of
knock
this
the hell out.
Ravens.
He gonna fall asleep watching
That's a
TV.
fact.
Look at him,
Watch
old
the.
ass man. Listen to you.
I'm about to watch these Ravens.
Oh, the
I'm gonna have
Ravens
to get it.
playing?
Oh, they
Okay.
playing right now.
Oh, that's what's
Oh
up.
yeah. I'm just gonna watch my Ravens. I appreciate all the cash apps, all the PayPals. Ooh, you are the true MVPs, the people on the panel. I can't express enough how much I appreciate you all. You make these shows what they are because I know people get tired of me ranting for like a whole hour. But
No, Charles, thank you for letting us, speak
Word.
and
Thank you for
be
opening up
on
the
your show.
platform.
Yeah.
Facts, man. To
thank you.
blog.
Thank you. About to take this medication. Call it a good one.
All right, y'all.
Ooh, wait till my son comes up in here. He's gonna help Daddy. He's gonna be like, "Daddy, you weak." I said, "Right now, but Daddy's gonna become Superman again. We just gotta get rid of the kryptonite. We call it bitterness." Woo! Thank you all.
All right, yo.
Love you all.
All right, Chaos. I'll talk to y'all later.
Peace.
Yup, man. Appreciate it, man.